Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 926, Distress. The Netherworld. Kinger looked at the figure in white in front of her. She seemed to have heard her master mention this ability. It seemed to be the magical power of a female emperor in the northern region of the fairyland. Could it be that the beautiful woman in front of her was related to that big shot? Qin Wentian showed a puzzled look. It seemed that Kinger knew something. The white-clothed woman's body flashed and disappeared. The little bastard looked into the distance and then said to Qin Wentian, "I feel a summoning power, which is getting stronger and stronger. You go back." Qin Wentian and Kinger's expressions flickered. The power in their bodies was fading away bit by bit. It was indeed dangerous to stay here. Moreover, now that this space has changed, it might not be so easy to get out of the Netherworld mountain. That mysterious man is very dangerous, Qin Wentian said to the little guy. He was also worried. Buzz! At this time, the little guy flashed in a certain direction and rushed into a crack between ancient peaks. There seemed to be another world inside. On the mountain walls on both sides of the crack, there seemed to be blood-colored runes engraved, which was very scary. The ghost woman also came here, staring at the front. She stepped into it, as if she wanted to rush through it directly. However, she saw the runes on the canyon light up, turning into a terrible force that directly hit her body, causing her body to bounce back. Qin Wentian looked forward, and he only felt that the runes on the mountain wall turned into a terrible force, which shook his whole body in an instant. Then, with a bang, a terrible thought seemed to descend in his mind, wanting to wipe him out. Back off. Qin Wentian pulled Kinger's body back. It was very dangerous here. At this time, Qin Wentian saw the little bastard walking in step by step. The endless rune light reflected on his body, but it was not able to destroy him. Qin Wentian saw the little bastard walking into the mountain wall step by step. Although his steps were very slow, he did not stop. This made him feel that there was probably a magical force calling him. The mysterious woman glanced at Qin Wentian and Kinger coldly, and seemed to have some resentment. Then she flashed again and disappeared directly. She seemed unable to enter here. "Let's go back to," Kinger said crisply, and Qin Wentian nodded. "Well, the little guy seems to have his fate. Let's find a way out." Mingshan seemed to be Aurora, filled with mysterious atmosphere, but it seemed to be an independent space with no way out. Kinger took out a magic weapon from her body, which exuded a strong special power, like a leaf. Kinger waved her hand, and the leaf grew larger. Kinger and Qin Wentian walked up one after another. Suddenly, the magic weapon had a strong special light that wrapped the two people's bodies. "This is the life-saving thing that Master gave me. This Mingshan is a magical space. It should be able to penetrate it with a special magic weapon." Kinger's voice fell, and then the light shone, and the leaf turned into a light and shuttled directly in a certain direction. Qin Wentian closed his eyes, and he pulled Kinger's hand beside him. Kinger's palm was particularly soft, and it trembled slightly, but she did not dodge, and let Qin Wentian pull it. Qin Wentian only felt as if he was traveling through the void. The special power contained in this magic weapon was so terrifying that he felt a little uncomfortable. The two held their hands tightly. A strong shock came and they stopped. When they opened their eyes, Qin Wentian suddenly found that they had actually arrived at the city area of the ancient Emperor City. "It's out. What a powerful magic weapon," Qin Wentian said in his heart. Being trapped in the dark mountain, such a magic weapon is much more useful than human power. Many people below looked up at the two people who suddenly appeared in the void, revealing a touch of strange color. Many people's eyes fell on Kinger. The special power, could it be Princess Kinger, who is 5th on the immortal list? Someone whispered. In the battle half a year ago, it was rumored that Princess Kinger and Qin Wentian might be in a relationship. Now this pair of lovers holding hands, it is really possible that they are Princess Kinger and Qin Wentian. Kinger wanted to withdraw her hand, but she saw Qin Wentian holding it tightly. She blinked her eyes, then looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Don't let go." "Oh." Qin Wentian smiled tremblingly, and reluctantly let go of her hand. He couldn't help but squeeze it again, which made Kinger stare at him straight, but Qin Wentian seemed to be nothing. He said, "That Mingshan is really mysterious. I don't know what's inside." Kinger saw that Qin Wentian wanted to change the subject, so she had to turn her eyes away and ignored him. "It's been half a year. I don't know how Mengchen and King Sun are doing. Qin Wentian whispered. Are you Qin Wentian? Someone below heard Qin Wentian's whisper and looked at Qin Wentian and asked. It's Qin. Qin Wentian nodded. You are talking about your junior brother Zhen Mengchen and junior sister Zi Qingxun, right? They are not doing well now. The Twin Pride Alliance is hunting them down everywhere. If they were not lucky, they would have been captured. The man said. Qin Wentian's expression darkened and his eyes turned cold. Sir, do you know where they are now? If I knew, the people of the Twin Pride Alliance would have known it long ago, but I guess they are hiding somewhere. The Twin Pride Alliance today is different from the past. It is known as the #1 force in the ancient Emperor City. It is so powerful that it is terrifying. The Pride said loudly. Qin Wentian was puzzled and said, the battle in the past seems to have weakened their strength. How can they be known as the #1 force? Don't you know yet? Half a year ago, you used the Sword of Destruction, and you must have paid a big price. The Twin Pride Alliance was indeed weakened, and the Xiao clan was facing the trend of disintegration. However, Zhuan Yang and Xiao Lengaiyu formed an alliance at this time, and the Twin Pride Alliance and the Xiao clan also formed an alliance. The 4th and 6th people on the ancient Emperor City Immortal list formed a force at the same time and became the new Twin Pride. Many Xianjiao figures in the ancient Emperor City joined one after another, and the force was naturally more terrifying. The Xianjiao continued, and Qin Wentian began to worry about Zhen Mengchen and Zi Qingxun. The Twin Pride Alliance and the Xiao clan were already ranked in the top 3 forces. Now this alliance is undoubtedly more terrifying. Not only that, the Twin Pride Alliance has also issued a bounty order. If anyone finds you, Qin Wentian, or your 2 friends, there will be a heavy reward. I'm afraid someone has already tipped off. Another person said with a smile. I, Qin Wentian, have also issued a bounty order. If anyone finds my friends and comes to inform me, the reward is 5 immortal weapons. Qin Wentian said loudly. Are you serious? The genius who spoke just now showed a meaningful smile. Qin Wentian nodded. Qin's words are absolutely trustworthy. Okay, then you take out the 5 immortal weapons, and I will tell you where they are now. The genius spoke, and Qin Wentian's eyes were sharp. He stared at the other party and said, do you really know? You and Princess Qinger killed Xuanxing and seriously injured Xuanang. Dare I cheat your immortal weapons? The man continued to laugh, with a sinister smile on his face. Qin Wentian, I advise you to be quick, otherwise they will encounter some unexpected events. Buzz! Qin Wentian waved his hand, and suddenly 5 immortal weapons flew out at the same time, heading towards the other party. His eyes were extremely sharp. He knew that the other party intended to blackmail him after learning the news about Zhen Mengchen and Zi Qingxun, but so what? There are no mediocre people in the ancient Emperor City. They are all descendants of emperors. This person has no connection with him, so it is normal for him to get the chance to blackmail him. Great! The man waved his hand and put away the floating immortal soldiers. Then he pointed his finger in a certain direction and said, go straight ahead in this direction. When you see a tower-like building, stop and you will see traces of fighting over there. I hope you can still make it in time. Qinger, let's go. A Fang Peng talisman bone appeared in Qin Wentian's palm. Instantly, a strong wind enveloped him and Qinger's bodies. They rushed in the direction pointed by the other party. The traces of the battle meant that Zhen Mengchen and Zi Qingxun's whereabouts were exposed. Even if the other party didn't say it, it would soon be reported. Hold on. Qin Wentian's expression was filled with worry. That proud man did not deceive Qin Wentian. In the direction Qin Wentian and his men were heading, there was a tower. Many strong men gathered in front of the tower, as if they were watching a battle. 5 proud men surrounded 2 people, and they had been fighting for quite some time. The 2 were quite weak. The woman was only at the 8th level of the celestial phenomenon realm, and it seemed that she had not broken through for a long time. As for the handsome man, he was only at the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon realm. Both of them were injured. Among the 5 people on the other side, 3 were at the 8th level of the celestial phenomenon realm, and 2 were at the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon realm. One of them was even a strong man on the ascension list. The proud Tu Teng, who ranked over 300th, was extremely strong. The strong men who could be on the ascension list were all top figures. Tu Teng was 10 feet tall and extremely large. He was shirtless, and his bronze skin was full of strength. He was a fierce warrior in the Twin Pride Alliance. Still struggling to death. Tu Teng saw Zi Qingxun transformed into a terrifying divine eagle, and the terrifying divine eagle's light shone in all directions. He was still madly colliding with the 9th-level celestial power. Tu Teng took a step forward and walked over. Stars appeared above the sky, as if a huge axe had appeared. Tu Teng waved his palm and condensed a golden axe that cut through the sky. He chopped it down fiercely. In an instant, it seemed as if the light of tens of millions of giant axes chopped out at the same time, creating the world and destroying everything. Master Tu Teng's axe of creation is said to be able to create the world when practiced to the extreme. The strong men saw Tu Teng take action and knew that the two men could not continue to struggle. Tu Teng thought that the 4 Xianjiao would be able to take down the other party quickly, but he did not expect that the two guys could continue to fight after struggling for so long, so he had to take action. Zi Qingxun looked unhappy when she saw this scene. The power of this attack made her feel a little trembling. A sharp whistle was heard, and countless divine eagles seemed to be fearless of death and rushed towards the light of the heaven-severing axe. They were constantly chopped off. A huge golden flame divine eagle appeared and blocked the giant axe. However, the starlight above Tu Teng fell madly. The giant axe continued to chop down and directly split the divine eagle. Puff! Zi Qingxun's face was pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was shaken and flew out and fell to the ground, with a weak breath. Senior sister. Jun Mengchen roared, but the 3 great celestial beings of the 8th level besieged him. He was too busy to take care of himself, so how could he help Zi Qingxun? Chapter 927 Release. Jun Mengchen was in a state of rage, with the world map of the blue sky shining in the sky. He was wearing the armor of a king, and every strike contained the spirit of a king. He borrowed the power of the ancient king and attacked fiercely. But he was facing the siege of 3 Xiangxiang 8-layer Xianjiao. The ancient emperor's city was full of emperors, either heirs or disciples. The cultivation methods and supernatural powers were all powerful. It was extremely difficult to fight across the border, let alone fighting 3 people. Jun Mengchen roared loudly, but he still couldn't break through the siege of the 3 people. He was tightly restrained. There was also a Xiangxiang 9-layer Xianjiao who had fought with Zi Qingxun before, staring at him covetously. Tu Teng walked towards the injured Zi Qingxun step by step. Every step he took seemed to shake the earth. He saw a cruel light in Zi Qingxun's beautiful eyes, and couldn't help but said coldly, "It's best not to borrow the magic weapon easily. I won't take your life, just capture you, but if you borrow the power of the immortal weapon, the consequences are unknown." Zi Qingxun's beautiful eyes flashed, his face was ugly, and his steps back. "Both of you are quite strong. It's quite rare that you can hold on for so long. But it's useless to struggle. Come with me. I won't torture you, such a beauty." Tu Teng flashed and approached Zi Qingxun. The light on Zi Qingxun's body shone again, but Tu Teng snorted coldly, raised his big palm and smashed it directly. It was as sharp as a giant axe, destroying the power of Zi Qingxun's attack. The huge palm directly grabbed Zi Qingxun's body and lifted it up. "If you don't behave yourself, don't blame me for being ruthless to women." Tu Teng said coldly, then looked at Jun Mengchen, and said to the person next to him, "Take him down quickly." 5 people, don't you feel ashamed to bully 2 people of a lower realm? At this time, a faint voice came from the crowd, as if it was a genius who was watching from the side. "It's best not to get involved in our affairs." Tu Teng swept his eyes and looked at the person who was speaking. This was a tall and handsome man. His expression was calm, but his eyes gave people a sense of weirdness, as if those eyes could rotate, like a whirlpool, which could make people's eyes fall into it. Zi Qingxun was captured by Tu Teng. She looked at the person who was speaking, and a hint of strangeness flashed in her eyes. She actually recognized this person, and she was a little surprised that this person would stand up and speak. The figure of the young man who was speaking flashed, and he actually walked directly into the battlefield of Jun Mengchen's side. His eyes became even more terrifying, extremely weird, like a pair of reincarnation eyes. When he looked at him, the 3 Xianjiao who were besieging Jun Mengchen felt that countless images suddenly appeared in their minds, and their attacks could not help but stagnate. "Be careful of his eyes." Tu Teng shouted loudly, shaking people's hearts. The 3 people's eyes closed immediately, but the images in their minds remained, as if they were trapped in an illusion. The person who made the move was Hua Take-su. Boom! Jun Mengchen seized the opportunity and blasted out a chaotic king fist, knocking a person's body directly out. He rushed directly to Tu Teng and shouted angrily, "Let go of my sister." Tu Teng glanced at Qin Wentian and then looked at Tuo Take Su. His eyes were still strange. The two Xianjiao figures of the 8th level of the celestial realm became quiet under his gaze. Tu Teng, haven't you captured the person yet? At this time, several figures came here. It was Xia Qianhun, a Xianjiao of the Xiao family and a strong man on the immortal list. His strength was also very strong. There is another person. Tu Teng looked at Qin Wentian and said, "What's the point of struggling to death? There is a big difference between you and me. Even if there are helpers, they are only at the 8th level of the celestial realm and can't threaten me at all. Let her go." At this time, a cold voice came. Tu Teng frowned, and then he saw a hurricane blowing in the distance, and two figures appeared in the void in an instant, a pair of peerless immortal lovers. "Brother Qin!" Qin Wentian shouted. Tu Teng, Xia Qianhun and other Xianjiao of the Shuangjiao League looked gloomy. Qin Wentian and Princess Qinger appeared. This matter was a bit troublesome. Qinger was the 5th strongest person on the immortal ascension list. She had defeated Xiao Lengyu. They could not compete with her at all. "Let him go." Qin Wentian stared at Tu Teng and said coldly. Tu Teng looked at Qin Wentian's sharp expression, with a wild light in his eyes, and said, "Qin Wentian, I heard that you practiced a god's hand. I really want to learn from you. Can you teach me? I will help you." Qin Wentian's voice fell, and a crackling sound was heard. His body suddenly became huge, and at the same time, brilliant rune light flowed all over his body. There was a dazzling light shining in his palm, and a terrifying breath bloomed. The god's hand appeared, revealing an indestructible momentum. Qin Wentian made his body bigger to make the god's hand fit better with his palm. "Help me guard her." Tu Teng handed Zi Qingzhuan to Xia Qianhun and the others. A sharp sword was seen across Zi Qingzhuan's neck. Xia Qianhun said to Tu Teng, "We should withdraw." "No, I won't accept it until I learn from the hand of God." Tu Teng's starry sky blossomed. Holding the axe of the sky, he stepped out, and looked directly at Qin Wentian. Boom! Tu Teng stepped out, and the axe of the sky attacked. A ray of light fell from the sky, creating the world, and endless axe blades chopped towards Qin Wentian's body. This attack seemed to split Qin Wentian in two. Qin Wentian's palm suddenly raised and slapped out. Suddenly, the terrifying palm print directly hit the axe of the sky. With a loud bang, it was directly wiped out. At the same time, Qin Wentian stepped out like the wind, and his palm grabbed again. The huge handprint was full of endless rune light. The world burst into a huge roar, which was extremely oppressive. Just one strike destroyed Tu Teng's confidence. His face was ashen, and the endless light of the stars enveloped his body crazily. His body spun violently, and the talisman light slashed out again. However, the huge palm print directly annihilated everything and slapped him. Tu Teng roared and hit with both palms, but saw the star-picking palm print blasting towards him. With a loud bang, Tu Teng felt that his body was about to explode, and countless bones were broken. Qin Wentian's body whistled, and the hand of God sent out a finger. This finger seemed to directly cross the violent and pierce Tu Teng's burly body. At this moment, Tu Teng's body suddenly burst into endless sword energy. A scream came out, and Tu Teng's body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Although he was not killed directly, his breath was weak, and his internal organs seemed to be wiped out. What a powerful secret skill! Qin Wentian's cultivation has entered the 8th level of the celestial phenomenon. No wonder it is so terrifying. Tu Teng is also a strong man on the ascension list, but he is so vulnerable. The masters were shocked. It was too powerful. Qin Wentian's attack almost took away most of Tu Teng's life. It was obvious that he was angry when he saw Zi Qingzhuan being caught in his hand. In this way, Tu Teng would not be able to recover without a year of recuperation in the ancient Emperor city. God's hand, a lost secret skill. Many people here did not see the battle between Qin Wentian and Zhuan Yang. Seeing the power of God's hand with their own eyes, it is impossible to say that there is no urge to seize it. Who doesn't want to possess this secret skill? Hu Taixu was also a little surprised. He looked at Qin Wentian and Qinger in surprise. Both of them came from the particle world and have now risen in the ancient Emperor city. Qin Wentian's attack has always been very powerful, and now with the rumored God's hand, it is even more powerful. At this time, Qin Wentian looked at Xia Qianhun with sharp eyes and said coldly, "Release him. If you want him, I'm afraid you need to go with me to the Twin Pride Alliance." Xia Qianhun held Zi Qingzhuan hostage and said to Qin Wentian. He was very unhappy when he saw Qin Wentian's strength. When Qin Wentian first entered Jiutian, he was disdainful of him. However, now, Qin Wentian's strength, coupled with a god's hand, can defeat him. If you don't release him today, I'm afraid you can't leave, Qin Wentian said. Are you going to joke with her life? Xia Qianhun stared at Zi Qingxun. If anything happens to her, you will pay with your life. Qin Wentian took another step forward. Qinger also flashed with terrible spatial power. The two walked towards Xia Qianhun and the others. Every step they took made Xia Qianhun and the others nervous. Let them go. I promise to let you go. I have shown up. Zhuan Yang can come to me at any time. If the Twin Pride Alliance uses such despicable means, I, Qin, will kill them all. Qin Wentian spoke coldly. No one doubted his words. Those who dared to kill Xuanzing in public, Qin Wentian had already proved his madness. Bang! Another step was taken. Qin Wentian and Qinger walked side by side, giving Xia Qianhun great pressure. Let them go, or not? Do you really not care about her life or death? The sharp blade had left a trace of blood on Zi Qingxun's neck. Is this what the Xianjiao of the Twin Pride Alliance did? Qin Wentian sneered. If I let you take my master to the Twin Pride Alliance, who knows what will happen? Qin will never agree. If you want to fight to the death, then I will exchange my life for yours. Xia Qianhun's whole body was tense, and his aura was blooming wildly. Qin Wentian and Qinger continued to approach. When they were close, they saw that Qin Wentian's hands contained terrifying power, and the god's hand had a peerless spear light. Qinger had a terrible spatial force. Qingxun, if you die, I will let them be buried with you. Qin Wentian's wings flickered behind him, as if he was about to launch a death attack. Zi Qingxun looked at Qin Wentian and said, You do it. Xia Qianhun stared at Qin Wentian's god's hand, and his heart was trembling. I'll let him go. Xia Qianhun's face was livid. Seeing Qin Wentian raise the god's hand, he finally compromised and said, But you have to dissipate the power of the god's hand first. I agree. Qin Wentian said loudly, and then he directly dissipated the power of the god's hand. His palm returned to normal. Seeing this scene, Xia Qianhun also let Zi Qingxun go. After all, he didn't dare to fight for his life. Qin Wentian had been exposed. Zhuan Yang would come to him for revenge. Although he was unhappy with Qin Wentian, he didn't need to risk his life. Chapter 928 Attacking Xiao Clan. Zi Qingxun broke away from Xia Qianhun's control and walked in front of Qin Wentian. She didn't say anything, but her eyes looking at Qin Wentian were full of different light. Are you okay? Qin Wentian asked. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. Zi Qingxun shook her head, glanced at Qinger beside Qin Wentian, and then walked to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's eyes swept over Xia Qianhun and others, his sharp eyes were cold and fierce, and he said coldly, Get out. Xia Qianhun's aura fluctuated, and there was a strong cold light in his pupils. He wanted to fight with Qin Wentian. Although he had no chance of winning against Qin Wentian who had the god's hand, Qin Wentian had dispersed the power of the god's hand at this moment. I don't know if he still has the ability to condense the god's hand for the second time. At least last time, he only did it once, and he couldn't condense it again after being shattered by Emperor Xuan. But now there is not only Qin Wentian in front of him, but also Princess Qinger. The 5th-ranked strongman on the immortal list is definitely not someone Xia Qianhun can defeat. Take Tu Teng with you, let's go. Xia Qianhun said coldly, and then someone lifted Tu Teng's body up. The people from the Xianjiao League left the place in a flash, and they had to go back to inform Zhuan Yang and Xiao Lengaiyu to make plans. After all, Qin Wentian and his team had only 2 people who had the power to compete with him. Zhuan Yang ranked 4th on the immortal ranking and could fight Princess Qinger. Xiao Lengaiyu could fight Qin Wentian, who had a god's hand. The Xianjiao League also had many other powerful Xianjiao figures. Since they appeared, there was no need to rush, unless Qin Wentian risked his life every time. He couldn't bear such risking his life several times, otherwise he wouldn't have appeared again for so long. Of course, it was a little surprising that Qin Wentian's cultivation had actually broken through and entered the 8th level of the celestial phenomena. After the people from the Xianjiao League left, there were still many Xianjias watching the excitement around them. Qin Wentian and Princess Qinger seemed to be inseparable. The relationship between the two should be as everyone guessed, that is, a couple. Brother Qin, you arrived in time. Zheng Mengchen said. Qin Wentian shook his head and said, If it weren't for me, Zhuan Yang wouldn't have caught you. How can you be blamed for this? Since we brothers came to the ancient emperor city together, we naturally share the joys and sorrows. The Zhuan brothers are too bullying. You were right to kill Xuanzing at the beginning. I would do the same if it were me. Now I am being hunted by Zhuan Yang. I admit that I am not as strong as them, but when I become stronger one day, I will make them regret it. Qin Wentian was very unhappy. He was at the 7th level of the heavenly constellation realm, and he still seemed weak when facing the top Xianjiao of the Twin Pride Alliance. After all, there are many strong people in the Twin Pride Alliance, and there are many people on the immortal ranking, just like 210 before. He was able to defeat Qin easily, and the axe of creation was extremely powerful. By the way, Qin Wentian turned to look at Huatexu and said, I haven't thanked you yet. We were rivals in the East Saint Palace back then. I didn't expect you to help. Qin Wentian looked at Huatexu. He had never expected Huatexu to help. Although they had now forgotten their past grudges, helping was a favor. Thank you. Qin Wentian also said. If I were in this situation, you would probably help too. Huatexu said indifferently. Qin Wentian was stunned. Given the complicated relationship between him and Huatexu now, if Huatexu was surrounded and attacked, he would most likely help. However, if Huatexu hadn't asked him this, he wouldn't have thought of this. We now have 5 of us, and our sister-in-law is ranked 5th on the Immortal Ascension list. How about we also form a sect to strengthen ourselves and compete with the Shuangjiao League? Qin Wentian glanced at Qin Wentian and Huatexu and said with a smile. Sister-in-law. Qin Wentian was stunned for a moment, and then he saw Qin Wentian touching his head in a simple and honest manner, and his handsome face looked in the direction of Qinger. Qinger blinked, and then remained cold, as if she didn't hear what Qin Wentian said. Brother Qin, what do you think? Xuanyang and Xiao Lengayu can form a powerful alliance of 2 lords. You and your sister-in-law are not inferior to them. If you form a force, maybe there will be many strong people, surpassing their alliance of 2 lords, and let them be arrogant. Qin Wentian said unhappily. This is a good suggestion. I heard that there are many ancient ruins in the ancient emperor city. If there are many strong people joining forces, the chance of getting an opportunity is much greater than dealing with it alone. What surprised Qin Wentian was that Huatexu had no objection and agreed with Qin Wentian's words. Qingxuan, do you think so too? Qin Wentian asked Qingxuan. That's fine. At worst, we have 5 people. When we all break through a realm in the future, even if no one else joins, we will be able to become a powerful force in the ancient emperor city. Qingxuan said. Princess Qinger is now at the 9th level of the celestial realm, Qin Wentian, she and Huatexu are all at the 8th level, and Qin Wentian is at the 7th level. They will stay in the ancient emperor city for a long time, and may even impact the immortal position here. One day they will break through the realm, and then the power of these 5 people will be different. Qinger, are you willing? Qin Wentian turned around and looked at Qinger beside him, asking for her opinion. You decide. Qinger said calmly, which made Qin Wentian smile and said, since my sister-in-law said so, Brother Qin, don't hesitate. Well, the 5 of us will establish a sect, but how should we name this sect? Qin Wentian looked at the few people and asked. Qingxuan and I'll listen to senior brother, and senior sister-in-law will definitely support senior brother Qin. Why don't we call it Qin sect? It's simpler and doesn't need those fancy names. Senior brother Qin will be the leader. Huatexu, what do you think? Qin Wentian said carelessly. I have no objection. Huatexu said calmly. Then it's settled. Let's call it Qin sect. Now we should choose the address of the sect. How about the God-Destroying Palace? Qin Wentian had a playful look on his face. When they first came to the ancient emperor city, the God-Destroying Palace wanted to bully them. Now, it's just the right time to take down the God-Destroying Palace. It's meaningless to deal with the God-Destroying Palace, Wentian. Now that the Twin Pride Alliance has merged with the Xiao sect, have their sect addresses also merged? Qin Wentian asked. No, Xuanyang and Xiao Lengayu are still guarding their own side, but the Twin Pride Alliance is the main one, and the Xiao sect has fewer people stationed. Qin Wentian responded. Then choose Xiao sect. Qin Wentian said, causing a sharp light to flash in Qin Wentian's eyes. Attack Xiao sect directly? Okay. Qin Wentian nodded, we will go to Xiaomen now. The 5 of them left as soon as they said they would, heading directly to the place where Xiaomen was located. The powerful people around them were shining. Are these 5 guys crazy? Even if they are powerful, They directly attack Xiaomen? Although there are not many forces stationed in Xiaomen now, there are also dozens of Xianjiao from the ancient Emperor city. The 5 of them want to attack it? Although Princess Qinger is ranked 5th on the Immortal Ascension list, she is not that powerful. Let's go and see. If they can really capture Xiaomen, I don't mind joining the Qinmen and fighting against the Shuangjiao League with them. Well, besides, the Qin sect now has 2 beauties, and with Qin Wentian, they are not inferior to Xuanyang and Xiao Lenggao. The strong men followed one after another, and the news spread quickly. Strong men went to the sect where the Xiao sect was. Although the Xiao sect has now merged with the Shuangjiao League, the Xiao sect's residence still exists and has become a branch of the Shuangjiao League. The old Xiao sect General Tanlang is in charge here, and there are dozens of Xianjiao figures here. At this time, Tanlang was sitting in the training field to practice. The ranking of the ancient Emperor City Immortal list often changes. Although he is in a front position, it is still not very stable. He must constantly improve his strength and let himself step into the realm of the immortal platform as soon as possible. There was a sound of wind. Tanlang opened his eyes and saw a figure appearing in the void ahead. He said to Tanlang, "Tanlang, Zhen Mengchen and Zi Qingxun have already appeared. It is said that Leng Yu and others have sent people to capture them. Should we go and have a look? Don't worry about this little thing. Leng Yu will have her own way of dealing with it. We don't need to pay attention to it," Tanlang said lightly. The man nodded. But at this moment, there was a howling wind in the void in the distance. The arrogant looked over there and frowned slightly. 5 figures appeared there. They didn't seem to be the former Xiaomen people. Huh? At this moment, he saw Qin Wentian and his group clearly. His expression changed slightly, and he said, "Tanlang, they are here." "Who?" "Leng Yu," Tanlang asked. "Qin Wentian and the others." The proud man muttered, and Tanlang's figure flashed and soared into the air. He saw the 5 powerful men who were constantly approaching. He shouted and said, "An old friend is visiting, stop." This voice was loud and clear, spreading throughout the Xiao clan. Suddenly, one figure after another soared into the air. In a blink of an eye, all the proud figures in various directions of the Xiao clan appeared, staring at the front. When Qin Wentian and the others came to the Xiao clan, they stopped and looked at the proud figures from afar. Tanlang took a step forward and said loudly, "Qin Wentian, do you want to return to the Xiao clan? Quick battle, Qinger, I will attack, you protect me in the attack, take some Fuzhen, Mengchen, Qingxun, you clean up the people we injured and make them unable to get up." Qin Wentian said immediately, and a terrible rumbling sound was heard. In just an instant, his body turned into several feet, and the god's hand appeared again, with a strong talisman light shining, filled with endless power. Boom, boom, boom. When the Xianjiao saw Qin Wentian and his men coming, they prepared to attack without any nonsense. They immediately opened their own stars and celestial phenomena. For a moment, the terrifying momentum shook the world and swept across the void. "Left," Qin Wentian said, and a powerful spatial force enveloped the bodies of the 5 people. Then, the light shone, and they disappeared directly from the spot and appeared in front of the 2 Xianjias on the far left of Xiaomen. Hu Taixu stood in front, and the eye of Samsara opened. In an instant, the 2 people were caught in a strange scene. Chapter 929, Sweeping Battle. Hu Taixu's eye of Samsara instantly made the 2 people fall into an illusion. They immediately felt the existence of the illusion. With a strong will, they kept their minds tightly and tried to break free. However, they saw Qin Wentian's divine hand descend directly in front of one of them. The terrible power contained in the divine hand was terrifying. With a loud bang, one of the Xianjiao was directly blown away. The other person quickly retreated, and the other Xianjiao came to rescue, but they saw Qinger standing there, waving her palm, and suddenly a void barrier stretched across the front, as if to isolate this space. "Break!" Tanlang shouted angrily, and the Xianjiao attacked at the same time, shattering the power of the space barrier, but at this time, Qinger's body emerged with a terrifying spatial light, and her palm stretched out again, and the immortal slashing diagram appeared, and rapidly expanded, turning into an extremely huge diagram, strangling forward, and the endless attacks were instantly all wiped out by the immortal slashing diagram, and no one could invade it. Qin Wentian's divine hand blasted at another Xianjiao. Facing the star-picking palm print of the divine hand, the Xianjiao was unable to resist it all. When this palm slapped out, his whole body seemed to be suppressed. With a loud bang, he was slapped into the ground, hitting the ground with a rumbling sound. The overbearing attack, 210 on the immortal list, couldn't withstand the blow of the divine hand. I'm afraid there are not many of these Xianjiao figures who can withstand Qin Wentian's attack. The people who followed Qin Wentian and others to watch from a distance trembled in their hearts when they saw that two people lost their fighting power in an instant. Qin Wentian used his main power, and Princess Qinger used the power of space to restrain him. It was too terrible for the two strong men with absolute strength to join forces. Hu Taixu took the lead and stepped out. The terrible power of illusion directly acted on all the Xianjiao of the other side. His astrology was released to the extreme. The pair of eyes of reincarnation seemed to be everywhere. The Xianjiao felt that they were trapped in the illusion. Just as they broke free, there seemed to be a new illusion. Boom! Qin Wentian's body became huge again, turning into a giant of 100 feet. He took a step forward, and the hand of God fell, as if an extremely huge purple gold ancient bell fell from the sky. With a loud hum, the ancient bell burst into endless calamity power, sweeping across the 8 directions, and at the same time shocked the hearts and minds of the strong men, and their wills were even more unstable. Bang! Another palm print fell, and a strong man was slapped and flew out, without any resistance. Qin Wentian seemed to be an ancient war god, standing between heaven and earth. Moreover, he could attack recklessly. Qinger would appear in an instant to defeat all the attacking forces with powerful force. Coupled with Hu Taixu's illusion ability, a sweeping momentum was formed immediately. The original Xiao family's Xianjiao seemed very fragile at this moment. They were also descendants of emperors, but at this moment they were like ants being kneaded at will. Zheng Mengjin and Zi Qingxun were cleaning up the battlefield in the back. They immediately descended and continued to attack anyone injured by Qin Wentian, making them lose their fighting power. Of course, they also took away all their storage rings without any courtesy. In a short moment, more than 10 strong men were defeated and lost their fighting ability, which was terrifying. Tam Lang saw his companions fall one by one. His face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with a cold light of destruction. He raised his head and stared at the sky. The terrible stars bloomed to the extreme. Above the void appeared an extremely cold hell wolf, with hellfire all over his body and terrible blood in his eyes. The body of this hell wolf continued to grow larger and larger, and was even more terrifying than Qin Wentian's huge body. Kill! Greedy wolf howled, and this hell wolf spit out terrible hellfire, burning everything, and pounced on Qin Wentian and the others. Qinger's spatial power bloomed to the extreme, and endless rune lights flowed. The entire sky intertwined a huge golden light curtain, blocking the hellfire outside and then swallowing it into the void space. Roar! A shocking roar came out, and Greedy Wolf stood on the sky, as if he had merged with a hell wolf constellation. He punched out with both fists, and the wolf roared. Countless wolves madly crashed down and slammed on the golden space barrier. A terrible rumbling sound came out, causing the space barrier to shatter continuously. Greedy Wolf, as a strong man ranked 12th on the Immortal Ascension list, was also a super strong existence. Seeing Greedy Wolf's rampage, the other strong men assisted him in launching a tyrannical attack, and they must not let Qin Wentian and the others take the initiative again. Qinger, no need to defend, let's attack together. Qin Wentian said, and a terrible rumbling sound was heard. His body expanded again, turning into a body of 800 feet, like an almighty god. Qinger put away her defensive power, and Qin Wentian slapped out a huge palm print that covered the sky, destroying everything. At the same time, his huge body stepped out, and his extremely terrifying palm attacked the greedy wolf in the sky. Qinger flashed and disappeared directly from a distance, walking towards a Xianjiao. The Xianjiao saw Qinger coming and attacked frantically, but saw a mysterious space force wrapped around Qinger's body. She walked out and directly penetrated the opponent's attack. Then she simply punched out, tearing everything apart. With a bang, the Xianjiao's body seemed to be torn apart, and blood gushed out wildly. He was unable to compete with Qinger's strength. Qin Wentian's divine hand blasted towards the greedy wolf in the sky. This palm blasted out, and a number of wind-like great pang appeared in the void, directly strangling the wolves that came to attack. I am ranked 12th on the immortal list. I attack with the protection of the Hell Wolf. How could I lose to him who is at the 8th level of the celestial phenomenon? Greedy Wolf's expression was cold. He stepped down, and the Hell Wolf howled angrily, as if he wanted to devour the world. Greedy Wolf punched out, and when this punch was blasted out, it was as if the Hell Wolf appeared in his fist and attacked Qin Wentian. I don't know how terrible this attack power is. Qin Wentian's palm was attached with blood-colored demonic light, and the threefold battle was released. The divine hand blasted out the heaven-suppressing star-picking palm, and an unparalleled suppressing force swept out, suppressing all living things. The endless runelight flowing on the divine hand seemed to contain the power of the rules of the avenue, and directly collided with a regional wolf. The sky seemed to tremble violently. Qin Wentian's palm print had already experienced the sublimation of the Wanfa record. It was no longer the same as before, and it was extremely powerful. After being amplified by the battle decision, it was also bloomed with the divine hand of the ancient emperor. How terrifying was the power! It seemed that the sky was about to break under one blow. The huge body of the destroyed regional wolf was madly destroyed under the power of this skill. Boom! The terrible repressive force hit the body of Ten Lang, causing him to groan, and then his body flew away. Qin Wentian grabbed with his palm, and it seemed that the claws of a rock appeared, directly grabbing Ten Lang's body and smashing it down to the ground. Rumbling, a deep pit appeared on the ground, and Ten Lang's body was smashed into the ground. While Qin Wentian defeated Ten Lang, Qinger also dealt with two Xianjiao figures. Although Qin Wentian asked her to fight on her own, she still guarded Qin Wentian at all times and blocked the attacks of other Xianjiao for Qin Wentian several times. After all, Qin Wentian's body was too big at this time and it was easy to hit. After suppressing Ten Lang, Qin Wentian's body returned to several feet, and his wings shone. His body flashed and disappeared directly, heading towards the person. Retreat! The man shouted loudly. Whether it was Qinger or Qin Wentian, they could not compete at all. The two opponents had an absolute advantage in strength and could suppress any of them. This kind of battle could not be reversed by relying on numbers. Boom! A round of golden bodies suppressed down, directly suppressing that piece of space. Qin Wentian's body descended, raised his hand and fired a shot with the hand of God. The amazing gun light swept everything, destroyed all the blocking forces, and hit the opponent's body. Although it did not directly pierce into the opponent's body, it still shook the opponent's bones and broke his internal organs, severely damaging his internal organs and losing his combat effectiveness. Let's go! The other Xianjiao retreated in all directions. There was no need to continue this battle. Qin Wentian's attack was extremely ruthless. Although he didn't kill anyone, those who were hit by him were probably seriously injured. In addition, Zhen Mengtian and Zi Qingxun were cleaning up the battlefield in the back. The consequences for these Xianjiao were extremely miserable. Qinger looked at Qin Wentian, and saw Qin Wentian said, "Let them go." A complete victory. The crowd outside the Xiao clan was daunted when they saw this battle. Qin Wentian was ranked 100th on the ascension list before. After this battle, he might have to move up. If he used the power of the god's hand, he could have defeated Ten Lang, who was ranked 12th on the ascension list. But now it is unknown whether Qin Wentian's god's hand can be used at will. If it can, it will be the power that truly belongs to Qin Wentian, and his ranking may impact the top 10 on the ascension list. Although there are only 5 people in the Qin clan, their potential is terrifying. Princess Qinger and Qin Wentian are the only ones in charge. This is a terrifying force. In addition, Hua Taixu and the other 3 also have great potential. If they reach the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon, their strength will be terrifying. Now they can already influence the Xianjiao with illusions. Brother Qin, how do we deal with these guys? Zhen Mengtian lifted all the seriously injured Xianjiao together. Qin Wentian took a look and said, "Throw them out." Okay. Zhen Mengtian laughed, and then threw those guys out of Xiaomen one by one, causing the hearts of the Xianjiao outside to tremble. These guys were so cruel. Not only did they seriously injure the Xianjiao, but they also robbed the storage rings on their bodies. The seriously injured Xianjiao had cold faces and were pale. They couldn't catch their breath. They were thrown out like animals. What a shame. This battle was a complete loss of face. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 930 Brahma Emperor. Qin Wentian and his 5 companions seized Xiao sect, obtained many storage rings, and swept away dozens of Xianjiao from the original Xiao sect, which was a great achievement. After this battle, Qin Wentian came to the other courtyard where he used to live to practice alone, absorbing the power of the stars and continuing to condense the power of the divine essence. It was not worth mentioning that he defeated Tenlang and others. Now that the alliance has formed, the Shuangjiao League has two terrible Xianjiao Zuanayang and Xiao Langaiyu, who are ranked 4th and 6th on the Ascension list, plus many strong people on the Ascension list. They are powerful. At least with the strength of the 5 of them, it is impossible to compete with the Shuangjiao League at present. Although Qin Wentian was injured, it was not serious. He took advantage of the time when Qin Wentian went to practice and changed the words I Omen outside the Xiao sect to Qinmen, which made the people outside speechless. These 5 people formed the Qin sect and really planned to set the location of the sect here? How could the Shuangjiao League let it go? I'm afraid it won't take too long before the Shuangjiao League, who got the news, will come to kill. Therefore, the people on the periphery did not leave, and even some strong men came here one after another, because they knew that there might be another big collision here. Many people in the ancient Emperor city had no chance to see the battle when Qin Wentian killed Xuanzing, and they had not witnessed the power of the god's hand. Now they heard that Qin Wentian had appeared in the ancient Emperor city again, and the ancient Emperor Yiti's unique skills had reappeared, showing his peerless style. It would be a pity if they did not come to see it. Outside the former Xiao Omen and the current Qinmen, it was very lively, and the geniuses continued to emerge, and even many strong men on the Ascension list appeared. She is. At this moment, many geniuses looked at the figure of a cold and arrogant woman standing in the distance. The woman stood there quietly, but it seemed as if the whole world was centered on her, taking away everyone's light. It's Nanhurong Yangxi. This is interesting. This battle has already involved the 4th, 5th and 6th strongest men on the Ascension list. Now the 3rd-ranked Nanhurong Yangxi has also arrived. If Xiao Langaiyu comes, then the 3 most beautiful women in the ancient Emperor city will be gathered together. Everyone said secretly. On the day when Qin Wentian and his friends entered the Imperial Palace, Nanhurong Yangxi had also entered the Imperial Palace and saw the monument left by the ancient Emperor and the blood-colored runes. However, the runes were difficult to comprehend, like a heavenly book, and eventually dissipated from her mind. However, later she heard that someone had cultivated the god's hand, and she couldn't help but be quite curious. The power that she couldn't comprehend was cultivated by a man named Qin Wentian, who was at the 7th level of the celestial phenomenon. This time, she heard that Qin Wentian appeared in the ancient Emperor city, so she came to see how powerful the lost god's hand of Emperor Yi was. The god's hand has appeared, and the ancient Emperor city has been in turmoil, triggering a war between 3 of the top 10 on the Immortal Ascension list, and the rise of Qin Wentian, who has obtained the god's hand. Now, another piece of news has begun to spread in the ancient Emperor city. It seems that this time it is really going to set off a storm. A genius in the crowd murmured, causing many people around to look at him and asked, "What news are you referring to? Haven't you heard about it yet?" The man looked at the people around him and asked, "Is this news comparable to the appearance of the god's hand?" Someone said, his eyes burning. "Many people have already received this news, and it is spreading. I believe it will soon spread throughout the ancient Emperor city. I will tell you that there is news that the Jedi Mingxian in the ancient Emperor city hides the remains of an ancient emperor, and it is very likely that the inheritance of this ancient emperor is there," the man said. After hearing their words, everyone was a little disappointed. One of them said, "Someone has been speculating like this for a long time. What's so strange about that? What do you know? This time is different." The man snorted coldly and retorted, "This time, the news is specific. Do you know which ancient emperor it is?" "Which one?" Everyone's faces suddenly became stern when they heard this. Many Xianjiao looked at the person who spoke. "Brahma Emperor," the Xianjiao said. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes froze there. It seemed that they could hear the sound of their own heartbeats, beating non-stop. "Is this true?" After a long time, one person asked, his voice trembling slightly. "Brahma Emperor," it turned out to be Brahma Emperor. Of course, they had heard the name of this ancient emperor. Brahma Emperor, some people called him the Immortal Emperor, some people called him the Demon Emperor, and some people called him the Demon Emperor. There are many legends about Brahma Emperor, and even rumors that his original form is a demon beast. However, there has never been any accurate historical data in ancient books to truly confirm that Brahma Emperor is a demon emperor. This has been a mystery from ancient times to the present. Although Brahma Emperor did not unify the immortal realm, he had killed several super powerful immortal emperors in succession during his peak period, and was able to seize their power, and it was stronger than the previous immortal emperors. For this reason, the entire immortal realm trembled. Later, he was besieged by the immortal realm and was not tolerated by the entire immortal realm. He was frantically hunted down, and finally intercepted Brahma Emperor at the immortal realm's immortal peak. In that battle, 8 top immortal emperors joined forces to kill Brahma Emperor. This battle shocked the world and made ghosts and gods cry. In this battle, all 8 immortal emperors fell, and none of them remained. Brahma Emperor disappeared from then on, as if he had never appeared in the immortal realm. No one knew where he went. It is still a mystery to this day. This immortal realm emperor who shocked the ancient and modern times just disappeared, taking his amazing and unique skills, the great Brahma heavenly skill. No one knows what secrets this set of skills has. It is only known that after killing several immortal realm emperors, Brahma Emperor used their unique skills and made them stronger. It was truly earth-shattering. The attribute power of each strong man is different, but he can practice the other party's unique skills to a terrifying degree. The skills practiced by Brahma Emperor are mysterious and creative, as if they are unprecedented. But with the disappearance of Brahma Emperor, the amazing skill he practiced, Brahma Gong, also disappeared, and this amazing unique skill was lost. Now in the ancient Emperor city, some people say that Mingxian is the remains of Brahma Emperor. How can it not make the Xianjiao tremble in their hearts? The Jedi Mingxian has the remains of Brahma Emperor? Then even if you know it is a Jedi, I am afraid you will have to go there. Of course it's true. This news has spread, and many people know it, so there's no need for me to hide it. Otherwise, if I was the only one who got the news, I wouldn't tell you. The proud man said, and as soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him, which made him stare blankly at the suffocating face in front of him. Nan Wang Yangxi. The proud man whispered, and it was Nan Wang Yangxi who appeared in front of him. Where did this news come from? Has it been confirmed that it is the remains of Emperor Brahma? Nan Wang Yangxi asked. Obviously, no one would not be tempted by the remains of such an amazing ancient emperor. From ancient times to the present, the fairyland has gone through countless years. In this endless river of history, only the few ancient emperors can be remembered. Each of them is enough to move people's hearts, not to mention that Emperor Brahma himself is full of mystery and legend. I don't know where this news came from, but it has gradually spread. I feel as if someone spread the news intentionally. As for whether it has been confirmed, it is even more uncertain. Mingxian is a Jedi. I have never set foot there and have not actually seen the remains of Emperor Brahma. Who dares to confirm it? The man responded, causing Nanhuang Yangxi's beautiful eyes to flicker. It seems that whether this matter is true or not still needs to be verified. With a flash of her figure, Nanhuang Yangxi returned to her original place, which made the proud person feel a little lost. He sniffed hard, as if he was still reluctant to part with a faint fragrance. Being so close to the peerless beauty Nanhuang Yangxi was really refreshing. The news of Emperor Brahma quickly spread among the crowd. Some proud people even threatened to form an alliance and go to the Jedi Mingxian to find out. Since there were such rumors, they must not miss it. After a while, a strong momentum was spreading in the distance. Many people looked into the distance and saw a group of strong people coming in a mighty manner above the void. There were more than 100 proud people, and the lineup was spectacular. The 2 people in the lead were extremely handsome. They were the new peerless proud people of the Shuangjiao League, Zuanyang and Xiao Lengaiyu. They appeared at the same time. At a glance, outside the Xiao clan in front, the word Xiao clan was replaced by Qin clan, and on the ground, there were many Xianjiao figures lying there. Some fainted, and some were too seriously injured to move. Seeing this scene, Zhuanyang and Xiao Lengaiyu's faces turned pale and they said, "Take them back to recuperate first." In the back, several Xianjiao immediately stepped forward, lifted up the bodies of Tenlang and others, and took them away. Their disciples of the Shuangjiao League were seriously injured here, lying on the ground without anyone paying attention, which was a shame. "Get out!" Zhuanyang shouted loudly, shaking the world, and rushed madly towards the Xiao clan. The terrible sound waves swept across the void, and everyone could feel the murderous aura on Zhuanyang. Qin Wentian. Xiao Lengaiyu's beautiful face looked extremely cold at the moment, revealing a cold murderous aura. She almost died in a battle in the past, and it was Emperor Xiao's immortal thoughts that appeared and took her away from the battlefield, saving her life. This had already made her lose face in the ancient Emperor city. Now Qin Wentian, with only 5 people, came to her old Xiao clan site, injured her old Xiao clan generals, and threw her outside. It was a great shame. In the Xiao clan, a figure rose up and floated in the air. It was Qin Wentian. Beside him, Kinger's figure appeared there, stunning and unparalleled, as pure and flawless as a snow lotus. Many people looked at Kinger, then looked at Xiao Lengaiyu and Nanhuang Yangxi. Today, the three beauties of the ancient emperor city gathered here, which was really a feast for the eyes. Each of them had a different temperament of beauty. Nanhuang Yangxi was also looking at Qin Wentian and Kinger. This Qin Wentian seemed familiar. She had seen him once when she went to the imperial palace that day, but she didn't pay much attention to it at that time. She didn't expect that he was the one who practiced the hand of God. At that time, he seemed to be following behind Xiao Lengaiyu and was not conspicuous. She didn't expect that he would cause such a sensation so soon. Chapter 931, Strong Confrontation. In the void beside Qin Wentian and Kinger, Hua Takesu, Zi Qingxun and Jun Mengchen appeared one by one and looked at the newcomers. Jun Mengchen said, "What's the matter? These old generals of the Xiao clan are not good enough. Are the Shuangjiao alliance going to mobilize the entire sect to deal with the five of us from the Qin clan? Qin Wentian, you are too presumptuous." Xiao Lengaiyu's face was full of frost. She had wanted to get the hand of God from Qin Wentian before, and even used the beauty trap. Now seeing Kinger beside Qin Wentian, she understood that she was probably a joke in the eyes of the other party from the beginning to the end. Qin Wentian had never had any thoughts about her. He and Kinger, the daughter of Emperor Changqing, were a couple. "You are allowed to deal with my junior brother and sister, but I am not allowed to touch anyone from your Xiao sect." Qin Wentian looked at Xiao Lengaiyu with the same cold expression, and said, "Besides, there are 5 of us fighting against more than 10 strong men from your Xiao sect. It is fair and square. I am inferior to them in skills, so what can I say? Isn't this the rule of the competition among the geniuses in the ancient emperor city? Xiao Lengaiyu, you sent all the geniuses to deal with my junior brother and sister. I overestimated you. It turns out that you, a beauty ranked 6th on the immortal list, are so unbearable." "Shut up." The terrible coldness of Xiao Lengaiyu burst out, and she said, "Before, you entered my Xiao sect pitifully, and I, the Xiao sect, protected your safety, but I didn't expect you to be such a villain. You have been using me, and you immediately showed your villain face after taking the hand of God. I, Xiao Lengaiyu, am really blind. You are so shameless." Zi Qingxun couldn't listen anymore. Xiao Lengaiyu was unwilling to accept the previous painful lesson, and now she is still comforting herself. There is no need to argue about right and wrong, it's meaningless. Qin Wentian took a step and said, "Xiao Lengaiyu, you and I have not been mortal enemies before. If you still have some backbone, fight me alone to settle the grudge. Do you think it is necessary for us to fight you alone?" Zhuan Yang had a strong murderous intent. Because of Xuanzing's death, he and Qin Wentian had become mortal enemies. He would never let Qin Wentian go. If there was a chance, he would kill him. "You want to get the entire Shuangjiao League to fight together?" Qin Wentian glanced at Zhuan Yang and sneered, "How ridiculous. Do you think I will play with you in such a battle? If I want to leave, Kinger has her own space fairy treasure. Who can stop us? I will wait for you to come to the Xiaomen. Zhuan Yang, you and Xiao Lengaiyu are also strong men on the ascension list. If you are still a man, you too, fight with me too." Everyone was secretly shocked when they heard Qin Wentian's words. They thought of Kinger's identity and the power she was good at, and they couldn't help but secretly thought that Qin Wentian and his men were waiting here to be prepared. Indeed, if the Shuangjiao League wanted to join forces to deal with the 5 of them, then Qin Wentian really didn't need to face them, and he might as well leave directly. The entire Shuangjiao League had more than 100 Xianjiao, and there were even quite a few on the ascension list. How could Qin Wentian and his 5 men fight? Qin Wentian was waiting here to settle the dispute between Zhuan Yang, Xiao Lengaiyu and the other 2. He, Kinger, and Xiao Lengaiyu fought against Zhuan Yang, 2 against 2, in a fair fight. All the eyes of the Xianjiao fell on Zhuan Yang. If he did not respond to this battle and continued to choose to besiege, then it would be meaningless for Qin Wentian to leave directly, and Zhuan Yang would probably be criticized. After all, he and Xiao Lengaiyu were ranked 4th and 6th on the ascension list, and Kinger was only 5th. Lower than Zhuan Yang. As for Qin Wentian, he was only the 100th seed on the ascension list for the time being. Even if it was a 2-on-2 battle, it seemed that he and Xiao Lengaiyu had an absolute advantage, and there was no need to be afraid of fighting. Qin Wentian seemed to have made a challenge request that Zuan could not refuse. He wanted to avenge Zhu Yixing, so he fought with his strength and killed Qin Wentian by himself, without borrowing immortal weapons. It was a fair fight. If he sacrificed immortal weapons again like last time, Qin Wentian would fight hard, and it would probably be another outcome of both sides being injured, and Kinger would be able to take him away. Zhuan Yang looked at Xiao Lengaiyu. In the last battle, Xiao Lengaiyu fought against Kinger, and she was defeated. This time, she had Zhuan Yang, who ranked higher than Kinger on the immortal ranking, and the opponent was Qin Wentian, who had only improved his cultivation by 1 realm. On the surface, the possibility of their victory was indeed very high. Even if Qin Wentian had entered the 8th level of the celestial phenomenon, he was still far behind them. The only advantage Qin Wentian had was Emperor Yi's unique skill, the Hand of God. Xiao Lengaiyu nodded at Zhuan Yang, and the two of them turned their eyes and looked at Qin Wentian and Kinger. They stepped out one after another and walked towards the battlefield to welcome their battle. Qin Wentian saw this scene, and he and Kinger walked forward. The 4 great celestial arrogances stood in the void, revealing an indomitable power. Any one of them was a brilliant and extraordinary celestial arrogance. I will deal with Kinger. You kill Qin Wentian for me, don't show mercy. Zhuan Yang sent a message to Xiao Lengaiyu. He ranked 4th on the immortal ranking, above Kinger, and Xiao Lengaiyu was defeated by Kinger last time. In this battle, he chose to deal with Kinger and let Xiao Lengaiyu face Qin Wentian. Understood. Xiao Lengaiyu responded. From the positions of the 4 people, everyone actually understood Zhuan Yang and Xiao Lengaiyu's ideas. With the strong against the weak, the higher-ranked Zhuan Yang fought Kinger, and Xiao Lengaiyu should be able to defeat Qin Wentian. In this way, both of them have advantages, and the outcome of the battle is self-evident. The 4 people burst out their own tyrannical momentum in the strongest starry sky. Seeing Zhuan Yang's starry sky, the ancient mirror starry sky across the sky, people feel that Zhuan Yang is already invincible. His Xiangsu and mirror technique can rebound attacks and is simply unbeatable. All the Xianjiao around were watching this duel seriously, including Nanhong Yangxi. The 3 people ranked behind her were all there, and it was a melee. Such a battle was not something that could be seen at any time, but it was an extremely rare battle. Princess Kinger's astrology seems to be extremely powerful. That spatial astrology map seems to contain all kinds of spatial power. The powerful spatial power wrapped Princess Kinger in it, sacred and inviolable. The Hand of God appeared. At this time, everyone saw the Hand of God again. A brilliant light flowed on Qin Wentian's palm. Soon his palm began to transform and turned into a majestic Hand of God, like a real divine palm. Behind Qin Wentian, the wings of Fengpeng flashed. On his huge body, the light of immortals and demons flowed, and there was a terrible blood power flowing. Boom! Xiao Lengaiyu made a move. Her palm slapped out, and in an instant, a force that froze the void swept out. A large area of space above the sky was instantly frozen, as if it was going to freeze Qin Wentian and Kinger's bodies in an instant. Kinger blasted out a golden fist of void light, tearing everything apart, crushing the frozen power directly. A terrifying spear appeared in Qin Wentian's divine hand. When the spear stabbed out, an invisible terrifying force was like an unknown power storm, directly destroying everything. Zhuan Yang made a move. He held the spear in his hand and stabbed directly at Kinger's body, as fast as lightning. The light in the stars strangled out crazily, forcing Kinger to fight him. Xiao Lengaiyu also attacked Qin Wentian. She stepped on the ground and pointed the frozen tribulation finger directly at Qin Wentian. In an instant, Qin Wentian felt cold all over, and a freezing force was about to penetrate his body. Kinger's slender jade fingers blasted at Zhuan Yang's spear, as if there were golden swords that cut through the void and broke through the air, destroying all the attacks in front. Qin Wentian's spear still stabbed straight out. The spear blooming with a divine hand contained amazing power. The freezing force in front was shattered crazily. Xiao Lengaiyu clearly felt an overwhelming force pressing towards her. Hand of God, Nanhong Yangxi's beautiful eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian's attack. The attack unleashed by the Hand of God was simply astonishing. Coupled with Qin Wentian's own spear skills, his attack truly reached the level of a genius at the peak of the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon. If he stepped into the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon and used the Hand of God to attack again in the future, it would be even more terrifying. Xiao Lengaiyu's fingers came out at the same time, and in an instant, a freezing force froze the spear directly, and even wanted to freeze Qin Wentian's divine hand. There was an amazing force directly covering Qin Wentian's body. In just a brief moment, half of Qin Wentian's body seemed to be covered by the freezing force, and his body was about to be frozen to death. The freezing rule power that Xiao Lengaiyu comprehended, the power of the immortal, although it is only in its infancy, is enough to kill people in the celestial realm. Nan Huang Yangxi saw this scene and said inwardly, if Qin Wentian's attack power was only strong to a certain extent, he could compete with Xiao Lengaiyu with his attack, but he could not resist the erosion of the opponent's rule power attack. There was a hint of coldness in Xiao Lengaiyu's beautiful eyes, and that pair of eyes seemed to penetrate Qin Wentian. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian trembled all over, and a supreme power bloomed from him. The frost covering his body was shattered in an instant, and the divine hand continued to attack, with endless killing light, as if to kill Xiao Lengaiyu with one blow. How could it be that he also comprehended it? A strange color flashed in Xiao Lengaiyu's beautiful eyes, as if she was very surprised and shocked. She knew how difficult it was to comprehend that kind of power. It was difficult to touch this kind of power without reaching the extreme of the celestial realm. How could she comprehend it if she could not touch it in the dark? However, just now, there was clearly a strong momentum bursting out from Qin Wentian. What else could it be if not that kind of power? Qin Wentian, his cultivation level was only the 8th level of the celestial realm. He should not be exposed to this kind of power. It did not belong to Qin Wentian. Try again. A cold light flashed in Xiao Lengaiyu's beautiful eyes. Seeing the spear coming, her body was directly frozen and turned into an ice sculpture. On the ice sculpture flowed a wisp of wonderful rule power, which was very scary. Puff! The gorgeous spear came and penetrated directly, and the ice sculpture shattered rapidly. Xiao Lengaiyu's beautiful eyes changed. This test was able to confirm her guess that Qin Wentian had indeed comprehended that kind of power. P.S. It's the end of the month, please vote for next month. Chapter 932, Strong Defeat. Xiao Lengaiyu was knocked back, and Qin Wentian's wings flickered behind him, approaching him like golden lightning. Kill! Qin Wentian fired another shot, but at this time, a white light flashed, and an ancient mirror appeared. Qin Wentian's spear hit it directly, and the ancient mirror shattered instantly, but there was a recoil force that made Qin Wentian's palm tremble slightly, and the power of this shot was also removed. It was Xuanyang who was fighting next to him who fired a shot towards this side. How could Xiao Lengaiyu miss this opportunity? She cried out at the moment when the power of Qin Wentian's spear was removed, and her long hair fluttered, as if her own body was covered with frost. A rumbling sound came out, and the whole world froze. Xiao Lengaiyu punched out with both fists, and the ice sculptures in the void exploded crazily. If an ordinary genius were to withstand such a terrible blow, I'm afraid his body would disintegrate. The outcome of a battle between such strong men is a matter of a thought. Qin Wentian was blocked by Xuanyang and the force rebounded, allowing Xiao Lengaiyu to seize such an opportunity to attack. His body was instantly frozen, and his internal organs seemed to be frozen to death. When Xiao Lengaiyu punched out, he felt that his body was about to turn into endless particle fragments, which was very scary. The flowing rune light on Qin Wentian's body was released to the extreme, and an indestructible force suppressed it. The stars in the sky bloomed with dazzling light. His divine hand moved again, and when Xiao Lengaiyu attacked again, he fired a shot. This shot destroyed everything. The ice that froze everything was shattered wherever it passed. The two forces madly met and collided in the void. Go! The spear in Qin Wentian's palm seemed to surge, and the shot was shocking, destroying everything in front of him. The spear even flew out of his hand. Xiao Lengaiyu whispered madly. This annihilation force, with her body as the center, continued to freeze the void. If someone was around her, they would be frozen to death immediately. But at this moment, there was a person who was wrapped in the power of space and shuttled directly in, as if he had descended in an instant. The destructive fist of space tore apart everything, causing Xiao Lengaiyu, who was resisting Qin Wentian's attack, to suddenly change her expression. Buzz! Xuanyang discovered this scene and turned to chase after him, but saw Qin Wentian also turned around and slashed at Xuanyang with a star-picking palm print that covered the sky and the sun. This palm print had the power to destroy everything and wipe out all the obstacles in front. Xuanyang shouted loudly, and the entire void appeared with mysterious ancient mirrors. The Xiangsuan mirror technique blossomed to the extreme. Qin Wentian's attack directly hit the Xiangsuan realm technique, and the terrible power bounded back, shaking Qin Wentian's palm slightly, but he saw Zhuan Yang's spear burst out from behind the ancient mirror. Awesome! No wonder Zhuan Yang is ranked 4th on the Immortal Ascension list. He is not just a name. His mysterious mirror technique is too difficult to break. Zhuan Yang's attack power is not that strong, but with the magic of the mysterious mirror technique, others attacking him is like attacking himself. Only those with much stronger attack power than him can directly shatter his mysterious mirror technique. Obviously, Qin Wentian cannot do this now, so Zhuan Yang is invincible. Everyone thought to themselves when they saw the battle in the void that it was very difficult to defeat Zhuan Yang. But this battle was not a one-on-one decisive battle, but a two-person battle. Qin Wentian also understood that Zhuan Yang's mysterious mirror technique was so strong that it was difficult to break him. He was seen flashing and retreating like a real Feng Pen. A powerful void map appeared, spinning wildly. Qinger replaced Qin Wentian's position. Zhuan Yang's spear pierced directly into the space map, as if he had fallen into it and was sucked in. Qin Wentian and Qinger seemed to have completed the alternation perfectly. Qinger blocked Zhuan Yang's attack, but Qin Wentian raised his hand like a gust of wind and slapped Xiao Lengaiyu. Xiao Lengaiyu wanted to bypass Qin Wentian and join Qinger and Zhuan Yang, but was interrupted by this palm. He and Zhuan Yang seemed to be completely isolated by Qinger and Qin Wentian in the middle, unable to respond. Princess Qinger and Qin Wentian are not at a disadvantage against Zhuan Yang and Xiao Lengaiyu. If they really win this duel, the Shuangjiao alliance will lose face. The people watching the battle thought in their hearts. The current Shuangjiao alliance is an alliance between the Shuangjiao alliance and the Xiao clan in the past. The Shuangjiao were Zhuan Yang and Xiao Lengaiyu. If they lost, the Shuangjiao alliance, which dared to claim to be the first sect in the ancient emperor city, would lose face. The crowd saw that the four people were fighting fiercely. Qin Wentian and Xiao Lengaiyu were attacking each other, but Princess Qinger was more focused on resolving Zhuan Yang's attacks. Because Zhuan Yang's Xiangsuan mirror technique was difficult to break, she could not break it for a while, so she took a defensive approach, sometimes dislocated with Qin Wentian, and suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Lengaiyu to catch Xiao Lengaiyu off guard. Princess Qinger used the advantage of special power to the extreme. Qin Wentian was also faster than Xiao Lengaiyu. As the battle continued, Xiao Lengaiyu's situation seemed to be getting worse and worse. Qin Wentian, you are so despicable. As a man, you still rely on women to help you fight. Xiao Lengaiyu spoke coldly. She tried her best, but still couldn't break the god's hand and defeat Qin Wentian. She had already developed a trace of impatience and deliberately provoked Qin Wentian with the words, trying to provoke Qin Wentian's temper. But Xiao Lengaiyu only saw Qin Wentian sneer at her. That smile seemed to be mocking her. Qin Wentian spoke while attacking, saying, Xiao Lengaiyu, it's ridiculous that you are the 6th genius on the immortal ranking, but you only have this little strength. The next battle can end, let you see the true power of the god's hand. Qin Wentian's voice fell, and the crowd saw his palm blooming with thousands of feet of light, dazzling, and the endless runes were flowing madly. It was unknown how terrible that palm was, as if the power contained in it would burst out in an instant. Xiao Lengaiyu's eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian's palm. She saw that the runes flowing madly on the palm seemed to have turned into a terrible vortex, madly devouring endless power. The palm hung there, but it blew up a terrible storm of destruction. The power contained in it made Xiao Lengaiyu feel her heart trembling and beating. Your god's hand was shattered in the last battle. Once it blooms, it can't be used a second time. You are overdrawing the power of the god's hand. Xiao Lengaiyu stared at Qin Wentian. You guessed right. The hand of God can maintain a strong fighting state for a long time. I can take it back after the truce. Of course, the hand of God is known as the palm of the gods. It has another feature, which is that it can truly bloom the power of the gods. It is the real fighting hand of the gods. Qin Wentian said, and then he saw his figure flashing, raised his palm and went directly to kill Xiao Lengaiyu. At this moment, an extremely huge palm print of the god seemed to fall from the sky, with an invincible pressure, with the power to destroy everything and destroy everything. The pressure made Xiao Lengaiyu feel powerless. She let out a long and earth-shaking roar, and the endless freezing power seemed to rush out of her body, turning into ancient ice peaks and bombarding the palm print that killed everything in front. There was only a rumbling sound, and everything was about to be shattered and destroyed, and it was as fast as a burst of light, and that light destroyed everything. Boom! With a loud noise, the void where Xiao Lengaiyu stood made a terrible collision. Then the crowd saw a huge deep pit appearing on the ground, as if a figure was smashed into it. The Xianjiao were stunned, looking at the deep pit. Even Qinger and Zuanniang stopped fighting and looked over there. The ground was frozen, as if it was a deep pit of ice and snow, and the coldness was pervasive. After a moment, a cough was heard, and then in the deep pit, a figure climbed out with difficulty, and blood kept dripping from his mouth. Xiao Lengaiyu raised her head and looked at Qin Wentian in the void. There was a desperate confusion in her eyes. After losing to Qinger, who ranked first last time, today, she was defeated by Qin Wentian. This was the person she introduced to Xiaoman. She wanted to use him to find her way to the Imperial Palace. She did find it, but Qin Wentian cultivated the God's Hand because of it, but she got nothing. Relying on the God's Hand, Qin Wentian defeated her half a year later. What a irony. Xiao Lengai lost to Qin Wentian. Everyone's expression was stern. Qin Wentian, who had obtained the Hand of God, was destined to rise strongly in the ancient Emperor city. The Hand of God on his palm became dim. Although it was still there, it no longer had the dazzling luster before. Zhuanyang's expression was cold, and his figure flashed, and he killed Qin Wentian directly. Without the Hand of God, how could Qin Wentian resist his attack? Even if he was the only one left, this battle was not over yet. However, Qinger's figure flashed and directly blocked Zuanyang. Her special power was strong and she could easily intercept Zuanyang. Although she could not break Zuanyang's Xiangsu and mirror technique, Zuanyang could not defeat her either. Watching the battle between the two, everyone felt that there seemed to be no difference between the 4th and 5th place on the immortal ranking. Zuanyang relied on the Xiangsu and mirror technique to be invincible, but his attack could not do anything to Qinger. Qin Wentian knew this before the battle. After all, he had fought with Zuanyang and knew Zuanyang's strengths and weaknesses. He walked forward slowly, but saw many strong men from the Shuangjiao League in the distance walking towards this side, and their momentum became violent for a while. Why, you can't afford to lose. Qin Wentian swept his eyes over the crowd and spoke coldly, causing them to stop and look at Qin Wentian coldly. Many people went to the air below to take care of Xiao Lengaiyu. What happened? At this moment, a voice came down from the sky, and then a figure stepped into the air above the void. This person was extremely handsome, and had an indescribable temperament. Although the aura on his body was not overbearing and sharp, but just standing in the void, it was like a peerless figure descending. His calm voice seemed to have supreme majesty. Chapter 933, First on the Immortal Ranking. Everyone looked up at the person coming from the void, and their expressions were all condensed. It was him, he actually came. For a moment, it seemed that everyone looked up at the young man who fell from the sky, which made Qin Wentian show a touch of surprise. He must have thought that this person who came was an extraordinary person. Nanhuang Yangxi had never been treated like this. Qin Wentian could easily guess that there were probably only 2 people in the ancient Emperor city who could attract more attention than the beautiful Nanhuang Yangxi and Qinger. After all, Nanhuang Yangxi's ranking was terrifyingly high. In terms of temperament, although this person seemed to be calm and indifferent, the aura of looking down on others could be faintly felt from him. It seemed that who this person was about to be revealed. The descendant of the Purple Emperor, Zidaoang. Qin Wentian said in his heart. Zidaoang, ranked first on the Immortal Ascension list, the current #1 prodigy in the entire ancient Emperor city. In this case, looking at the peak level of the celestial phenomena in the entire fairyland, he is also one of the best peerless figures. Is Lengaiyu okay? Zidaoang glanced at the injured Xiao Lengaiyu on the ground, and then looked at Qin Wentian. Brother Daoang. Although Xiao Lengaiyu was injured, he still called out softly. This crisp voice seemed to be able to make people feel ecstatic, which made countless people speechless. This is the gap. Although they are both Xianjiao figures, there is still a huge gap. Xiao Lengaiyu has countless pursuers, but he has never been polite. When Zidaoang appeared, Xiao Lengaiyu called him so intimately, and his soft voice contained Brother Daoang. Those Xianjiao who pursued Xiao Lengaiyu couldn't help but feel discouraged. Such treatment made them feel cold, but when they looked up at Zidaoang, they could only sigh in their hearts. It's no wonder that Xiao Lengaiyu is like this. Just because of this person, he is Zidaoang. Even if he is a peerless beauty, if his status is not enough, he still doesn't have the qualifications to be friends with him. Are you okay? Zidaoang asked. Xiao Lengaiyu shook her head gently and said, Brother Daoang is in seclusion, how come you have time to walk around now? I heard about the news that there is Brahma Emperor in the Dark Mountain, So I came out for a walk. Zidaoyang said, and then he looked at Nanhuang Yangxi again, and smiled. Princess Yangxi, the descendant of the Nanhuang family and the descendant of the female emperor, is worthy of her reputation today. Do you also believe in the rumors about Brahma Emperor? Nanhuang Yangxi asked Zidaoyang. I do, because I know that someone has stepped into the dark mountain, and it has been a long time. I believe he will not die in it. Zidaoyang smiled and nodded, which made Nanhuang Yangxi show a strange look. Are you referring to him? There are not many people who can attract Zidaoyang's attention. There are probably only a few people in the entire ancient emperor city. Zidaoyang said that there is a person who has stepped into the dark mountain for a long time. Obviously, it is the person who has not appeared in the ancient emperor city for a long time. Hearing the conversation between the two, everyone's heart trembled, and they instantly guessed who they were referring to. Zidaoyang ranked first on the immortal ranking, and Nanhuang Yangxi ranked third on the immortal ranking. The person they were referring to was only the one between them, the famous ruthless man. I didn't expect that he had disappeared for so long and actually went to the Jedi Mingxian in the ancient emperor city. He was really ruthless. Who else is there besides him? He wants to defeat me and take my first place on the immortal ranking at all costs, and even stepped into the Mingxian to look for opportunities. He is really ruthless to himself. Now there is news that there may be the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor in the Mingxian. If he really gets it. Zidaoyang's eyes flashed with a sharpness. In this ancient emperor city, the only person who could make him feel a little afraid was probably that person. Qin Wentian and King had stepped into the Mingxian before, and it seemed that they didn't see any living people. From what Zidaoyang said, it seemed that the person was in the Mingxian. In this case, it was even possible that he passed through the Rune Mountain wall. What if the little bastard met him? Thinking of this, Qin Wentian couldn't help but get a little worried. The little bastard felt the power of the summoning. It must be because of his own fate that Qin Wentian let him go to Mingxian, but Qin Wentian was still a little worried about the little guy's safety. At this moment, Zidaoyang's eyes looked at Kinger behind Qin Wentian again, and smiled and called out, Sister Kinger. As soon as this was said, many people showed a touch of interest. Zhao Lengai called him Brother Daoyang, but Zidaoyang just called Lengai lightly. He called Nanhuang Yangxi Princess Yangxi, but called Princess Kinger Sister Kinger. These three completely different names, Lengai was familiar, Nanhuang Yangxi was polite, and Princess Kinger seemed a little close. As soon as he came, he communicated with the three peerless beauties of the ancient emperor city. This confidence was not something that others could have. After all, these three peerless beauties were all in the top 10 of the immortal ranking. But everyone saw that Princess Kinger seemed to have a look of displeasure on her face, and glanced at Zidaoyang coldly. Uncle Changqing often visits my home. He is as close to my father as a brother. Uncle treats my father as an elder brother. I have heard Uncle mention you for a long time, but I have never met you. Today, I met you in the ancient emperor city and recognized you at a glance. I am slightly older than you, and since we are of the same generation, it is not too much to call you sister. Sister Kinger, please don't be surprised. This is also the request that Uncle mentioned to me that day. If we meet again, remember to take care of you. However, with Sister Kinger's strength, I probably don't need to take care of her. Zidaoyang said with a smile. If others called Princess Kinger like this, they might think that they were deliberately getting close to her or taking advantage of her. However, when Zidaoyang said this, they felt it was very normal. As for the complicated relationships between the immortal emperors, these younger generations were not very clear, but the Purple Emperor was one of the most powerful immortal emperors in the immortal domain, and there were several immortal emperors following him. It was not strange for the great Emperor Changqing to call him brother. Just call me by my name, Kinger said coldly. Zidaoyang glanced at her, then nodded with a smile and said, Okay, if you leave the ancient emperor city in the future, Kinger, come to my house with your uncle when you have time. Kinger did not respond. Zidaoyang looked at Qin Wentian and Zhuan Yang again. He first said to Zhuan Yang, we are all acquaintances. There is no need to fight like this. Zhuan Yang, stop fighting. Give me face and take Ling Yu and your people from the Shuangjiao League away. Zhuan Yang's expression froze, which was a little unpleasant. Zidaoyang seemed to intentionally reveal the close relationship between him and Kinger. In this way, wouldn't he let Zhuan Yang give up revenge for Xuanzing from now on? What? Zidaoyang frowned when he saw Zhuan Yang's gloomy face. Since you have spoken, I can give up this battle, but Qin Wentian injured the old general of Xiao clan and seriously injured Ling Yu. Is it just like that? Zhuanyang looked up at Zidaoyang and said. Although Zhuanyang ranked 4th on the immortal ranking in the ancient emperor city and was famous, there were not many people who could suppress him. But when Zidaoyang spoke, he still had to give face. Whether it was his own strength or his identity and background, there was a big gap between him and Zidaoyang. Although many people in the ancient emperor city were descendants of emperors, there were also strong and weak emperors, even the immortal emperors. Zidaoyang's father, Zidi, was a super powerful emperor of the immortal realm, with immortal emperors under his seat, much stronger than Zhuanyang's father, Zhuandi. Similarly, this was also the reason why Emperor Xiao's immortal thoughts appeared that day, but he did not dare to humiliate Qinger. Qinger had Emperor Changqing and Emperor Ji behind her, both of whom were stronger than Emperor Xiao. No matter who won or lost in the competition between the younger generations, the elders should not intervene. If Emperor Xiao intervened to humiliate Qinger, then once Emperor Changqing and Emperor Ji knew about it, they would probably not like Emperor Xiao. Zidaoyang looked at Qin Wentian after hearing Zhuanyang's words and said, "What Zhuanyang said makes sense. You seriously injured Leng Gaiu, so I'll ask Zhuanyang to stop fighting and you apologize to Leng Gaiu. How about that?" Qin Wentian looked at Zidaoyang, the peerless genius who ranked 1st on the immortal ascension list. At this moment, he still didn't understand why the other party appeared here. He seemed to be a peacemaker, as if he wanted everyone to give him face. Was it just to show off himself? With Zidaoyang's status, he didn't need to do that. Qin Wentian looked indifferent. He did not like Zidaoyang. Although he said Sister Qinger openly, it still made Qin Wentian unhappy. In addition, what right did he have to ask Zhuanyang to stop fighting and apologize? Zhuanyang and Qin Wentian were enemies. He defeated Xiao Leng Gaiu because the other party attacked him. Zidaoyang interfered. To put it bluntly, he was just relying on his own strength to suppress others. If it was someone else, would Zhuanyang compromise? Why should I apologize? Qin Wentian looked up at Zidaoyang. Everyone's pupils shrank slightly. The person in front of Qin Wentian was Zidaoyang, the number 1 on the ascension list. Even Zhuanyang had to compromise in front of him. Qin Wentian asked why? Everyone knew that it was of course relying on strong strength. You ask me why. Zidaoyang smiled and said, although you have obtained the divine hand of the ancient emperor, and defeated Leng Yu with it, even if you have reached the 9th level of the celestial phenomena, you are not good enough in front of me. Haha. Qin Wentian sneered. I said, in the battle at the ancient emperor's city, how can the winner apologize? If you want to suppress me, just say it directly. Why bother to beat around the bush and talk here? To put it bluntly, everyone here looks up to Zidaoyang. He communicated with the 3 stunning beauties as soon as he arrived, which was nothing more than relying on his own status and strength. I have entered the 9th level of the celestial phenomena. There is no point in arguing about who is stronger and who is weaker. But you want me to put down my face and apologize with just one sentence from you. You think too highly of yourself. Qin Wentian said lightly. Zidaoyang did not get angry when he heard Qin Wentian's words. He looked at him calmly. His eyes gradually became sharper. At this time, Qinger walked to Qin Wentian's side and stared at Zidaoyang in the void with him. Qinger, is he your friend? Zidaoyang looked at Qinger and asked. Qinger looked cold and looked at Zidaoyang without responding. Zidaoyang didn't seem to mind and smiled and said, in that case, I won't embarrass him. As he said that, his expression softened again and he looked at Zhuanyang and said, Zhuanyang, this matter ends here. Uncle Changqing once asked me to take care of Qinger. You heard what I said before. Don't come to cause trouble again in the future. Chapter 934, Nanhuang Yangxi joins. Zhuanyang's expression became more and more ugly, his eyes staring at Zidaoyang in the void. Zidaoyang's tone was relaxed, as if he was just talking about a trivial matter, but didn't he know what this meant to him? Xuanzing was killed in public by Qin Wentian, and the Shuangjiao League was humiliated. This hatred could be described as a life and death feud. Zidaoyang said that he should not come to make trouble in the future. It was so easy for him to say it. Zidaoyang didn't care about Xuanyang's feelings at all. There was absolute arrogance in such a light and indifferent word. Even though Xuanyang was the 4th strongest person on the ascension list, he was not taken seriously by Zidaoyang. Hate, in Xuanyang's heart, he had already developed hatred for Zidaoyang. If there was a chance, He would definitely wash away this shame. Zidao Yang certainly understood that Zhuan Yang would hate him for doing this, but he ignored it and didn't consider it at all. He didn't care. Zidao Yang, is the descendant of the Purple Emperor. The Purple Emperor once said that the people of the Zhuan Emperor, relying on the Xiangsu and mirror technique, have super strong defense, but it is difficult for them to become great, and they can never be compared with those emperors who are famous all over the world. Zhuan Yang, as the descendant of the Zhuan Emperor, relies on his Xiangsu and mirror technique to face some people with stronger attacks than him and can be invincible, but Zidao Yang doesn't care about him. Of course, only the existence of the Purple Emperor dares to say this about the Zhuan Emperor. Only a genius like Zidao Yang cannot care about Zhuan Yang. If they are ranked lower on the ascension list, facing the powerful Xiangsu and mirror technique of Zhuan Yang, they can only look up. They stand at different angles, and the scenery they see is naturally different. Seeing Zhuan Yang's silence, the people around could all feel the humiliation in Zhuan Yang's heart. Zhuan Yang smiled and said, "Okay, since Zidao Yang said so, I, Zhuan Yang, will not come here to cause trouble. I've heard that Senior ZD and Senior Changqing Immortal Emperor have a good relationship. I didn't expect them to be like brothers. I believe that Brother Z and Princess Kinger will have the opportunity to become a pair of peerless lovers in the future." As he spoke, Zhuan Yang took a step forward and walked towards the direction of the Twin Pride Alliance. When they heard Zhuan Yang's last sentence, everyone's eyes showed a hint of strangeness. It seemed that Zhuan Yang deliberately said such a sentence to provoke Qin Wentian and Zidao Yang. Sure enough, although Zidao Yang's expression did not change, a cold light obviously flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes. Qin Wentian didn't need to think about it. Everyone could see that Zidao Yang's appearance seemed to be intended to get closer to Princess Kinger. Although everyone didn't know what his purpose was, Zhuan Yang's words, plus Zidao Yang's previous request for Qin Wentian to apologize, were enough to make Qin Wentian hate Zidao Yang. The relationship between the two would definitely be very bad, and there might even be a conflict in the future. At that time, Qin Wentian would probably be miserable facing Zidao Yang without Zhuan Yang's action. "You still have the nerve to come and make trouble," Qin Wentian said sarcastically, and Zhuan Yang, who had his back to Qin Wentian, looked even colder. Although the battle today was not interrupted by Zidao Yang, everyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhuan Yang and Xiao Lengaiyu had been defeated. He and Kinger could not decide the winner, but Qin Wentian had already injured Xiao Lengaiyu. The two leaders of the Shuangjiao League after the alliance were defeated by the newly established Qin sect. "Brother Dao Yang." Xiao Lengaiyu looked up at Zidao Yang in the void. "Lengaiyu, you and I are acquainted. Kinger is the daughter of my uncle, the great Emperor Changqing. You should take this defeat as a lesson. Let's end this feud," Zidao Yang said to Xiao Lengaiyu. Although Xiao Lengaiyu was very disappointed, what else could she do after Zidao Yang said so? She could only nod. This matter ends here. The immortal domains Xianjiao came to the ancient emperor city to improve their strength. Some relics left by their ancestors are naturally our primary goal. Now there are rumors of the remains of the great Emperor Brahma in the underworld mountain. Everyone should prepare to go to the underworld mountain to try. Zidao Yang said calmly, "First, there is the appearance of the god's hand, and then there is news of the great Emperor Brahma. This is a great fortune. I am afraid there will be a strong storm later." Everyone's face was stern when they heard Zidao Yang's words. This is not wrong. The remains of ancestors occasionally appeared in the ancient emperor city in the past dynasties, and the Xianjiao would go there to train, but it was rare like now. The news of the two ancient emperors came out one after another, and the unique skills were born. If this is not a great fortune, what is it? This means that the proud people in the ancient emperor city now have their own luck, and perhaps they will encounter rare opportunities one after another. Kinger, this matter is over. I'll leave first. If you have anything in the future, you can come to me," Zidao Yang said to Kinger, and then he flashed and left the place directly, looking elegant. Kinger's face was cold. Seeing Qin Wentian's eyes turn to look at her, Kinger's beautiful eyes flashed with a ray of light, and she said crisply, "I don't know him." "Silly girl." Qin Wentian smiled, and then took Kinger's hand, as if to declare his sovereignty. This scene undoubtedly completely confirmed his relationship with Princess Kinger, the daughter of the Changqing Emperor. But everyone still didn't know what Zidao Yang meant. If Zidao Yang wanted to pursue Princess Kinger, then Qin Wentian would undoubtedly have an extremely terrible rival in love, who was superior to Qin Wentian in all aspects. Even if the Changqing Emperor was asked to choose, he would definitely choose Zidaoyang, the son of the Purple Emperor. Zhuanyang and Xiaolengaiyu stood together with the people of the Twin Pride Alliance. Zhuanyang said coldly, "Qin Wentian, you will always hide behind a woman." As he said that, he swung his sleeves and led the Twin Pride Alliance's Xianjiao to leave in a mighty manner with reluctance. A defeated general is still so arrogant, it's ridiculous. Qin Wentian said indifferently, which made Zhuanyang's momentum fluctuate as he turned and left, and he was very unhappy. This Zidaoyang is so arrogant. Who does he think he is? It's not pleasant to look at him. Qin Wentian walked up and cursed in a low voice, as if he was also holding his breath. Seeing Zidaoyang's attitude before, he was very unhappy. He hated that his strength was too weak in the ancient emperor city, otherwise he would definitely have a fierce battle with that arrogant guy. Number 1 on the ascension list, the son of the Purple Emperor. How can such a person not be arrogant? It's just that he is too arrogant. Zi Qingxun also spoke. Zidaoyang's words and deeds seemed to be that everyone should obey his orders when he was here. He asked Zhuanyang to stop and Qin Wentian to apologize. In the end, he didn't insist for Kinger's sake, as if they still owed him a favor. "Sister Qingxun, she has the same surname as you. Are you from the same family?" Qin Wentian joked, causing Zi Qingxun to glare at him fiercely. Although Zidaoyang is arrogant, it is rumored that his strength is indeed very strong. Although Zhuanyang ranks 4th on the ascension list, it seems that he is only 3 places away from Zidaoyang, who is the 1st on the ascension list, but the actual combat power is very different. Zhuanyang, he doesn't even have the courage to refute Zidaoyang. Hu Taixu said calmly. Confidence comes from strength. Those who dare to look down on everything must have the capital to be arrogant. Zidaoyang is just like this. You are right. If they really fight, Zhuanyang may not be able to withstand Zidaoyang's attack for a moment. The strength of the two is not at the same level at all. This means that if Zidaoyang attacks you, he can easily destroy the 5 of you. A voice came, which was very impolite. When Qin Wentian looked at the person who came, he did not doubt the other party's words. It was only because the person who said this was Nan Wang Yangxi, who was ranked 3rd on the ascension list. With her ranking, she must have some understanding of Zidaoyang's strength and was qualified to make an evaluation. So what? When senior brother Qin enters the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon, he can still defeat him with a god's hand. Qin Wentian said unconvinced. How can it be that easy? Nan Wang Yangxi said lightly. Zidaoyang said that Qin Wentian would not be his opponent even if he entered the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon. Although the god's hand is powerful, it is not invincible. It depends on how much power you have comprehended. And the ruins of the ancient emperor city are not only the god's hand. Are you saying that Zidaoyang has also inherited the relics of the ancient emperor? Qin Wentian asked. Zidaoyang's own strength is terrifying enough. Zidi is one of the top emperors in the fairyland. The power of his practice is very strong. Don't think that you can dominate the same realm in the fairyland with the unique skill of God's hand. Nan Huang Yangxi continued. Besides, Zidaoyang said that the man has been in the Dark Mountain for a long time, and it is very likely that he has gained something. If he is really alive and in the Dark Mountain, his current strength is probably not weaker than Zidaoyang. Qin Wentian did not dare to underestimate the fairyland genius. The fairyland is too big. The genius of the ancient emperor city is only part of the fairyland. There are also many people who have come or have not come, and people above the realm of the fairy platform. From generation to generation, I don't know how many geniuses will be born. You come here. Zi Qingxun looked at Nan Huang Yangxi and asked. I will go to the Dark Mountain, but the Dark Mountain is known as the Jedi of the ancient emperor city. If you also want to go there, I want to go with you so that we can look after each other. How about I join your kin sect? Nan Huang Yangxi said, causing the eyes of the people around to tremble. Nan Huang Yangxi, she wants to join the Qin sect? Obviously, the previous battle between Kinger and Qin Wentian has been recognized by Nan Huang Yangxi. Facing the unknown struggle and crisis of the Dark Mountain, the Qin sect is undoubtedly a very good ally. Although there are few people, there are 2 top elites. No other force is more suitable than the Qin sect. Welcome. Qin Wentian nodded in agreement. The joining of Nan Huang Yangxi can instantly raise the newly built Qin sect to another level and become a truly important and powerful force in the ancient emperor city. Even if there are only 6 people, it is enough. He has no reason to refuse this. The crowd looked over here. Two stunning beauties, Nanho Yangxi, who ranked 3rd on the immortal ranking, and Princess Kinger, who ranked 5th, and Qin Wentian, who can defeat Xiao Lengaiu. This lineup is so strong. I want to join Qinmen too. At this moment, someone shouted. And me, I want to join Qinmen. One after another, the figures of geniuses stepped out. Now Qinmen has 2 stunning beauties, plus the previous battle. It won't take long for Qinmen to surpass Shuangjiao League in strength. Chapter 935 Gathering at Mingshan. Qin Wentian glanced at those Xianjiao and then smiled. Although Qinmen was founded not long ago, we will not recruit people casually. Everyone who joins Qinmen is a brother. Once you join, you are not allowed to withdraw, and you must absolutely obey my orders. Those who violate the order will never be forgiven. Are there any of you willing to join Qinmen? Zheng Mengzhen was about to speak when he saw Qin Wentian say what he wanted to say. He couldn't help but smile. Are you kidding? No one favored Qinmen when it was in crisis. Now that they have repelled this strong enemy, Qinmen's Qin Wentian and Princess Kinger have defeated Zuanniang and Xiao Lengaiu's joint efforts, and Nanhong Yangxi has joined. These people want to flock in? What's the point of recruiting so many people with different minds and ulterior motives? It's better not to. Everyone's expression froze, and someone asked, Brother Qin, why didn't I hear you mention these requirements when Nanhong Yangxi joined? Qin Wentian smiled and said, if you have a ranking, I have no objection. Even the top 10 on the immortal list is fine. I don't have any requirements. Looking at Qin Wentian's free and easy smile, the geniuses shook their heads helplessly. They could also understand what Qin Wentian was thinking. When ordinary geniuses joined the Qin sect, Qin Wentian and Nanhong Yangxi would usually bear the danger for them, but when they encountered benefits, they would think about sharing a piece of the pie. How could it be so cheap? Now, the Qin sect will be very popular for a period of time. Forget it, forget it. Now the ancient emperor city is not peaceful. Zidaoyang also said that there is a storm in the Dark Mountain and the ancient relics of Emperor Brahma have appeared. Everyone, do you want to form an alliance and prepare to explore the so-called Jedi Dark Mountain in the ancient emperor city together? Yes, the Dark Mountain is called the Jedi. Many people who have entered it cannot come out, but there has never been a large army going there. This time there is news about Emperor Brahma, and the storm will definitely sweep across the ancient emperor city. I don't believe that this Dark Mountain can trap the vast army of Xianjiao. People started to speak one after another, and seemed to be full of fighting spirit. Qin Wentian didn't say anything. Although he had entered the Dark Mountain, he only stayed there for a moment. He knew very little about the Dark Mountain and didn't even look at it carefully. If he presumptuously advised everyone not to go there, I'm afraid others would ridicule him for wanting to take the Qin sect to secretly seize the opportunity. Qin sect is just established and will not accept people for the time being. Please do as you please. Qin Wentian waved his hand and issued an order to expel the guests. Immediately, the Xianjiao left one after another. Nanhong Yangxi, there are only 6 of us in the Qin sect now, you can choose any place you want. Qin Wentian smiled at Nanhong Yangxi as he saw the crowd leave. Yes. Nanhong Yangxi nodded and asked, when are we going to leave? Since you have entered the Qin sect, I will not hide it from you. In fact, I just came out of the Dark Mountain not long ago. The Dark Mountain is a space of its own, like a big illusion, hidden in the Dark Mountain mountains that everyone thinks. When the real Dark Mountain appears, the terrain of the mountain changes, like the underworld. There is a strange power that can slowly absorb the power in the body of the martial life cultivator. It is difficult to stay in the Dark Mountain for a long time. Qin Wentian said to Nanhong Yangxi. Nanhong Yangxi's eyes showed strange colors and said, how did you get out? Kinger has a space magic weapon. Qin Wentian said. It seems that joining the Qin clan is the right choice for me. If so, there is nothing to worry about. Bring more meteorites and absorb the power of the stars at any time. In the previous battle, you swept the storage rings of the old generals of the Xiao clan, and the harvest was very rich. There will be no shortage of meteorites. Nanhong Yangxi smiled faintly. In this case, take a day off today and set off tomorrow. Since the news has spread, I am afraid that the Xianjiao of the ancient emperor city will flock to it. Qin Wentian was decisive. Kinger could come out, so he didn't have to worry too much about her safety. But now that the little guy is still in the Dark Mountain, he is a little worried. That person is also in the Dark Mountain. If he meets the little guy's combat power may not be comparable to that of the other party. That person is the second most powerful person on the ancient Emperor City immortal list. Okay. Nanhuang Yangxi nodded, and then everyone landed in the air below and returned to the training ground in their own courtyard to practice. Qin Wentian attaches great importance to time. The power of the god's hand used to defeat Xiao Lengaiyu has dissipated, and he must recast the god Yuan. The old side of Xiaomen and Qinmen is very quiet, especially when night falls, with only the sound of waterfalls on the green hills. In a courtyard, Nanhuang Yangxi stood with her hands behind her back, looking at the sky. As a princess of the Nanhuang clan, she was under great pressure. She could not forget the instructions of the Nanhuang Empress. The 33 Heavens fairyland had been peaceful for too long, and she didn't know when a shocking war would start. She must quickly improve her strength and grow up. As the queen of the Nanhuang, she must build a fairy platform within 100 years and become a fairy king within 10,000 years. The Nanhuang Empress once said that troubled times are great times. The emergence of troubled times means that many amazing people will appear, stir up trouble, and stir up the world. At such times, geniuses have always emerged, and countless geniuses compete in troubled times, which is also for the great times. Nanhuang Yangxi wondered, if this era of troubled times came, could she make a name for herself in the world of great struggle? Zidaoyang, Kinger, Qin Wentian, and that person, plus those who are not in the ancient Emperor City, are these people worse than Nanhuang Yangxi? Who? At this moment, Nanhuang Yangxi turned around and looked behind, but she saw only Qingshan, without any figure or any breath. This scene made Nanhuang Yangxi frown slightly, and a strange color flashed in her beautiful eyes. Her perception was extremely sharp, so there should be no mistakes. However, there was indeed no breath. Could it be that she was worried and felt it wrong? At the same time, in the other courtyard where Qin Wentian was practicing quietly in the training field. Kinger was sitting on a stone under the Qingshan waterfall in front of the training field, facing Qin Wentian who was practicing. Her crystal-clear beautiful eyes looked at Qin Wentian who was concentrating on practicing, but she seemed to have something on her mind, thinking about something. Although Kinger was not very experienced in the world, because of this, her mind was relatively simple, but she was also very sensitive, and she could feel things that others could not perceive. She felt vaguely that Zidaoyang's appearance today seemed to be really because of her, but she and Zidaoyang were strangers. What was Zidaoyang's purpose? A man like Zidaoyang would not lack beautiful women. Even Xiao Lengaiyu, he could easily get her if he used some means. Therefore, if he got close to someone, it would not be just because of beauty. Kinger thought of her father, the immortal Emperor Changqing. After looking at Qin Wentian, there was a hint of worry in her beautiful face. But seeing that Qin Wentian was completely unaware and completely immersed in cultivation, Kinger's face gradually softened and was no longer cold. Her watery eyes revealed a ray of warmth. The night seemed no longer cold. The air in the mountain seemed to still be misty in the early morning. The mountain should have been extremely quiet, but today there were suddenly many more figures, in groups of 3 or 5, stepping on the mountains and heading towards the depths of the mountains. These people were the Xianjiao of the ancient Emperor City who had received the news and were heading to Mingshan one after another. Although Mingshan was known as the Jedi of the ancient Emperor City, when there were many people would often become much bolder, especially Xianjiao figures, and no one would admit that they were timid. Therefore, since yesterday, people have been rushing here one after another. In the remains of the ancient great Emperor Yidi, the unique divine hand did appear, and it had been cultivated by Qin Wentian. Then, if the remains of the famous Brahma Emperor were discovered, would the lost great Brahma heavenly art reappear in the fairyland? If the great Brahma heavenly art appeared and was obtained and cultivated by them, even if they could not reach the achievements of the Brahma Emperor, they would be enough to become a giant figure. No one would think that they are bad enough to succeed, especially the geniuses of the ancient Emperor City. Qin Wentian and his party also stepped into the mountains. Qin Wentian, Kinger, Nanhuang Yangxi, Jun Mengchen, Zhikingxun, Hua Takesu, and the 6 people of the Qin sect came together. Wherever they passed, the rate of turning heads was the highest. Among the 6 people, there were 3 stunning beauties. Zhikingxun was already very beautiful, and Kinger and Nanhuang Yangxi were even better. How could such a lineup not attract attention? People who heard about the battle yesterday guessed their identities, but many people did not get the news, so they were thinking about who the 2 stunning beauties Nanhuang Yangxi and Kinger were. The 6 people were very fast. Qin Wentian already knew the way and soon came to the outskirts of Mingxian. Many geniuses of the ancient emperor city gathered here, and they formed alliances. It was rare to see a single person going to the ruins to grab treasures. It was very likely that a fight would occur. At that time, it was a competition of strength. Not forming an alliance was seeking death. Nanhuang Yangxi. Someone spoke up at this time, and many eyes turned to Qin Wentian and the other 6. Princess Kinger, the 2 peerless beauties ranked 3rd and 5th on the Immortal Ascension list are here. Someone else said, and these 6 people immediately became the focus of everyone. Interesting, the people from the Twin Pride Alliance are here too. The crowd looked in another direction, and there were Zhuan Yang and Xiao Lengaiyu. Xiao Lengaiyu's injuries seemed to have recovered in one day, and no one knew what kind of treasure he had taken. However, without Tan Lang, he would not be able to get up for a year or two. Nanhuang Yangxi and Princess Kinger have formed an alliance, and the Twin Pride Alliance has Zhuan Yang and Xiao Lengaiyu. Hey, it seems that we need to gather the others to form an alliance. One of the geniuses looked at another and said that the strength of these 2 alliances was somewhat amazing. Go in. Nanhuang Yangxi whispered. Qin Wentian nodded, and then they walked towards the dark mountain. Seeing this, the others hesitated for a moment, and then followed one after another. Nanhuang Yangxi and Princess Kinger had already stepped into the dark mountain, so how could they be timid? Soon, the Xianjiao army of the ancient emperor city marched to the depths of the dark mountain. When the dark mist flashed, the whole space was filled with a mysterious atmosphere, and then the real dark mountain appeared in front of everyone, with a hint of coldness. Chapter 936 The Mysterious Powerful Man. Mingxian Mountain. The Xianjiao immediately discovered that the real Mingxian Mountain was in front of them. They also felt the power in their bodies slowly fading away in a short period of time. Hu Taixu's eye of samsara appeared. He looked at this space that seemed like an illusion, as if he wanted to use his eyes to see through it. However, even with his eye of samsara, he could only see a cloud of fog. How could he understand the secret of Mingxian Mountain? Nanhuang Yangxi, you are here. At this time, a figure flashed and landed in front of Nanhuang Yangxi. The young man's eyes were full of demonic spirits. His forehead and nose were very straight, which was different from ordinary people and slightly weird. However, his eyes were extremely sharp. When he swept across the crowd, he revealed a trace of hostility. Demon spirit, this person is a demon. Qin Wentian seemed to feel that the other party's body was a demon. Ordinary people did not dare to get so close to Nanhuang Yangxi. Qin Wentian searched his memory and immediately thought of a person on the Ascension list. Zhang Peng, the 7th on the Ascension list, is a demon bird. What's the matter? Nanhuang Yangxi glanced at Zhang Peng and asked, what are you doing with these ordinary people? Follow me and venture into the dark mountain. Zhang Peng said to Nanhuang Yangxi, you and I are the most suitable to be together. The people around him showed interesting expressions, especially Zhang Peng, who actually said that Kinger and Qin Wentian were ordinary people. Could it be that he didn't know that Princess Kinger was ranked ahead of him, and Qin Wentian also defeated Xiao Lengaiyu, who was ranked before him? However, Zhang Peng has always been paranoid and arrogant, doing whatever he wants and looking down on everyone. Zhang Peng is a bird, a very ordinary bird. He praises Nanhuang Yangxi's noble bloodline, but he is ambitious and wants to kill the Sky Monarch Depeng and replace him. He has always believed that Nanhuang Yangxi's ancient phoenix bloodline is worthy of him and should be combined with him. Someone once joked that Zhang Peng was like a chicken trying to get a phoenix, and he really didn't know how high the sky was. However, the person who said this was brutally killed by Zhang Peng. Everyone dared only mock him in their hearts, but no one dared to underestimate Zhang Peng's strength. Get lost. Nanhuang Yangxi said coldly, looking at Zhang Peng with contempt. Zhang Peng was a bird monster, but he thought he was extremely noble all day long, which was disgusting. Zhang Peng, how could the princess of the Nanhuang family look down on you? You'd better come and form an alliance with me obediently, otherwise you will suffer losses without knowing why. Someone shouted not far away. The person who spoke was skinny and gave people a cold feeling. Some Xianjiao immediately recognized this person as the Bone Demon, ranked 8th on the immortal ranking. Next to the Bone Demon stood a woman with ordinary looks, but she had an extraordinary temperament and sharp eyes. She looked at Nanhuang Yangxi and Kinger. These two were not only peerless beauties, but also ranked high. Zhang Peng really didn't know how to live or die. He probably didn't know that group of people was not someone he could mess with. It seems that the Bone Demon and Su Ruxu have formed an alliance, And there is also Kunyu. What a strong lineup. The crowd was speechless when they saw the three people over there. Behind Suruksu stood a bald monk, Kunyu. These three people ranked 8th, 9th, and 10th on the Immortal Ascension list. They were all here. It seems that the news of the ruins of the Brahma Emperor has attracted everyone. The elites form an alliance with the elites, and the alliance of the rest of the geniuses can only rely on more people. Shut up. Zanpeng glanced at the bone demon coldly, and said to Nan Wang Yunzai, I was born extraordinary, and I am bound to become the Sky King of the Fairyland. Nan Wang Yunzai, you have the blood of the ancient phoenix, and we are a perfect match. The Xianjiao around wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. Zanpeng was paranoid by nature, and he completely inherited his father's will. This paranoia also made his father from an ordinary bird to a demon emperor. Few people dared to provoke him. He was a fair star in the fairyland and a legend. Monsters are different from humans. Ordinary people of human martial arts can continue to grow through hard work and opportunities, and their understanding may also increase with the encounters, but the talents of monsters are destined from birth. Divine birds are divine birds, and ordinary birds can still achieve nothing no matter how much they practice. Qin Wentian also felt a little strange, but he also secretly admired Zanpeng's confidence and paranoia. This kind of paranoia often achieves achievements that ordinary people cannot achieve. He believed from the bottom of his heart that Nan Wang Yunzai and him were a perfect match. I told you to get out. Nan Huang Yangxi's expression became even colder, and a chill spread from her body. This Zanpeng actually said in public that he and her were a perfect match. Nan Huang Yangxi, our union will surely become a good story. Zanpeng's paranoia was beyond Qin Wentian's imagination, and even made him a little disgusted, especially since Nan Huang Yangxi was a woman after all, and a woman of noble blood, and Zanpeng kept saying that he wanted to be with her. Boom. A terrible breath swept out, and Nan Huang Yangxi was really angry, which made Zanpeng's expression flash. Although he was paranoid, he also knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Nan Huang Yangxi, who was ranked 3rd on the Ascension list, so he could only say, since you haven't figured it out yet, you can slowly consider what I said. I'm leaving first. As he said that, Zanpeng's figure flashed and went forward. Nan Huang Yangxi's aura fluctuated and gradually converged, and there was still a cold light in his eyes. This person is really interesting. Zheng Mengchen whispered. His original form is a bird, and he's extremely paranoid by nature. This is his character. If I hadn't known that he was like this, I would never have spared him. Nan Huang Yangxi said coldly, which made Qin Wentian's eyes flash. He smiled and glanced at Nan Huang Yangxi beside him. I didn't expect that the cold and arrogant Princess Nan Huang is kind-hearted. Nan Huang Yangxi's beautiful eyes were stunned, and she looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. No one had ever said this to her. Perhaps it was because of her coldness and arrogance that strangers could not get close to her, and no one had ever really understood her. Let's go, many people have gone there. Qin Wentian looked into the distance, which was the blood-colored rune mountain wall. There was a figure standing there, and it was Zidaoang, who was the first on the immortal ranking. Buzz! I saw a figure rushing towards the mountain wall, and then it was blasted out in an instant. It was Zanpeng from before. His body fell to the ground, his face was ashen. This passage is impossible to pass. Zanpeng said, there must be other ways to go forward. Zidaoang didn't say anything, still staring at the front. He kept thinking, where is he now? If he passed this passage, how did he get through? Could it be that he relied on his extremely powerful and indestructible body to get through? Zidaoang thought to himself that the ruthless man might really dare to do so, at all costs. If you walk to the middle of such a blood-colored rune wall and can't bear it, it's probably a dead end. Ordinary people don't dare to break in. It's difficult to pass through with the power of one person, but it's easy with the power of many people. These blood-colored runes are actually a kind of magical power. Each of you comprehends one of them, and blooms with your will at the same time, and you can pass through. A long voice came from the crowd. Everyone looked around, but couldn't find who was talking, which made people feel weird. Could it be that there are other beings in the Dark Mountain? That is to say, if there is a person who comprehends all the runes on this mountain wall, he can step through it in an instant. Zidaoang said lightly, with a sharp look in his eyes. Did that ruthless person do it this way? However, this would waste a lot of time. The Dark Mountain can absorb the power in the human body. Unless you can fight it, this method is undoubtedly a stupid and inferior strategy. Yes, if you want to do this, No one will stop you. The cold voice came again, and Zidaoyang laughed heartily. Who are you, hiding your head and showing your tail? No one responded, and the voice fell on deaf ears. Zidaoyang turned his eyes and looked at everyone, saying, each of you choose a kind of rune power to comprehend. We can only gather the power of all the geniuses and resolve it in a short time. Okay. The geniuses nodded one after another. Fortunately, there were enough geniuses who stepped into the Dark Mountain this time, so comprehending these runes should not be a problem. Let's try to comprehend them too. Qin Wentian whispered. I really don't know how the little bastard got there. Qin Wentian closed his eyes, and his perception spread out, heading towards the blood-colored rune mountain wall. In an instant, many powers seemed to condense and form, rushing towards him. Qin Wentian's consciousness directly locked onto one of the powers and began to comprehend its true meaning. All the strong men closed their eyes to comprehend and guard their minds. Gradually, the runes on the bloody mountain wall gradually dimmed. The power of numbers is indeed strong. Half an hour later, the entire mountain wall seemed to be silent. Zidaoyang opened his eyes and then walked out to the front. Everyone followed closely and walked through this rune mountain wall passage. When Qin Wentian walked through the passage, his fingers touched the mountain wall and felt mysterious. Who made this? In front of him, there seemed to be a feeling of sudden enlightenment. The terrain seemed to be more vast. Everyone's eyes trembled and stared at the front. There seemed to be two completely different colors there. One of them was gray and cold, like the underworld, like a dark magic land, revealing a domineering aura. The color on the opposite side was completely opposite. The light shone into the sky, expelling all darkness, and the aura was pure and incomparable, like the aura of an emperor on earth. These two completely opposite auras existed against each other, and seemed to be confronting each other. They have been going on for countless years. Buzz! At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. This was a figure in gray clothes. He stood there casually, giving people a sense of arrogance. No, don't come in like this. A voice came out of his mouth. He opened his eyes and looked at everyone. It was a pair of empty eyes, like a dead person, but this look directly made people fall into it, as if the other party could kill them with just one look. Buzz! The wind blew, and the figure appeared directly in front of Zidaoyang. You violated the rules. Senior. Zidaoyang wanted to speak, but saw the other party stretched out his hand, and the movement was so fast that the eyes could not see clearly. Zidaoyang was picked up by the neck. This scene was terrifying and felt like breathing stopped. P.S. The mysterious old man was full of momentum, and an idea came into everyone's mind. He said coldly, come to the monthly ticket quickly. On the 1st, the minimum monthly ticket support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 937 The Ancient Emperor in the Coffin. Zidaoyang, the son of the Purple Emperor, ranked first on the immortal ranking. However, at this moment, he was being held in the air by the neck, as if the old man could take his life with just a thought. All the Xianjia were extremely nervous. The gray-clothed old man looked at Zidaoyang, and his empty pupils seemed to see through him. Boom! A violent wave suddenly swept out, and a voice came from Zidaoyang. Who are you? This is not Zidaoyang's voice. Everyone's face trembled. The Purple Emperor must be the Immortal Realm Emperor Z Emperor. The old man's eyes penetrated everything and he still stared at Zidaoyang. In his pupils, the figure of the Purple Emperor appeared. Who am I? Who are you? The gray-clothed old man still did not let go of Zidaoyang, and his voice was full of the vicissitudes of time. He forgot who he was and forgot everything. I am the Purple Emperor of the Immortal Realm. My son has come here to train. I hope you will show mercy. The Purple Emperor's voice came out again. The gray-clothed old man's eyes flashed, and he said lightly, Purple Emperor. You are quite powerful. Should I let your son go? He seemed to be talking to himself. A terrible aura burst out from Zidaoyang, but the gray-clothed old man had endless power in his palm. The whole space was extremely oppressive. He looked into Zidaoyang's eyes and said, Purple Emperor, are you resisting me? Well, since your son is here, I will let him go. As he said that, he swung his palm and threw Zidaoyang's body into the distance. Seeing this scene, the crowd was even more shocked. In front of the old man, let alone Zidaoang, even the purple emperor seemed to care nothing. Of course, it may also be that this mysterious old man has forgotten everything and knows nothing. However, such an existence has been staying here. Why? The mysterious old man's eyes swept over the Xianjiao again. His empty eyes seemed to penetrate the eyes of everyone at a glance, and he could see through everyone. Too bad, so many bad people, what's the point of coming here? The old man sighed, and everyone was speechless. These geniuses of the ancient emperor city were said to be too bad by this mysterious old man. What kind of people are geniuses in the eyes of this mysterious old man? Forget it, let it go. The mysterious old man sighed again, and then his body flew into the air, pointing to the place with pure imperial aura. His figure flashed and then disappeared directly. The crowd couldn't even see how he left. It was so fast that their sight couldn't keep up. What an old monster! Qin Wentian murmured, secretly relieved. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a terrible power coming from the sky. Qin Wentian's face froze, and he saw a palm coming from the sky and directly lifted him up. Wentian. Qin Wentian's expression changed and he said, "Senior, please show mercy. You are one of the few good people among these people. I won't kill you. You can go too." The palm was swung, and Qin Wentian's body flew directly forward and was thrown to the gray area. The palm disappeared directly, as if no one had ever been there. This kind of power made people close their mouths tightly and dare not say more. Let's go. Everyone continued to move forward, looking at the two-color aura that soared up to the sky. The completely different temperaments made everyone have many questions in their hearts. Is this really the remains of the Brahma Emperor? These two completely different auras are left by the Brahma Emperor? Or, in addition to the Brahma Emperor, there are also the remains of another ancient emperor here? Finally, the crowd came to the middle of the two-color aura. These are the remains of two ancient mountain caves. The left is the cold gray aura, and the right is the pure imperial aura with the golden light. When they came here, everyone couldn't help but hesitate. Where should they choose to go? The little bastard is inside. Qin Wentian looked at the cave with a gray aura. The ancient mountain cave was located here, and its aura rushed to the sky. The relics left by the ancient emperor countless years ago still had such a powerful aura. This should be left by the Brahma Emperor. The crowd looked at the aura on the left. The Brahma Emperor was once a killer and ruthless figure who was famous in the fairyland. He once killed 8 fairy emperors in one battle. How terrible! His fierce reputation shocked the ages. His aura must be cold and domineering, just like the aura on the left. Where do you want to go? Qin Wentian asked. Kinger didn't say anything. She naturally followed Qin Wentian. I want to look at both sides. I don't care. Who takes you said lightly. I'll go to the right. Wentian should be there. Zikingson felt the pure aura and said. I want to go to the right too. Nanhuang Yangxi said. Well, Kinger and I will go to the left, and Nanhuang, you three will go to the right. Nanhuang, please look after them. Qin Wentian said. He must go to see how the little guy is doing now. Kinger will go with him. Nanhuang is strong and can take care of the other 3. Okay. Nanhuang Yangxi nodded, and then the 6 people separated. Qin Wentian and Kinger went to the left. There were people going to the left and right, and there were more people on the left. This was naturally because of the rumors about the Brahma Emperor. The deeds of the Brahma Emperor were too amazing. Qin Wentian and Kinger walked into the cave. This cave seemed to be formed naturally, but the momentum was brewed after birth. When they walked into the ancient mountain cave, there were many corpses on the ground, which made the crowd suddenly nervous. It seems that this place is not so easy to step into. If you are not careful, you may be in danger of life. Ancient coffin. At this time, the crowd saw several stone platforms in front of the cave, and there was a coffin there. This coffin was made of special materials and would not decay for tens of millions of years. Zidaoang is there. At this time, the crowd saw Zidaoang sitting cross-legged beside the cave, seemingly resting with his eyes closed. What happened to him? What's in these coffins? The crowd walked forward step by step. After a while, someone walked towards the coffin and looked inside. The Xianjiao looked at the man and saw that the Xianjiao's eyes were looking into the coffin. Ah! A scream came out, and the man's body exploded and fell directly to the ground. This scream was extremely miserable, causing everyone's eyes to fall on him at the same time. Everyone saw that the Xianjiao's eyes were bleeding, which was extremely scary. What is that? Everyone's expression froze, and they all stared at the coffin. Other Xianjiao who wanted to look at the coffin stopped and did not dare to take another step forward. Bang! The hearts of the crowd beat slightly, and there seemed to be a strange sound in the coffin. Then, a pair of hands were seen on the edge of the coffin. These hands were extremely pale, without a trace of blood. The cold atmosphere enveloped the cave, and everyone felt nervous. Then, the crowd saw a head sticking out of the coffin. The head turned and looked at everyone. With just one glance, everyone's eyes were in great pain, as if they were pierced by a blood-colored sharp arrow and shot directly into their pupils. A strong will rushed directly into the minds of the crowd. They seemed to be trapped in a blood-colored world. A terrifying figure who dominated the world stood in front of them, holding a blood-colored long hair, and was judging them. Qin Wentian was the same as everyone else. When the eyes turned, everyone experienced the same situation. He tried to break free and stared at the figure in the coffin in front of him. This was an extremely majestic figure, as if it was the overlord of the world, with supreme divine power. 8 coffins. Qin Wentian noticed that there were 8 coffins in the cave, which meant that there were 8 such beings. Emperor. A terrible voice emerged in Qin Wentian's mind. These 8 beings were the 8 top immortal emperors who died in the war in the past. Their bodies were placed here by Emperor Brahma. Boom, boom. Terrible noises were heard one after another. There were strange movements in the other 7 coffins. Pairs of hands appeared beside the coffins. Figures appeared and stood up from the coffins. The moment they opened their eyes, they all showed an indomitable power. Boom. One of them stepped out. With a loud bang, all the geniuses in the cave were crushed and crawled on the ground, including Si Daoyang, who is recuperating with his eyes closed. In the crowd, the bone demon ranked 8th on the immortal list struggled to move forward. His eyes were fixed on a figure that crawled out of a coffin. The figure was shining with dazzling light and seemed to have mysterious power in his body. Younger bone demon, pay homage to the ancestors. The bone demon knelt on his knees and bowed respectfully to the figure. However, the figure shook, and an arm suddenly appeared from nothingness, directly grabbing the bone demon and lifting him up. The empty eyes stared at the bone demon. Ancestor, I am from the Bone Clan, your descendant. The bone demon shouted in horror. This bone demon is a member of the Bone Clan who has been passed down in the immortal realm for countless years. The figure that walked out of the coffin in front of us is actually the ancestor of the bone demon. This is the immortal emperor. The immortal emperors who were killed by the Brahma emperor back then, their bodies were not destroyed. The Brahma emperor brought them here and put them in the coffin. Someone exclaimed, and everyone immediately showed a horrified look. The emperor, the 8 emperors, have they all fallen? Then what is the figure that appeared in front of them? The Brahma emperor refined them into puppets? Thinking of this, the hearts of the crowd were beating. Immortal emperor puppets, this. The ancestor of the Bone Clan, the emperor, looked at the bone demon. His empty eyes were without any emotion. Does he still have any self-consciousness? Bang! The ancestor of the Bone Clan threw the bone demon's body out, and it hit the wall hard. There were continuous crackling sounds. The bone demon restored his broken bones and looked up at his ancestor with a look of unwillingness in his eyes. Was his ancestor the great emperor actually turned into a puppet by the Brahma emperor? Brahma emperor, you are so cruel. Is there your inheritance here? The bone demon looked into the depths of the cave. Inheritance, what ability is the inheritance of the Brahma emperor? Among the ancient emperors of the immortal realm, there are probably only a few people who can compare with the Brahma emperor according to the records in the ancient books. He is proficient in more than one ability. Everyone's heart trembled secretly. If there is really the inheritance of the Brahma emperor, what kind of storm will it cause if they obtain it? P.S. There will be a writer's salon tomorrow, and I will be in Bali for 7 days, so the updates may fluctuate. Please follow me on WeChat. Search for on the public account, or directly search for the WeChat ID, Jingwuhan 888. Everyone can add it, so that I can notify everyone as soon as possible if there is any situation, and you don't have to wait. In addition, I continue to ask for the guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 938, Fighting the Blood Road. 8 immortal emperors emerged from the ancient coffin. Everyone was shocked and eager. This seemed to mean that the Brahma emperor really left a legacy here. Otherwise, how could the 8 immortal emperors who died in the battle that year be here? A figure passed by, and the mysterious old man was seen standing directly on an ancient coffin. The mysterious old man glanced at the 8 emperors and said coldly, "Don't break the rules." As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 emperors seemed to have restrained their momentum a lot, and it seemed that they only had the power of the 9th level of the celestial phenomena. But after all, they were emperors, and the majesty that was integrated into their bones still made people feel a little scared. It was very strong. Who is this mysterious gray-clothed old man? The pride of the heavens was shocked. The mysterious old man seemed to always put the word rules in his mouth. Are the so-called rules set by the Brahma Emperor? The Brahma Emperor left a legacy here. Are these 8 immortal emperors a test? Qin Wentian stared at the mysterious old man in gray. Why did a mysterious strong man who didn't know who he was always emphasize the so-called rules? It seemed that his existence was to protect this place. Could it be that this mysterious old man was related to the Brahma Emperor? The mysterious old man's footsteps trembled, and everyone saw only a gray shadow flashing, and the old man disappeared from the crowd sight, coming and going without a trace. After the old man left, the eyes of the Xianjiao focused on the 8 immortal emperors, all of whom released powerful auras, and many stars and celestial phenomena shone in the cave. Qin Wentian's palm bloomed with terrible rune light, like a divine light, and the terrible palm appeared again, which was exactly the hand of God. Kinger's body was shining with powerful spatial power, and the spatial light wrapped Kinger and Qin Wentian in it. Let's go. Kinger whispered, and then the spatial light shone, and her body and Qin Wentian's body disappeared directly from the spot in an instant, and went straight to an entrance in front of the cave, wanting to directly cross here and continue to go deeper into the cave. A terrifying golden palm print appeared directly in the vision of Kinger and Qin Wentian, as if it was going to grab them out of the space force. Kinger and Qin Wentian raised their hands to attack at the same time. The space fist light and the attack of the hand of God that tore everything apart were so terrifying, but they were directly wiped out after colliding with a golden palm print. The golden palm print seemed to never extinguish, and it kept overlapping. There was a loud bang, and Qin Wentian and Kinger's bodies were shaken back at the same time. Then they saw a great emperor with a golden light flowing all over his body guarding in front, blocking those who wanted to pass through this place. Be careful. At this moment, Qin Wentian found that all the immortal emperors were killing here at the same time. He saw that the arm of the immortal emperor of the Bong clan seemed to break through the restraints of the body, and contained amazing attack power. Qin Wentian released the battle plan on his body, and raised his hand to blast out a terrifying palm print containing blood-colored rune light. However, the opponent's arm suddenly seemed to be weak and boneless. The moment it collided with a god's hand, it suddenly continued to smash towards Qin Wentian's head along the god's hand, which was extremely strange. Qin Wentian could only raise his left hand and blast out. With a loud bang, Qin Wentian's body was severely repelled and hit Kinger. Kinger hugged Qin Wentian's body and stepped out. The power of space flashed and retreated directly to the previous place. These are all immortal emperors from ancient times. Even if their cultivation is suppressed to the 9th level of celestial phenomena, their combat power is still too strong. It is difficult for us to resist. We must work together to fight against these 8 great emperors to have a chance. A Xianjiao shouted. When everyone saw the immortal emperors walking towards them, they all felt a strong pressure. Even though they were numerous, they were still not sure that they could defeat these great emperors. The great emperor with strange eyes walked towards everyone. His eyes swept directly to Qin Wentian, as if it was because Qin Wentian and Kinger wanted to go deep into the cave before and were targeted by them. The terrifying eyes directly penetrated Qin Wentian's will. At this moment, Qin Wentian seemed to appear in a blood-colored space. The opponent held a blood-colored spear and stabbed him directly, as if he was conducting a doomsday judgment. Get out. Qin Wentian's body was ignited with terrible flames, and endless rune flames flowed on his body. With a rumbling sound, his body became huge, and his whole body seemed to be filled with infinite power. Everyone, there are so many geniuses entering the cave this time. If we don't hurry up to deal with these 8 puppets rushing into the depths of the cave, I'm afraid there will be no such opportunity in the future. Qin Wentian said, and his footsteps stepped out directly. The wings behind him suddenly flashed, and the hand of God swept out wildly, turning into a seal covering the sky, suppressing everything. The light in the eyes of the great emperor became more and more terrifying, stinging Qin Wentian's eyes. One after another, blood-colored phantoms appeared and turned into real existences. Holding war spears, they directly blasted towards Qin Wentian's palm print, and he himself seemed to directly turn into bloodlight and penetrate the attack. His eyes were still looking directly at Qin Wentian, as if he was determined to make Qin Wentian fall into his pupil technique. A terrible blood-colored vortex appeared and directly sucked Qin Wentian's body into it. Qin Wentian's expression suddenly changed. He looked around. It seemed that this was no longer an illusion, but he was really sucked into the vortex. There was a rustling sound, and blood-colored chains rolled towards Qin Wentian, trying to lock him into this blood-colored space. A spear appeared in Qin Wentian's divine hand. The power of the double blood flowed on the spear. His body shone like a phoenix, as fast as lightning, and stabbed directly at the opponent's body. However, one after another, blood-colored warriors appeared and blocked Qin Wentian, holding blood-colored war spears to resist his attack. Puff! Qin Wentian's spear attacked very quickly, and his arm trembled and pierced directly into body. The body was instantly permeated by the power of blood and the terrible attacking force, and then it disappeared with a bang. Outside, Kinger saw Qin Wentian being involved in the bloodlight and her expression suddenly became extremely cold. She saw that the special power on her body seemed to have turned into an endless killing weapon, dancing wildly, and the golden light enveloped her delicate body. The whole void was rioting. She raised her hand and blasted out, and the immortal slaying picture appeared in front of her, destroying everything and rushing towards the blood-colored light in front, but she saw another figure of the Emperor stepping in, and the void rioted when his palms blasted out. Kinger, retreat. At this time, a voice came. It was Zidaoyang's figure. His constellation bloomed, as if a divine power was descending. A dazzling divine light turned into a divine figure. When the double palm attack came, Zidaoyang's power seemed to devour it. Then, his constellation shone, and a terrible rumbling sound shook the world. When Zidaoyang raised his hand to attack, the power was exactly the same as the opponent's attack, which was simply terrifying. Zidaoyang fought and retreated, but saw Kinger bypassing him directly. She wanted to help Qin Wentian, but Zidaoyang asked her to retreat? Bang! A terrible momentum swept out from the front, and Qin Wentian's figure appeared. He was seen walking unsteadily, bleeding from the corners of his mouth, and the light of the hand of God seemed to be dimmed a lot. Kinger's figure flashed and landed directly beside Qin Wentian. There was a hint of worry in her cold eyes. The other Xianjiao also started to fight. The bone demon was fighting against his ancestor. He had trained himself to be strong and powerful. His hands and feet could extend at will, and his attacks were terrible. Of course, the bone demon alone was obviously not enough. His two allies joined forces to fight with him. Suruksa had a terrible long whip constellation. When it swept, it flew all over the sky and entangled the opponent. She also held a long whip with terrible rune light in her palm. Every time the whip was whipped out, it was accompanied by a light of destruction, as if it would be destroyed if it touched it. She was worthy of being a top 10 powerhouse on the immortal list. Kunyu was extremely powerful. The golden palm print suppressed the world. His strength was also extremely strong. The 3 top 10 powerhouses on the immortal list were still struggling to fight against a figure of the immortal emperor. Zanpeng, why don't you come and help? Suruksa shouted to Zanpeng, who was ranked 7th on the immortal ranking. Zanpeng's eyes flashed, and then he rushed out like a flash of lightning and joined the battle. As for the rest of the people, more than 10 people fought against an immortal emperor, but they were still in danger, because for most people, they could not withstand the attack of these immortal emperors. If this continues, even if there are many geniuses, they will still be swept away one by one and cannot get out of here. Buzz! I don't know who was the first to sacrifice the immortal weapon, and the immortal power bloomed for a while. However, at the same moment, the eyes of the 8 immortal emperors opened and closed and a dazzling light flashed. One of them pointed his finger forward, and the sound of puffing came out continuously. 3 geniuses were pierced in the eyebrows and fell down directly, including the genius who sacrificed the immortal weapon. Asshole! Zidaoyang's body exploded and his expression was ugly. That genius wanted to kill everyone. These were ancient emperors. He sacrificed the immortal weapon, and these people immediately released a corresponding power. Isn't it looking for death? After the man died, the ancient emperor's eyes moved, and then their auras gradually subsided. At the moment when everyone was quiet, Qin Wentian and Kinger disappeared at the same time, and once again rushed towards the entrance deep in the cave. It was the great emperor who came again, raised his terrifying palm print and slammed it down. At this moment, Qin Wentian's divine hand completely exploded, crushing all the power in front of him. The other great emperors had only glanced at them lightly before, But at this moment their expressions changed slightly, and suddenly they all raised their feet and stepped out, like lightning. Buzz! Qin raised her hand and waved, and a space barrier appeared, turning into vortex, blocking the road behind, and she walked side by side with Qin Wentian. An endless space power blasted out, and she seemed to bloom with a terrifying light, as if her attack power skyrocketed at this moment, destroying everything. Under the double attack, the great emperor felt it was difficult. He glanced at the two of them, then dodged to the side and actually gave way directly. Buzz! Qin and Qin Wentian passed by him at the same time and entered the depths of the cave. Let's go! Seeing this, the others rushed out one after another. A violent aura swept across the world, and it seemed that they all released their strength to the extreme, and rushed forward at all costs. Chapter 939 9 Inheritances. Qin Wentian and Qin rushed out of that area. As expected, the 8 ancient emperors behind them did not chase them. They walked forward step by step side by side, and an ancient breath filled the air. Finally, Qin Wentian and Qin saw the ancient ruins in front of them. They stopped and their eyes were fixed there. In front of them, there seemed to be a terrifying statue that reached the sky. This statue was an extremely huge monster, with unparalleled dominance. The 9 heads and 9 eyes seemed to contain completely different terrible wills. Each will was full of Lingshan spirit, invincible and powerful. When the 9 heads stood side by side, they immediately gave people a peerless spirit of dominating the world and being the only one. I wonder how terrible this monster must have been when it was alive. 9 heads and 1 body, the body stretched out for an unknown distance, and the appearance of this monster was vaguely similar to that of the little bastard. Is this the Brahma Emperor? A legendary figure who is famous in the immortal realm, an ancient emperor who has shocked the world for thousands of years. Is his true form really a demon beast, the Brahma Demon Emperor? Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. He looked at the huge body. Under the 9 heads, there seemed to be a strange rune pattern, exactly 9 places. At this moment, in 2 of the patterns, there was a figure sitting respectively. A man and a demon. The demon was the little bastard. And that man was a young man with a cold aura. The young man's eyebrows were as sharp as swords. Although he closed his eyes, he still gave people a sharp feeling. His temperament was very cold. Qin Wentian's intuition told him that this person was definitely a dangerous person. The second on the immortal list, Moxie. Qin Wentian thought to himself, and immediately thought of who this person was. He was the ruthless man mentioned by the Xianjiao, the powerful existence of the second on the immortal list. He really had entered here a long time ago, and walked here by himself. What he had experienced was probably much more difficult than Qin Wentian imagined. What's going on? Qin Wentian looked at the other patterns. Among the 9 patterns, several of them were dim, as if the patterns had faded. This was somewhat similar to the pattern under Moxie's seat, and even dimmer than the pattern under Moxie's seat. Moxie has been here for many years. He must have comprehended the inheritance of Emperor Brahma before the little guy. Then, this dimness means that the power is about to end. In other words, those dimmed patterns are places where people have sat before. Someone came before Moxie? Or, that was also caused by Moxie's practice. Qin Wentian had a trace of doubt in his heart. There are 2 more positions. Go ahead. Qin looked at Qin Wentian, her voice was crisp, and there was a hint of expectation in her beautiful eyes. This might be the inheritance of Emperor Brahma. Qin obviously hoped that Qin Wentian could get it. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered, and he glanced at the little guy. At this moment, a burst of light flashed, and Qin Wentian saw the little guy open his eyes, looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Don't. Little bastard." Qin Wentian shouted, with a puzzled look in his eyes. "My inheritance is divided into 9, and one person can only get 1. If you want to get my life's power, become the emperor of the fairyland, dominate the world, swallow the power of the other 8 people, return to 1, turn the 9 inheritances into 1, and achieve the name of Brahma." A voice came out of the little guy's mouth. Even though the little guy's voice was still a little immature, he could still feel its domineering and sharpness from these words. It must be left by the Brahma Emperor. If you want to obtain his life's power, you need to return to the 9 great inheritances and combine them into 1. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He saw that the little guy's eyes were filled with hope. Obviously, he didn't want him to practice the method of Emperor Brahma. Once he practiced, it meant that if he wanted to obtain all the power of Emperor Brahma, he and the little bastard would become enemies. Emperor Brahma, the Emperor of Demons, believes in strength and the law of the jungle. To obtain all your inheritance, he must devour 8 other beings. One of the 9 people must be chosen. The person who gets all the inheritance must be the most terrifying one. How could Qin Wentian not understand what Emperor Brahma meant? What a cruel method. He made his inheritors compete with each other and divided the inheritance into 9. In this way, even if one of the people who got the inheritance died, he, Emperor Brahma, would still have successors, and the inheritance would not be cut off. If only one person inherited, the possibility of the inheritance being cut off would be higher. Okay, I won't cultivate his inheritance. Qin Wentian smiled and said, will you be in danger here? There are already 2 of the 9 inheritors of the Brahma Emperor here. If this ruthless man ranked second on the immortal list finishes his cultivation, and when the little bastard also obtains one of the 9 inheritances, then this ruthless man will definitely attack the little guy. The little guy shook his head, and then he slapped his palm outside. In an instant, a series of rune lights flashed, and his body seemed to be enveloped by a light curtain with extremely complex rune patterns on it, wrapping him inside. Seeing this scene, Qin Wentian was relieved. It seems that he will not be interrupted in the process of inheritance. Buzz! At this moment, there was a sound of wind behind them. Qin Wentian and Kinger's eyes suddenly turned around, and they saw strong people flashing behind them. They were the Xianjiao who were intercepted outside before. This scene made Qin Wentian flash a strange look. How did they all come in? How powerful are the 8 ancient emperors that they let them step into this place? A gray figure stepped in, his body stood directly above the cave, and his eyes fell directly on Qin Wentian and Kinger. You didn't go over. The gray-clothed old man said to himself, looking at Qin Wentian and Kinger in surprise, as if he was puzzled. This scene made Qin Wentian seem to understand something. There were only the last 2 positions in the 9 inheritances of Emperor Brahma. Before Moxie and the little guy, 5 people had obtained the power of his inheritance. So when he and Kinger stepped into this place, it meant that there was no place left for the inheritance. But the gray-clothed old man didn't seem to have thought that he and Kinger didn't go over and get the power of Emperor Brahma's inheritance. Senior, we voluntarily give up. Qin Wentian said. Give up, give up. The old man's eyes were absent-minded for a while, and suddenly a terrible sharp light shot out. Buzz! The wind blew, and the figure of the mysterious old man in gray stood directly in front of Qin Wentian. He was so close, and a terrible breath came over, making Qin Wentian feel suffocated, and his eyes stared at the front. You actually gave up. The mysterious old man seemed very angry. He took a step forward slightly. With a loud bang, Qin Wentian's body directly hit the statue, but was blocked by a terrible resistance. A rune light curtain flashed and appeared. When he approached the statue, there was an extremely heavy pressure that just blocked him. Kinger's expression turned cold. She wanted to stop the old man, but she saw the other party's figure flash and appeared in front of Qin Wentian again. His eyes were extremely scary. You really want to give up? Why do you give up? Senior. Qin Wentian pointed his finger at the little bastard and said, that's my partner. You should understand why I give up. Your partner. The mysterious old man glanced at the little bastard, then looked at Qin Wentian, as if he understood something, and then sighed, forget it, let them fight. Who can win is up to you. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared again. Fight. A terrifying light flashed in the eyes of all the geniuses as they stared at the terrifying monster statue in front of them. They locked onto the 2 shining patterns at a glance. Those 2 positions must be the places of inheritance. Let's go. Qin Wentian and Kinger flashed to the side, and then the rumbling terrible shock swept the world, and rushed forward frantically. Zidaoyang was the fastest. He took a step and directly entered the light curtain with extremely strong resistance. He turned around and roared, get out of the way. This roar shook the earth and the sky, like the sound of the avenue, shaking everyone's heart violently. I want one. Zhang speed was extremely fast, and his eyes were full of paranoia. The Brahma Emperor was actually the Demon Emperor, so he must fight for a position, just because he and the Brahma Emperor were of the same kind. Boom. Zidaoyang's body walked and stepped into it. The power on his body shook the sky. Who dared to stop him? The people behind rushed to the light curtain quagmire area frantically, and then their bodies seemed to be trapped in the quagmire, unable to move, but they still stepped forward with all their strength. The bone demon's arms swelled up, with terrifying rune lights flashing, and it directly blasted out at the 2 figures. With a loud bang, the 2 people fell into the quagmire and were directly hit. Their bodies were pierced by the arms and were instantly destroyed. Suruxu's divine whip astrology blossomed to the extreme, and her body was wrapped with a long whip, and she swept around fiercely, whipping out, with a continuous crisp sound of spitting. Every time the whip lashed down, it would directly lash into the bones and bleed when it landed on others. The other Xianjiao attacked frantically, but because they were all trapped in the quagmire space, it was difficult to move, and they could only attack head-on, which was extremely dangerous. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen Xianjiao fell or were injured, and it was extremely tragic. Qin Wentian and Qinger seemed to have become bystanders, watching this battle that was even more tragic than outside. Before, when dealing with the 8 immortal emperors, the Xianjiao worked together, but when it came to fighting for inheritance, it immediately became bloody, and there was no so-called ally at all, and anyone could attack from behind. At this time, a dazzling red figure flashed outside, as fast as red lightning. A terrible blood-red flame burned, containing the power to destroy everything, and instantly rushed into the crowd. The figure pointed his finger directly forward, and in an instant a red flame undercurrent danced wildly, turning into a terrible divine phoenix. Boom! Several bodies burned at the same time, as if they were about to burn out. Nan Wang. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. Why did Nan Wang come? And at this moment, Nan Wang's temperament was terrible. Although Nan Wang Yangxi was cold before, she was never like this at this moment. What happened to her? Chapter 940, Unparalleled Character. Nan Huang Yangxi had an extremely cold temperament, but that cold body was burning with a terrible divine fire, as if it would extinguish anything it touched. The Xianjiao seemed to have discovered Nan Huang Yangxi's existence. They suddenly turned around, their expressions changed slightly, and they all showed a vigilant look, releasing a strong aura from their bodies. But they saw that Nan Huang Yangxi seemed to have not seen it. She was emitting a dazzling luster, and the extremely bright flames were like blood flames, with a bewitching beauty. Nan Huang Yangxi's fingers shot out again towards the front, and the bright red flame seemed to shuttle through the void. In front of the Xianjiao, there was suddenly a red light, and the terrible flame feathers chopped directly out. There was a sound of puffing, and one person's arm was cut off alive. The others attacked frantically to block Nan Huang Yangxi's attack. And in the front, Zidaoyang was unstoppable and kept moving forward to one of the 2 ancient positions of inheritance. It seems that Zidaoyang, who is ranked first on the ascension list, is bound to lock in one of the seats. The others can only compete for the last remaining position. Nan Huang Yangxi suddenly appeared and was extremely decisive, which made all the Xianjiao feel a strong sense of crisis. The top 3 figures on the ascension list are all in this space. Among them, Moxie, who ranks second on the ascension list, is sitting on the ancient seat of inheritance. It is unknown how long he has been comprehending. I am afraid that he is not far from the inheritance. Zidaoyang, who ranks first on the ascension list, is scrambling for the inheritance seat and locking in a seat. Who else can compete with Nan Huang Yangxi, who ranks third on the ascension list? Qin Wentian frowned. Is this really Nan Huang Yangxi? Nan Huang. Qin Wentian shouted, rushed out, and also walked towards Nan Huang Yangxi. Qinger followed closely beside Qin Wentian. Nan Huang Yangxi was fighting with the Xianjiao, killing continuously, and did not pay attention to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian and Qinger, who were at the end, were ignored. In addition, with Qinger's special power, the two approached Nan Huang Yangxi step by step. Puff! Nan Huang Yangxi's eyes suddenly turned around, and she directly launched an attack, actually attacking Qin Wentian and Qinger. At this moment, Qin Wentian saw her eyes, those extremely cold eyes, without any emotion. Qin Wentian's eyes seemed to penetrate Nan Huang Yangxi's eyes, and he saw a sense of deja vu. Bang! The power of Qinger and Nan Huang Yangxi's attacks collided with each other. It's you. Qin Wentian seemed to understand who was in front of him. This was not Nan Huang Yangxi at all, but the ghost-like woman he met when he stepped into the Dark Mountain last time. She had a terrible mysterious power and could possess others. Now, Qin Wentian had a strong feeling that Nan Huang Yangxi at this moment was the mysterious woman. She now occupied Nan Huang Yangxi's body and seized the inheritance seat. Qin Wentian suddenly had a strange feeling at this moment. He even wondered if she was the one who spread the news about Brahma Emperor, leading all the Xianjiao together at Mingxin Mountain to seize the inheritance of Emperor Brahma. Before this, it seemed that only this woman had the possibility. The other person who came to Mingxin Mountain was Moxie. He had been practicing, so it was impossible for him to spread the news. Qinger, I want to get closer to her," Qin Wentian said. Kinger did not speak. Her palm blasted out, and the terrible spatial fist light seemed to tear everything apart. Nan Huangyangxi looked at this side coldly, and pointed her finger again. In an instant, this space seemed to appear enchanting red. Pieces of feathers were like real sharp blades slashing over, cutting the void. "Hurry up and deal with her," Qin Wentian shouted at the other Xianjiao, but he saw that others rushed to the inheritance seat in front of them, and they all tried their best to fight for it. As for Nan Huangyangxi, she was just held back by Kinger and Qin Wentian. As long as it did not affect their fight for the inheritance, everything would not matter. Seeing this scene, Qin Wentian's expression froze. He knew that it was meaningless to rely on those people, but if he let Nan Huangyangxi seize the inheritance seat, he would not agree. Once the mysterious woman controls Nan Huangyangxi and seizes the inheritance of Emperor Brahma, then from then on, Nan Huangyangxi will probably no longer be Nan Huangyangxi. The mysterious woman will always occupy her body, because she has the inheritance. Nan Huangyangxi will completely disappear, and the little bastard will stand on the absolute opposite side of her in the future, which is obviously what Qin Wentian does not want to see. "Kinger, just hold her back." Qin Wentian suddenly changed his strategy. His body suddenly became extremely huge. He raised his hand and made a seal. At the same time, a golden body fell from the sky and landed around Nan Huangyangxi's body, cutting off her retreat. Nan Huangyangxi's eyes were icy cold, staring at Qin Wentian. Those cold eyes seemed to hate Qin Wentian to the bone. She had spent all her efforts to seize the inheritance of Emperor Brahma this time. Seeing that she was about to get it, it seemed to be destroyed by Qin Wentian. How could she be willing? Buzz! Nan Huangyangxi's body suddenly burst into raging red light, sweeping across the world. Her blood seemed to roar, and her gorgeous phoenix feathers shone, as if she was wearing a phoenix feather dress. Her body trembled slightly, and endless gorgeous feathers slashed out, as if cutting through the space. Kinger saw this endless killing light, her long hair flying. She shouted in a delicate voice, and slapped her palms wildly, and the immortal slashing picture turned into a terrible vortex, swallowing all the power that was slashed into the vortex. "Kinger, let's go." Qin Wentian glanced ahead and saw that the overall situation over there was decided. There was no need to continue fighting. Since the mysterious woman could not get the inheritance, she would return to her own body. It was meaningless to attach herself to Nan Huangyangxi's body. With the strange power of this mysterious woman, a being like Nan Huangyangxi was easily possessed. It seemed that no one at the level of Xiangxian could stop her. Only his blood power seemed to have a special deterrent effect on the mysterious woman. Kinger pushed out with both palms, and the immortal slaying map rushed forward frantically. Then she and Qin Wentian's bodies retreated one after another. After Nan Huangyangxi resisted her attack, she did not chase them, but turned directly to the ancient inheritance position. But when she saw the situation over there, her expression seemed a little pale. Zidaoang had already seized an ancient inheritance position, and the last ancient inheritance position was actually obtained by the extremely paranoid bird Zanpeng. Zanpeng was covered with wounds and blood, and was extremely miserable. Just before he ascended the ancient inheritance position, Su Ruxu's long whip was still whipping him. The terrible long whip whipped him to pieces, blood and flesh flew everywhere, but he did not say a word, regardless of everything, and stepped onto the ancient inheritance position. This paranoid ordinary bird seemed to have something unusual. Ah! Nan Huangyangxi let out a long howl when she saw this scene. She was extremely angry, and her expression was filled with terrible anger. The extremely cold and majestic gaze made the Xianjiao around her feel a chill from the bones. They all looked at Nan Huangyangxi in disbelief. The third place in the Immortal Ascension list gave them an extremely terrible sense of majesty. Her anger seemed to make everyone feel a fear from the soul. However, many people were unwilling to give up and continued to run towards Zanpeng's position, wanting to step onto the ancient throne of inheritance and drive Zanpeng off from it. But when Zanpeng sat on the ancient throne of inheritance, a gorgeous rune light enveloped his body. The attacks of those Xianjiao were directly blocked by the light and could not deter Zanpeng at all. Zanpeng saw the scene and his eyes were filled with excitement. He finally got it. He won the ancient throne of inheritance in the competition among the Xianjiao. He will definitely rise up, kill the Lord of the Sky, and become an existence beyond a divine bird. Qin Wentian and Kinger had quietly left this place. Since the little bastard had his own fate, Qin Wentian naturally wished him the best. However, the enemy that the little guy would face next was extremely terrifying. The three people in front of him were Zanpeng, who was ranked 7th on the Ascension list, followed by Zidaoyang, who was ranked 1st on the Ascension list, and Mozi, who was ranked 2nd on the Ascension list. In addition, there were 5 people who had obtained the ancient inheritance position. They didn't know who they were, but they had obviously obtained it a long time ago, and their cultivation was impossible to guess. The 2 passed by the cave outside. The 8 immortal emperors had no breath and returned to the ancient coffin. It seemed that they had never lived. Qin Wentian would naturally not disturb them. He continued to go out. When he walked outside this cave, he saw the mysterious gray-clothed old man standing there, with his back to them and his hands behind his back, extremely lonely. His back seemed to be integrated with the transcendent power of the palace, as if he was the supreme ruler here. If it weren't for Qin Wentian seeing the statue in the 9 inheritance seats with his own eyes, he might even think that the gray-clothed old man was the original Brahma Emperor. At this time, Qin Wentian was full of doubts about the identity of the gray-clothed old man in front of him. Who was he? It's all over. The gray-clothed old man murmured. All 9 inheritance seats had been inherited, as if his mission had been completed. I seem to remember it. He seemed to be talking to himself, his body had not moved, and his back was still facing Qin Wentian and the others. This is where the Brahma Emperor left his inheritance. He left 9 inheritances and asked his 9 descendants to compete with each other. Once all 9 inheritances are inherited, all the inheritors will be able to sense it, the old man said in a low voice, and he looked at the opposite side again. He stretched out his hand, pointed his finger forward, and continued, I not only remembered the Brahma Emperor, but also remembered who he was. Back then, the Brahma Emperor was famous in the immortal realm. He killed 8 immortal emperors in one battle. Who could compete with him would die. He was invincible in the immortal realm, and everyone in the world was in awe of him. The mysterious gray-clothed old man seemed to be getting a little excited. He pointed at the golden emperor's aura shining in the sky over there, pointed to the cave over there, and said, only he can compete with the Brahma Emperor, a truly peerless figure. He fought the Brahma Emperor alone and left the Brahma Emperor here forever. There is no second person like him in the immortal realm. Chapter 941 Golden Body. Qin Wentian saw the excited look of the gray-clothed old man. He looked ahead. The peerless emperor's aura was in direct opposition to the terrifying aura left by the Brahma Emperor. Both of them left their caves here. It seemed that their battle would not fade away with the passage of time. This made people yearn for it. When the ancient emperors fought, the Brahma Emperor was unparalleled in the world and the only one who could be his opponent. The 2 of them fought here, and the Brahma Emperor, who was a hero of a generation and unparalleled in the fairyland, died here. What a peerless aura this was. What a scene their battle was. If time could go back, Qin Wentian even wanted to take a look at this amazing battle between the 2 heroes. The aura of the 2 ancient emperors has not dissipated for countless years. Emperor Brahma left his inheritance here, letting his 9 inheritors compete with each other, and finally only one person was left. Such a cruel method must be used to select a truly amazing person like him. After his death, he still seemed to want to defeat the existence on the opposite side. These 2 ancient emperors, the battle of heroes, must also be sympathetic and admired each other. You are not inheriting the inheritance of Emperor Brahma. Are you going to the cave on the opposite side now? At this time, the gray-robed old man said in a low voice, and then he slowly turned his body and looked at Qin Wentian. To be honest, Senior, I really want to go and have a look. Qin Wentian responded. As soon as he finished speaking, the gray-clothed old man stared at him closely, then sighed slowly. Well, your partner has inherited the Brahma Emperor, and you are willing to give it up. Now, you have to go to the other side again. Everything has its own destiny. If you also have to inherit, you and your partner seem to have inherited the inheritance of both of them. In the dark, perhaps everything has its own destiny. Senior, whether you can inherit or not is not something you can do casually. Everything depends on fate. Qin Wentian spoke slowly. Just like before, he tried his best and finally walked to the Brahma Emperor. As long as he was willing to take that step, he could become one of the inheritors of the Brahma Emperor. However, he voluntarily gave up, which was a lack of fate. How could the inheritance on the other side be too easy to get? He would strive for it, but if he couldn't get it, he wouldn't be too upset. Well said, everything depends on fate. I should go too. A gleam of light flashed in the old man's eyes, and then his figure flashed and appeared directly in the void. Everything depends on fate. The clear voice echoed in the void. The mysterious old man in gray took a step and disappeared directly here, as if he had completed his mission and no longer wanted to stay here. Everything depends on fate. He should go to seek himself. Who is he? Are we leaving? King saw Qin Wentian looking at the back of the old man in gray in a daze and asked in a low voice. Well, but wait a minute. Qin Wentian said, and his aura suddenly bloomed, even the power of the stars and celestial phenomena bloomed. Then there was a constant rumbling sound, and he kept stepping on the ground. In the cave, a genius came out. Naturally, those who knew that they had no hope of getting a seat in the inheritance finally began to give up and were ready to go to the opposite side. The genius who came out looked at Qin Wentian and Kinger. His eyebrows flashed, and there was a gleam of brilliance in his eyes, but he said nothing and continued to raise his feet and walk forward. Afterwards, strong men came out one after another. Although they were somewhat unwilling in their hearts, the light shining on the inheritance seat cut off their hopes. There was only the huge 9-headed statue besides the inheritance seat, and nothing else. They searched for a while and had to give up. What's more, the momentum of the opposite side was also very terrifying. Perhaps they also had the amazing inheritance power. Why should they cling to the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor? Many people saw Qin Wentian and Kinger walking past them. Finally, Nanhuang Yangxi also came out. She saw Qin Wentian and the others at a glance. There was a cold and icy glow in her expression. Her majestic eyes seemed to carry a hint of unquestionable. She walked towards Qin Wentian step by step and said for the first time, "You ruined my business. Do you know that this is seeking death?" As soon as the voice fell, her power bloomed. The power she used was the power of Nanhuang Yangxi. It was hard to imagine that she was possessed by Nanhuang Yangxi's body. In a short time, she was able to skillfully exert Nanhuang Yangxi's power. Just this mysterious power made Qin Wentian feel a little scared. This figure walked towards Qin Wentian step by step. Every step was so firm, her eyes were still so cold, without any emotion, and finally, her body moved, the phoenix wings flew into the sky, the power was terrible, the enchanting red light bloomed again, and everything lost its color. She sent a terrifying attack to Qin Wentian. Kinger's body also moved, and the immortal slaying diagram bloomed. The terrifying and gorgeous pattern was about to destroy everything and twist it into the vortex to resist the opponent's attack. She seemed to be always by Qin Wentian's side, using her strength when Qin Wentian needed it. At this moment, Qin Wentian's footsteps suddenly stepped, and a brilliant light rushed into the sky. It seemed that a golden godlike phantom appeared, and the light pattern shone in the sky. A force that suppressed everything was suddenly born. Nanhuang Yangxi's expression suddenly changed. Under her feet, an extremely gorgeous pattern was intertwined. She seemed to have stepped into the trap set by Qin Wentian for her. Nanhuang Yangxi's body wanted to retreat, but at this moment the pattern seemed to close, and the dazzling light turned into a terrifying big word. Her body suddenly felt unable to move. The strength of her whole body seemed to be suppressed by the big word pattern. Although she had a strong strength, it seemed useless at this moment, and her body could not be pulled up. Qin Wentian's body flashed in front of him like the wind. His palm with scorching white light directly printed out and landed on Nanhuang Yangxi's chest. The terrible blood power enveloped Nanhuang Yangxi's body, but it did not destroy it, but penetrated it bit by bit. Boom, boom, boom. An extremely cold breath bloomed from Nanhuang Yangxi's body. It seemed that a white shadow seemed to be coming out, but it was still struggling. Nanhuang Yangxi showed a painful look on her face. Qin Wentian's expression was like lightning. His other hand blasted out, and both hands were printed on Nanhuang Yangxi's chest at the same time, determined to expel the other party from Nanhuang Yangxi's body. At this moment, Nanhuang Yangxi's whole body was blooming with brilliant white light, and it penetrated into her body bit by bit. Finally, with a bang, a body seemed to leave Nanhuang Yangxi's body directly and flew into the void. It was the mysterious female figure. Her eyes were extremely cold. She stared at Qin Wentian with cold eyes. Her peerless beauty had no emotional color. Nanhuang Yangxi finally woke up. She looked at the situation in front of her and the place where Qin Wentian's hands touched. Her face instantly became hot. She just woke up and saw such a scene. You can imagine how bad her face looked. Not enough. Nanhuang Yangxi said coldly. Qin Wentian withdrew his eyes from the woman in the void and put his hands down like lightning. Looking at Nanhuang Yangxi's sharp eyes, he couldn't help but tremble and said, in a hurry, "Don't blame me, don't blame me." Qin Wentian was very embarrassed at this moment. Nan Huangyangxi looked into his eyes and then turned her head away. Although she was very angry in her heart, if someone dared to be so frivolous to her on weekdays, she would definitely kill the other party, but she also knew that Qin Wentian did not mean it, but was trying to help her. What could she do? Raising her head, Nan Huangyangxi also looked at a mysterious figure in the void. A deep sense of fear flashed in her beautiful eyes. Fortunately, Qin Wentian expelled her from him, otherwise the consequences would be really unimaginable. Buzz! A gust of wind blew by, and the woman appeared in front of Qin Wentian and stretched out her hand to him. Qin Wentian raised his hand and blasted out a palm of fire. The woman's figure flashed again, and she appeared behind Qin Wentian like a ghost. She stared at Qin Wentian with a cold look in her eyes. Finally, her figure floated away like a gust of wind and left the place. "Are you okay?" Qin Wentian asked Nan Huangyangxi, but he saw Nan Huangyangxi looking at him coldly. Qin Wentian could only smile, turned around, and said to Kinger, "Let's go." But he saw Kinger also looking at him coldly at this moment. Qin Wentian couldn't help but explain, "Kinger, I didn't mean it." "Yes," Kinger replied crisply, very comfortable. As she said that, she turned around and walked forward. Qin Wentian was petrified on the spot, speechless. "Kinger, I was wrong." Kinger blinked her eyes and then chased after him, only to see Nan Huangyangxi's beautiful eyes flashing behind her. She looked at the two people in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flashed with the same luster as she looked at the two figures. Very comfortable? Thinking of this, Nan Huangyangxi's face turned cold again, staring at Qin Wentian in front of her. Thousands of feet of light shot up into the sky. The might contained in the cave in front of them seemed to be the aura of the emperor who dominated the world. The aura of the king was completely different from the aura of the Brahma Emperor's cave opposite, as if they were opposites. Qin Wentian, Kinger and Nan Huangyangxi appeared outside the cave, as if the three of them had forgotten what happened before. "Let's go in," Qin Wentian whispered. The three of them stepped out and walked into the cave. The powerful aura seemed to become even purer. Inside the cave, golden light shone in every corner. There were many Xianjiao figures. They stared ahead and saw that in front of them, the pure and incomparable imperial light intertwined into a gorgeous pattern. There seemed to be a figure made of pure gold, like a king from ancient times, lying in the golden light. Just the light flowing on his body made people deeply feel the terrifying power contained in it. Chapter 942 Casting. "Brother Qin, you are here." Jian Mengchen was here. When he saw Qin Wentian coming, his eyes flashed with excitement. Then he looked at Nan Huangyangxi and asked, "What happened to you before?" "Nothing." Nan Huangyangxi shook her head slightly and didn't say much. "Oh." Jian Mengchen showed a strange look and didn't ask much. Qin Wentian looked at them and asked, "What's going on here?" "This seems to be the inheritance of an ancient emperor, and it is a very powerful inheritance. Every step in this space is extremely difficult. However, when you step into it, you will feel a wonderful power, or even a strange picture. I can't explain what it is exactly. Brother, you will know if you try it," Jian Mengchen said to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked forward and saw that in this flowing golden light, there were several figures walking in it, walking forward very hard, as if every step was a huge challenge for them. "What's the situation over there? Why did so many people come here?" "Who takes you?" asked Qin Wentian. "Emperor Brahma has set up 9 inheritance seats, and each person can only take one of the inheritances. Before we came, there were only the last 2 inheritance seats left, and now they are taken by Zidaoyang and Zonpeng respectively, so the others have come here one after another." Qin Wentian responded, and Hua Taixu immediately understood. "Is it really the inheritance of Emperor Brahma?" Hua Taixu's eyes flashed with a strange color. "It's a pity that the inheritance seat is gone." He looked at Qin Wentian, Kinger and Nan Huangyangxi. The 3 of them didn't occupy the inheritance seat? This seemed a bit strange. It is indeed the inheritance of Emperor Brahma. Not only that, the inheritance here is definitely not simple. Qin Wentian looked at the golden body in front and asked, "What is that golden body?" "Brother Qin, I told you to try it and you will know. Go." Jian Mengchen said to Qin, as if he was deliberately encouraging Qin Wentian to try. "Okay." Qin Wentian nodded, and then his eyes flashed, and he stepped into the golden light in front. The strong light instantly enveloped him. In just a moment, the space seemed to change. Qin Wentian felt that he appeared in another inherent space. Here, many Xianjiao were in various directions, and they were all walking forward step by step with difficulty. In front of them, The golden body was suspended there, but it was filled with an extremely terrifying power. It seemed that if you approached him, you could immediately feel the existence of a strange pressure. Boom! Qin Wentian took a step forward, but he felt that he was not close to the golden body. A strong light hid him and rushed directly into Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian had no time to resist. The golden body released a terrible strong light. His body seemed to tremble violently. The light hitting his body gave him an extremely powerful feeling. Qin Wentian was a little surprised. What was going on? He continued to walk forward, the golden body still suspended in the same place, as if the distance between him and him had not changed at all, but another terrifying light hit Qin Wentian's body, and a strong light burst out from Qin Wentian's body. He felt that there was an amazing power hidden in his body, as if it could burst out at any time. What on earth is going on? Qin Wentian obviously did not expect such a situation to happen. He walked forward step by step, and found that the distance from the pure gold body was always the same, close at hand, but seemed out of reach. His momentum became stronger and stronger, and rays of light hit his body, making him contain an amazing pressure all over his body, which was super scary. But the more this happened, the more he seemed to be able to feel the supreme pressure emanating from the golden body. His body felt a little out of control, as if his power was about to be replaced by the power shot into his body by the golden body. Boom! With a loud noise, the power in Qin Wentian's body was removed in an instant. His body seemed to have encountered an extremely terrible force, causing his body to explode backwards, as if he had been hit out of that wonderful space in an instant. Even after he came out, his feet were still rubbing backwards, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, as if he was holding back a breath of air in his body. What the hell? Qin Wentian looked up and looked forward. At this moment, everything became clear again, as if everything just now was just a dream, but it really existed. Moreover, he really felt that he was very close to the golden body just now. The body seemed to be a terrible existence, waiting for someone to wake him up. Not only Qin Wentian, but many Xianjiao figures who tried were bounced back and were all injured. They only felt that their momentum was fluctuating and extremely unstable. They all looked up and stared at the front, with bright eyes. The mysterious old man in gray once said that the one who fought against the Brahma Emperor was a peerless figure. The immortal realm was endless, and the only one who could fight against the Brahma Emperor was this person. Even after the two fought, the invincible Brahma Emperor in the immortal realm fell. Such a person left a mysterious golden body here, which must have a deep meaning. However, the mystery seemed to be extremely difficult to guess, and one could only rely on oneself to comprehend it. "Brother, how is it?" Jun Mengchen smiled at Qin Wentian. He and Hua Taixu had already felt it and knew the wonders of this golden body. It was incomparable. I still can't understand what secrets are hidden in it. I'll try again. Qin Wentian's eyes shone with a sharp light, and he continued to step forward. He once again fell into a wonderful space. The golden body seemed to be an extremely ancient existence, quietly suspended there, but with a monstrous power. Qin Wentian stared at the golden body in front of him, adjusted his breathing, and took a step forward. When the magical power entered his body, he introduced the power into his body, spreading it all over his body, and then continued to walk out. This continued for many times, and Qin Wentian had a strong aura. He took a deep breath, adjusted the power in his body, and his blood surged, as if he wanted to turn that magical power into his own power. His body seemed to be covered with the golden rays of light, and he seemed to faintly feel that the power contained in the golden body was resonating with him. What a strong aura! What exactly is this golden body? Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. He took another step, and with a rumble, an even more terrifying power entered his body, as if it was constantly impacting his limit. This power almost broke Qin Wentian's balance, causing him to groan and almost spit out blood again. But he stabilized, his blood roared and made a rustling sound. Qin Wentian's heart began to beat, as if the heart of the golden body was beating, triggering the resonance of his heart, and the heart beat rapidly, as if it was about to jump out of the body. Qin Wentian's blood surged wildly, and he looked at the golden body with a shocked look. Puff. Finally, a mouthful of blood could not be restrained, and Qin Wentian's body was blasted out again, unable to withstand the terrible pressure. What is that existence? Someone next to him murmured. Qin Wentian's experience was exactly what others had experienced. He attacked and failed again and again. The suspended golden body was like an ancient existence, and like an immortal king, with eternal life. Test, this must be another test, just like the one of Brahma Emperor. Someone responded. Such a test is too strange. How can this be considered a test? How can we pass the test? A Xianjiao asked. Have you heard of body casting? At this moment, a clear voice came out. The person who spoke was Nanhuang Yangxi. When Qin Wentian tried it just now, she also tried it and was equally shocked. Body casting. Everyone's expression suddenly froze there, and their eyes were all fixed on Nanhuang Yangxi. As descendants of emperors, although they did not think about it, they had obviously heard of it. When Nanhuang Yangxi said this, their hearts trembled. Does body casting really exist? One of the geniuses had a slightly trembling voice. Although he said so, he also felt that this situation seemed to be somewhat similar to body casting, but they were a little afraid to imagine it. They were able to encounter the legendary body casting here. What is body casting? Qin Wentian asked, causing many people to look at Qin Wentian in surprise. This person is now also a famous figure in the ancient emperor city, but he doesn't know what body casting is. What is the identity of this Qin Wentian? Nanhuang Yangxi looked at Qin Wentian and said, in the immortal realm, there are some people with amazing physiques and extraordinary talents. There are many such geniuses in our ancient emperor city. However, there are also many people who have amazing potential. They are able to forge rare and unique bodies, but they have not stimulated it. Body forging can forge an amazing physique for such people. The stronger the physique, the more difficult it is to forge the body, and the more terrifying the power. The situation before us is very similar to the rumors about body forging. Does this mean that the person who appears before us is an unparalleled figure who is forging bodies for everyone? Qin Wentian said in surprise. You're thinking too much? Body casting is not that simple. It's already great if one person can succeed in body casting. The condition for body casting is that the martial arts cultivator must have amazing potential. Nanhuang Yangxi rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian and said, if I'm not mistaken, this is really body casting, then the terrifying degree of this inheritance is probably not inferior to the inheritance of Emperor Brahma. To obtain its inheritance, one must first succeed in body casting. How amazing is this? Nanhuang Yangxi, who was third on the immortal list, was shocked. It can be imagined how shocked he was, but Qin Wentian was mentally prepared. This inheritance was already extremely amazing, and it would not be surprising even if body casting really occurred. Chapter 943. He who wears the crown must bear its weight. All the Xianjiao listened to Nanhuang Yangxi's words quietly. Those who had heard of the body casting theory and stepped into the golden light to experience the mysterious power, they also felt that it was probably just as Nanhuang Yangxi said, the wonder in front of them was really the body casting. If this is the body casting, then that golden body. The strong men stared ahead, looking at the golden body floating in it, their hearts pounding. This golden body is the physique that you want to forge, a formed body that can forge an unparalleled body for a peerless genius. I didn't expect that there would be such a giant figure in the ancient emperor city who could forge a body for a genius. Such a strong man must himself possess that kind of rare and amazing physique to be able to guide future generations to forge a body. Moreover, this ancient emperor and the Brahma emperor stood opposite each other. I'm afraid they were opponents back then. For this reason, they both left behind inheritances. Is it for future generations who will receive their respective inheritances to continue to compete? The strong men were trembling with fear. The Brahma Emperor was such a peerless figure that he killed 8 immortal emperors in the fairyland alone. He was invincible and had a might that could shake the sky. He was unparalleled in the fairyland. Who could stop him? However, at this moment, everyone felt vaguely that there seemed to be a peerless figure who could compete with the Brahma Emperor. He left behind an inheritance here, waiting for someone to come and dig it out. Thinking of this, everyone's heart was beating, and they were filled with extremely strong expectations. The inheritance of the Brahma Emperor was divided into 9, and the person who got the inheritance seat was only one of the 9 inheritors. The inheritance in front of them, once the body is successfully cast, it will be the only one, and there may even be opportunities in the future. How can they not be tempted? The strong men clenched their fists and looked at the peerless golden body with a blazing light in their eyes. They must succeed in casting their bodies and transform into a supreme existence like that golden body. If the body is successfully cast and they have an amazing physique, the probability of becoming immortal is almost 100%, and they will definitely step into the realm of the immortal platform. After entering the immortal platform, their combat power is also unparalleled and powerful. far surpassing those in the same realm. This will continue their status as the prodigies in the celestial realm, and they will still be ahead of everyone in the immortal realm. The premise of all this is that the body is successfully cast. Is there a secret to body casting? Qin Wentian asked Nanhuang Yangxi, his eyes flickering. He was also looking forward to it. With his pure imperial aura, his physique must also be that of an emperor, with unparalleled power. Before, they had truly felt the terrifying power hidden in the golden body, which was extremely powerful. Body casting is just a rumor, and it is hard to come by once in 1,000 years. How can there be a secret? Even if someone really has the secret to body casting, do you think they will tell you? Nanhuang Yangxi was cold and arrogant. She glanced at Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian stunned for a moment, and then smiled awkwardly. That's right, not to mention that Nanhuang Yangxi didn't have it. Even if she did, although Nanhuang Yangxi was an ally, could she be so good as to tell him the secret to body casting? It seems that I can only explore it myself, Qin Wentian said in a low voice. Thinking of the words of the gray-clothed old man, he was also full of curiosity about this ancient emperor who competed with peerless figures like Brahma Emperor, but he didn't know the title of this emperor yet. I must build an unparalleled body. In a nearby position, Zhuan Yang, the fourth-ranked warrior on the Immortal Ascension list, clenched his fists and his eyes shone with dazzling light. Now, Zidao Yang and Mo Zi each had their own adventures. Nan Wang Yunzai's physique was also very special, and Qinger was also a natural immortal king. Although he practiced a heavenly mysterious mirror technique, he had no advantage against these people. Only by building an unparalleled body could he truly have the possibility of defeating them. The battle with Qinger in the land of Zhao clan made Zhuan Yang feel extremely frustrated. Besides Zhuan Yang, Zhao Lengyu's eyes were also sharp. Zhuan Yang and Qin Wentian had a deep hatred, but they pretended not to see it in the same place. This was because they knew that they could not do anything to Qin Wentian. Now Nan Wang Yunzai, Qinger and Qin Wentian were under the same alliance leader, and the power was so tyrannical. The sixth-ranked genius on the Immortal Ascension list, was now being discussed by many people in the ancient Emperor city. This time, it was her chance. Each of the Xianjiao had his own thoughts, but their belief was the same, to forge an unparalleled body and inherit the ancient Emperor's legacy. One after another, Xianjiao stepped out. With a strong belief, they once again walked towards the suspended golden body and tried to forge the body. Let's not waste time. Even if we fail, one more try is also an experience, Qin Wentian said, and the people around him nodded. Then they stepped towards the golden light in front together. The previous scene appeared again. They seemed to be in another space of light. In their eyes, there seemed to be only the extremely ancient golden body with endless power. That golden body was the perfect physique they needed to forge. If they succeeded, they would become him, with endless power hidden in their bodies. Qin Wentian took a step forward, and the light shone and hid his body. That wonderful power appeared again, making him feel that his body was filled with a force from outside. It seemed that he could sense the golden body more strongly. This feeling became more sensitive as he stepped forward again and again. Qin Wentian stepped forward step by step. He thought that it seemed that he could only really walk to the side of the golden body when he succeeded in casting his body. With each step, the light kept hitting his body. There was a faint roar in his body, which became stronger and stronger. His sense of the golden body became stronger and stronger. It seemed that there was a pressure from ancient times falling on him. With a thumping sound, his heart beat. Qin Wentian carefully felt it. This feeling was very wonderful, as if it was not his own heartbeat, but the beating of the heart of the golden body, which led to the changes in his body. This feeling became more intense and powerful again and again. The thumping heartbeat continued and became stronger and stronger. Qin Wentian seemed to have a violent storm in his body, and he felt that a mouthful of blood was about to spit out. This power is so terrifying. Qin Wentian's heart trembled secretly. It seemed that all the energy in his body was mobilized and reached the extreme. His blood was roaring and roaring. Whether it was his body or his heart, it was the same. A terrifying demonic power bloomed from Qin Wentian, making his aura even stronger and more arrogant. The roar shook the sky. Qin Wentian took another step forward. Only by moving forward bravely could he know the secrets hidden in the golden body. There was no secret, no other way, only to try. White flames surrounded his body and gradually emerged, as if trying to calm Qin Wentian's violent body, but it was useless. The mighty power of the storm seemed to penetrate his body, making him explode and die. and completely destroy him. Roar! The terrifying demon beast's protective power appeared. Qin Wentian's clothes were torn, and his body seemed to become huge, turning into a body of 100 feet. His aura became stronger again. He took a step forward, and the world roared, shaking the people around him and spitting blood one after another, as if they were affected by him and could no longer bear the power, and were blasted out. Seeing Qin Wentian take another step forward, there was a loud bang, and Qin Wentian felt that he was one step closer to the golden body. This was a very mysterious feeling. He could feel more clearly the huge power contained in this golden body. It was a pure and incomparable imperial power, a power that truly overlooked the world and possessed infinite power. But because his feeling was clearer, the pressure he endured became more terrible. The power that rushed into his body seemed to move, moving without Qin Wentian's control, and seemed to be operating in an amazing way, as if to fit the power operation method in the golden body, so that Qin Wentian truly felt the meaning of the word cast body. With each operation, Qin Wentian would feel that his body's energy seemed to become stronger. After several operations, Qin Wentian's spirit and body seemed to be stretched to the extreme. Finally, there was a huge roar, and his whole body trembled violently and was knocked away. All senses disappeared in an instant. At this moment, those wonderful powers became the strongest backlash power, which was about to defeat Qin Wentian. Xuanyang stood not far from Qin Wentian. Seeing Qin Wentian being hit hard, a sneer flashed in his eyes. After all, he was only at the 8th level of the celestial phenomenon realm. Although he could enhance his combat power with a god's hand, he was still a little short of the body forging. The other figures around the golden body saw Qin Wentian being beaten back miserably, and they secretly mocked him in their hearts. Even if they were beaten back, they would not have such a big reaction. It seemed that Qin Wentian was obviously not strong enough, but he was holding on there. When he could not hold on any longer, it led to such a tragic scene. Qin Wentian was really miserable this time. It seemed that his whole body was about to be pierced by that force. His body was bursting with blood. He fell to the ground and kept spitting out blood. Then he sat up with difficulty. Panzai was there, using his own strength to start regulating his breathing, and gradually recovering from his injuries. Many people around looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. So many people launched an attack, but it seemed that Qin Wentian was the worst this time. Could it be that this person was really just a name for nothing? However, Qin Wentian obviously didn't care about what others thought. He was very satisfied this time. He could already feel the power of the golden body, and the power in his body was running on its own. It was clearly the manifestation of the initial stage of body casting. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold on for too long and finally couldn't hold on. But he believed that as long as he broke through his own limits every time, he would eventually do it. As for those people with sarcastic eyes, it was only because of their own ignorance. They couldn't reach that level, so they were ignorant and mocked in their hearts. They didn't know that if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 944 Demonic Evil. The golden body seemed to exist forever, suspended in this ancient emperor's cave. No one knew who could forge an unparalleled body. The Xianjiao attacked again and again, but failed again and again. Whether it was Nanhurong Yangxi, who was ranked 3rd on the Ascension list, or Xuanyang, who was ranked 4th on the Ascension list, they tried their best but still could not forge a body, and could not even get close to the eternal body. As time passed, some people were even discouraged and no longer had hope that they could forge a body. Their boiling blood gradually cooled down and was no longer full of expectations. Reality was always different from ideals. Once a basin of cold water was poured on them, many people would easily become decadent. Of course, the real strong would never retreat. Even if they knew that they might never be able to do it, they would still keep trying to challenge their own limits. That was faith. In their lives, they could fail, but they would never give up. Qin Wentian had attacked many times, but failed every time, and he was severely injured every time. If we talk about misery, he is definitely the most miserable of all. But even so, Qin Wentian continued to attack as usual. Every time, he felt that he was making progress and getting closer to the goal. At this time, in the wonderful space, Qin Wentian's body emitted a terrible buzzing sound, like a terrible tsunami wave, madly attacking his physical body. On his body, light shone, and the power in his body flowed endlessly. He could already clearly feel the flow of power in the golden body, as if there was a resonance. Immortal. Qin Wentian had a wonderful feeling, as if the golden body was an immortal body that would never be destroyed. Along with the flow of power in his body, the talisman light shone on his body. Many people around him looked at Qin Wentian, who seemed to be closer to the goal than them, with sharp eyes. Whether it was Zhuanyang or Zhao Langaiyu, their faces were livid. Before, they secretly ridiculed Qin Wentian in their hearts, but now they saw Qin Wentian flowing with terrifying power. This gave them a strange feeling. Qin Wentian's body seemed to resonate with a golden body. If at a certain moment, this resonance was completely in harmony, it was very likely that Qin Wentian would succeed in forging his body. Their enemy, Qin Wentian, was the one who was most likely to succeed in forging his body. Zhuanyang's eyes showed a dazzling light. He stepped forward frantically, as if he was willing to do anything. He no longer used the Shiangsu and mirror technique to resist the coming of that power. He seemed to be wrong from the beginning. This power could not be resisted, but should be endured and sensed. In the cave opposite, it had already become quiet. Everyone had left, just because there was no seat for inheritance. On the last 4 seats for inheritance, there were 4 figures: Mozi, Zidao Yang, Zhan Peng, and Little Bastard. They quietly felt their respective inheritance powers. Finally, on one of the seats for inheritance, a terrifying look suddenly opened. It was Mozi, who had been in the seat for inheritance for a long time. The light from his sharp and cold pupils made people feel extremely terrifying. Moxie glanced at Zidao Yang, Zhan Peng and the Little Bastard, and instantly imprinted their images in his mind. These 2 people and a demon beast will become his sacrifices, stepping stones on his road to growth. Even when looking at Zidao Yang, Moxie's eyes are full of demonic intent, even a little evil. Since Zidao Yang, who is the first on the immortal list, wants to snatch the inheritance from him, the ending will be the same. Moxie walked out and walked down the inheritance seat. He took a look at the huge demon beast with 9 heads. There was not even a trace of emotion in his cold and indifferent eyes. Even if he got the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor, he still wouldn't be grateful at all. He is Moxie. He believes in strength. He believes in himself. If he has no strength, he can't get this inheritance seat. If his strength is poor, his inheritance can't be kept. Everything is for him to fight for, and the future depends on him to fight for it. Emperor Brahma must be the same person as him, otherwise he would not have divided the inheritance into 9 parts, letting the 9 inheritors kill and devour each other, so that the 9 would return to 1. How cruel and difficult it is. Anyone who can get his inheritance is not an ordinary person. The moment they sit on the inheritance seat, they are doomed to a life or death fate. Moxie turned calmly and walked outside without a trace of nostalgia. He was determined. He had already remembered the 2 people and 1 demon in front of him. There was no need to waste time staying here. Moxie walked through the cave outside. 8 ancient coffins lay there quietly. He ignored them and continued to go out. He saw a beautiful figure without any breath. This figure floated there, like a ghost, looking at Moxie. Buzz! This beautiful figure went directly towards Moxie, but Moxie stretched out his hand, and a terrible black vortex appeared, trying to swallow the woman's ghostly body into it. The woman's body retreated, still floating there quietly, as if she had never moved. Which number of inheritors are you, and what level of strength have you reached now? The mysterious woman of Moxie, with cold eyes, revealed the origin of the mysterious woman in 1 sentence, and knew why she came here. The woman did not speak, looking at Moxie. Her beautiful face seemed to contain an amazing majesty. Like an empress, people dare not blaspheme her beauty, even if it is a body of the netherworld. Even if there is no breath, people will be in awe of her and worship her. It seems that you are at least to the king level. This Brahma Emperor is really stupid. He came up with such a sinister inheritance method. It is really a painful thing to face the pursuit of someone like you. It's a pity that your real body cannot enter the ancient emperor's city. Otherwise, if you stay here, I will have no way out. Moxie said lightly, and continued to walk forward without looking at the woman again. The mysterious woman did not move either. She just watched Moxie leave quietly. A figure appeared in her eyes. It was not Moxie, but Qin Wentian. It was him who prevented her from getting a seat for inheritance. She was originally possessed by Nanhurong Yangxi. With Nanhurong Yangxi's power and her control, she could definitely seize a seat for inheritance. After Moxie walked out of the cave, he went directly to the opposite side. Looking at the shining imperial aura, a sneer flashed in his eyes. Did the Brahma Emperor want his inheritor to compete with the inheritor of the ancient emperor? However, Moxie did not just want the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor. Moxie, it's Moxie. When Moxie stepped into the cave, many Xianjiao looked at him, and a hint of fear flashed in their expressions. This Moxie was a very famous ruthless person. Even Zidaoyang was not afraid of him. He was extremely scary. Now, he has inherited the Brahma Emperor, but he came here again. Moxie glanced around, then he walked out and stepped directly towards the golden body in front of him, not wanting to waste any time. In just a moment, Moxie felt a light rushing into his body. His body was running with a terrible power. The black light shone on his body, like a demon armor. At the same time, endless runes seemed to appear on his body. When the light hit his body, the power running in Moxie's body actually swallowed it and became his own. Moxie's expression was sharp and unparalleled. He wanted to use the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor to seize the inheritance here. He took one step at a time, and soon took many steps. Seeing this scene, the Xianjiao felt even more decadent. They took each step with difficulty, but Moxie, who stepped into it for the first time, was so terrible. However, as Moxie stepped, he gradually slowed down. It seemed that a terrible roaring power was born in his body, shaking the earth and shaking his body. He closed his eyes here, feeling quietly, and continued to transform power and sense the golden body. The meaning of immortality, is this to forge an immortal physique for me? Moxie murmured. He glanced at the people around him and said, I am here, the inheritance belongs to me. Domineering, arrogant, he is here, the inheritance will belong to him, others can't get it. Moxie, you have already inherited the Brahma Emperor, and you come here to fight for it. Xuanyang stared at Moxie. Moxie glanced at him and said coldly, so what? You, Xuanyang, are not worthy of this inheritance. Get out. You. Xuanyang looked ugly and pale. This Moxie was too arrogant. A cold light flashed in Moxie's face, and then he pointed his finger directly at Xuanyang. A black robbery light seemed to penetrate the space directly and killed Xuanyang. The ancient mirror was born, and the Xiangxuan mirror technique bloomed. But Moxie snorted coldly, and his fingers continued to strike. One after another, black robbery lights contained amazing destructive power, and kept bombarding the same position. With a click, the Xiangxuan mirror technique was broken. Xuanyang's face was pale and he could only give up. His body could no longer support it and was bounced out. Domineering. Everyone's expression froze, and their eyes were full of strong fear. This ruthless man was really domineering. Moxie's eyes flickered, and he looked at Qin Wentian, then he said, you are the one who has the most hope of forging a body, but that was before I came. Qin Wentian was under great pressure at this time. He did not look at Moxie, and said lightly, who said that only one person can be forged? If you think you have the most hope, you can give it a try. Moxie sneered, I won't take risks. No matter what, the first person to forge a body must be me. You step into this place before him, so you can't take another step forward at this moment. If you want to try, wait until I reach the same level as you, then try again. Wait for you. Qin Wentian's expression flashed with a cold light, and he said, what if I say no? I said, I'm here, and the inheritance belongs to me. Moxie said coldly. How can such an opportunity be missed? Since he is here, he will never allow others to seize the inheritance. P.S. Thank you for being promoted to the leader of the alliance for years. In Bali these days, Wuhan is still working hard to update and try his best not to fall behind in updates. Brothers, please support me with your monthly tickets. Chapter 945, Battle Against the Demons. Qin Wentian looked at Moxie. His dark and cold eyes carried a fierce and dangerous aura. The black light flowing through his body was full of destructive intent. This second-ranked warrior on the Immortal Ascension list had also obtained one of the 9 inheritances of the Brahma Emperor. His aspirations were no less high than Zidaoyang's. He was here, and the inheritance belonged to him. Moxie could feel that Qin Wentian had already walked in front of the crowd and was the person closest to the inheritance, but since he, Moxie, was here, everyone had to give way. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped forward, with a terrifying might bursting out of his body. His aura seemed to have been enhanced to the extreme. His blood was lingering around him, and the talisman light was shining. In his deep eyes, a cold light jumped. Now that he had come to this point, If Moxie asked him to retreat, he would retreat. If he asked him to wait, he would wait. Moxie saw the obsession in Qin Wentian's eyes. His eyes were cold, and a terrible black light flowed on his fingers, with a faint amazing momentum blooming from them. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed at Qin Wentian. At that moment, Qin Wentian felt a supreme calamity force coming, revealing an astonishing destructive force. That finger, like a demon king, turned into destructive magic light and killed him. Qin Wentian mobilized his strength to the extreme, and a roar was heard. He was so imposing that he seemed to have a slight resonance with a golden body in front of him. His whole body became surging, and his fingers also killed. A white light came out with the power of purifying everything, and collided with the astonishing black finger light. The void exploded, and Qin Wentian's body was shaken. He was already under astonishing pressure, and now he was harassed by the evil spirits, and his breath suddenly fluctuated. I can actually take advantage of the situation. A dark light flashed in Moxie's eyes, and terrible talisman light emerged from his body. Stars emerged in the wonderful space, like an almighty demon, a truly terrible demon, surrounded by calamity light. This demon looked at Qin Wentian, and in an instant, endless demonic calamity light burst out, and the dark destructive light was like an endless demon spear, piercing through everything, destroying everything, and madly strangling Qin Wentian. A brilliant golden light shone, and a pattern blocked Qin Wentian's way. It was Kinger behind him who shot out the immortal slaying picture. The endless dark light of destruction was madly swallowed up by the immortal slaying picture and exiled by the power of space. Seeing this scene, Moxie's eyes showed sharpness. He glanced at Kinger and then said, "The immortal slaying picture, it should be the disciple of Emperor Ji, Princess Kinger." As he spoke, the power of the stars on his body became more and more terrifying. At the same time, he stretched out his palm, and endless terrifying dark magic patterns gathered. His palm turned into pitch-black vortex entrance, extending towards the front. A series of black palm shadows seemed to be directly printed on the immortal slaying picture. The power of space contained in the immortal slaying picture quickly dissipated and poured into the magic patterns. Everyone was shocked to see the battle. Ordinary Xianjiao characters could hardly keep themselves steady in it, but these few people fought on the way forward. Moreover, the strength of this evil spirit was really terrible. He was able to devour the power in the immortal slaying picture. Gradually, the power of the immortal slaying picture seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. At the same time, the opponent's magic pattern light was even more blazing. I saw the evil spirit raised his hand and blasted out. There seemed to be an amazing space power in the terrifying palm print, which directly tore the space and blasted towards Qin Wentian. At this moment, Kinger's face was extremely cold. The attack was too fast and came in an instant. Qin Wentian took a step towards the attack and went forward. With a loud bang, he raised his hand and blasted out a terrible attack, but he was still directly crushed and shattered. His body finally couldn't balance. With a loud bang, he was once again knocked out under the double pressure. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Xianjiao flickered. The evil spirit came, and Qin Wentian, who had the most hope of forging a body, seemed to be reduced to foil. This demon is the second on the immortal ascension list. He practices supreme magic of robbing demons, and his attack and defense are terrifying. Now he has inherited the Brahma Emperor. I am afraid that he is not afraid of Zidaoang. The mystery contained in the previous attack should be the power inherited by the Brahma Emperor, the power of the immortal devouring diagram, and then the attack was accompanied by the power of space. It was too scary. The expressions of Jun Mengchen, Zi Qingxun and others changed. They stared at the demon. They saw that the other party ignored all the eyes on him and stared at the golden body in front of him. This physical physique just fits the power of his practice. The immortal body is really a blessing from heaven. If he gets it, from now on, he will be invincible in attack and defense, and there will be no suspense on the top of the immortal ascension list. If he does not get the inheritance, he may not have a chance of winning when Zidaoang comes out. After all, now Zidaoang is also receiving the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor. Qin Wentian was shocked back to the outside. He stared at the demon in the golden light, and there was a terrible flame in his eyes. The higher up the ascension list, the more terrifying their strength. He had defeated Xiao Lenggao, who was ranked 5th on the ascension list, and had fought with Zhuan Yang. Moxie was not on the same level as them. He was on the same level as Zidaoang, who was ranked 5th on the ascension list. His strength was amazing, and his determination must be extremely tenacious. Otherwise, he would not have been able to step into the depths of the Dark Mountain and seize the inheritance seed of the Brahma Emperor. Closing his eyes, Qin Wentian quietly felt his own strength, and also felt the situation he had encountered before. The golden body was extremely terrifying. It was a perfect form of an amazing physique. If this body could be forged, his strength would definitely step onto a higher level. At this moment, Qin Wentian was extremely calm and did not impulsively look for a battle with Moxie. Moxie was worthy of being the second on the ascension list, and he had inherited the Brahma Emperor. He stepped out step by step and never came out, as if he wanted to get there in one step and directly seize the inheritance. Finally, Moxie also felt the amazing pressure. The golden body resonated with his body, and the power in his body changed, and his heartbeat accelerated. Qinger saw Moxie's movements and her expression flashed with a cold light. Her eyes were cold and a terrible force swept out from her body. She raised her hand and punched out a fist that tore through the void, directly hitting Moxie. Moxie's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly turned around and punched out a palm, shouting angrily, "You are so presumptuous. What you did before, you can't allow others to do it." Nan Huangyangxi also said coldly at this time, pointing her finger forward, and the amazing finger with a gorgeous bright flame slashed out, trying to kill Moxie. Moxie raised his hands and hid a palm. The light of the supreme demonic calamity killed everything, but the violent power in his body finally couldn't be suppressed. With a loud bang, he groaned, spit out blood, and his body also flew out, causing the crowd to tremble violently. I didn't expect Princess Qinger to be so cruel. She has been waiting for an opportunity to strike Moxie. If he doesn't let Qin Wentian take the lead, then Moxie will never be ahead of others. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Moxie was shocked and retreated outside. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His dark eyes were filled with a terrible light. He stared coldly at Nan Huangyangxi and Qinger, and then glanced at Qin Wentian. Nan Huangyangxi, third on the immortal list, daughter of Changqing, fifth on the immortal list, very good. Moxie walked towards Qin Wentian step by step. Qinger had automatically retreated from inside and came to Qin Wentian's side. Nan Huangyangxi also stepped forward, with a charming aura sweeping out of her body, looking at Moxie. Are you going to join forces to fight me? Then I will see what strength you have. Moxie said coldly. He waved his arms, and in an instant, endless destructive magic power bloomed from his body. The robbery demon in the void reappeared, which was extremely terrifying. Swish, swish. A terrifying robbery light flashed, and Moxie stretched out his hand to grab the void. A huge robbery sword appeared, and endless power swept across the world, and the surrounding void seemed to be torn apart. He raised his hand and slashed at Qinger, but saw that Qinger was surrounded by a sacred light at this time, as if a three-color aura appeared above her head. Her palm blasted forward, and the immortal slashing diagram appeared. At this moment, the immortal slashing diagram was even more terrifying. The endless spatial brilliance tore through everything and collided with the robbery sword, but even so, the spatial power seemed to be cut off. Nan Huangyangxi's body flashed, and her fingers shot forward. A bewitching and unparalleled ancient phoenix figure appeared and tore directly at Moxie's body. Moxie raised his other hand, and a supreme demonic power roared. The terrible demon pattern devoured everything, and he held up the sky with one hand. He shouted angrily, I want to see how the two most famous beauties on the immortal ascension list can stop me. As he spoke, his palms frantically summoned the void, and the power of the devil turned into an endless devil sword. He waved his palms and slashed all of them towards the immortal slashing picture in front of him. The immortal slashing picture came towards him, and the two forces collided with each other in a shocking way. Nan Huangyangxi sent out another finger, and the gorgeous and incomparable flaming red light seemed to wrap up Moxie's body, but he saw the terrible power of the devil flowing through his body, and his body was indestructible, like a peerless devil. Ha ha ha. At this time, the devil laughed loudly, and he seemed to let go of everything and directly swallowed Nan Huangyangxi's flaming power. It was so domineering that Nan Huangyangxi's expression changed slightly. At this moment, Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly opened, and the talisman on his palm shone brightly, and the terrible hand of God appeared. The battle was released, and his blood roared. He stood up and took a step forward, like a windrock, rushing towards Moxie. Get out of here! Moxie shouted, and the star turbulation demon slashed out with terrible power, but Qin Wentian raised his hand and blasted it out with supreme power, directly destroying everything and hiding Moxie. Seeing this scene, Moxie's expression changed slightly. What kind of attack power is this, so strong? Qinger and Nanhuang launched a fierce attack at the same moment. Moxie retracted the power of his hands to protect his body refined by the power of the demon tribulation, but Qin Wentian's body descended, and the god's hand directly smashed down. Moxie roared, and with a loud bang, his body flew out, and his body seemed to be broken, and blood splashed in the void. Chapter 946 The First. This. The Xianjiao were speechless when they saw this scene. Nanhuang, Qinger, and Qin Wentian, they stood together to fight the enemy. Even Moxie, who was ranked second on the Immortal Ascension list and had obtained the inheritance of Brahma Emperor, was still injured. The strength of these three people is extremely strong. Any one of them has the combat power of the top 6 on the Immortal Ascension list. Moxie was arrogant before. Now that he is here, the inheritance belongs to him and no one can take it away. How domineering. He attacked Qin Wentian when he approached the golden body and injured Qin Wentian. Later, Qinger used the same method to treat him. Nanhuang also attacked him and forced him out. Qin Wentian's hand of God finally attacked and severely injured Moxie. At this moment, Moxie staggered and his face was a little pale. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The body forged by the power of the devil was broken. His cold eyes swept over the three opponents in front of him with a terrible cold light. You are very good, and your strength is not bad. The inheritance is here, and the capable ones will take it. You are here, and you want others to make way for you, and only you can take it. In this case, you will get it just like that. Nanhuang said coldly. This golden body is a perfect state of physique, which can trigger resonance among human martial artists and forge an unparalleled body. It is a dream for Moxie to let others make way for him. Okay, Nanhuang, since you said so, I will not take action before I seize the inheritance. Let's see who can forge an unparalleled body. Moxie looked at the three people in front of him, as if he had made a slight concession. Of course, he also knew that if he really wanted to fight with the strength of these three people, he would probably be very tired. Although it was a short fight, these three people were not ordinary people. They could not be easily swept away. In this case, I hope you can do what you say. Nanhuang spoke coldly, and then he looked at Qinger and Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian didn't say anything, turned around and walked towards the golden light again. For the moment, forging the body is the most important thing. Fighting with Moxie now is a pure waste of time. Although the three of them are very powerful, judging from the strength that Moxie showed before, it is absolutely impossible for them to kill Moxie. Qin Wentian took a deep breath, and he closed his eyes. The blood aura lingered around him, and then he walked towards the golden light step by step. In an instant, everything changed, and the golden body appeared in his perception. At this moment, Qin Wentian had an illusion. Perhaps he was wrong to use his eyes to see before. Everything that the eyes saw was an illusion. This golden body might not exist there at all, not in any actual space. He was just an empty existence, an ideal existence, a perfect physique, which only existed in perception. Therefore, no matter how you step forward, you will not feel close to him. Only when you feel close, you will really feel close. Qin Wentian took a step, and the magical power rushed into his body again. At this moment, Qin Wentian seemed to have directly crossed a huge process before. His body roared instantly, as if another terrible power rushed into his body. He seemed to be able to truly perceive the terrible power contained in the golden body, as if it was right in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Wentian's body emitted a terrible buzzing sound, which was shaking endlessly and extremely terrifying. A raging force swept through his body, as if there was a mysterious force that was causing the resonance of the power in his body, and the magical power was constantly running in his body. At this moment, Qin Wentian was standing in front of the golden body, so close that he could really feel this perfect physique. The surging energy contained in it made people feel that the power of this body would never be exhausted or destroyed. Outside, the Xianjiao were stunned by the scene in front of them. They actually found that Qin Wentian walked in front of the golden body, so close that it seemed that as long as Qin Wentian stretched out his hand, he could touch the golden body. Everyone didn't even see how Qin Wentian got there. It was as if he just took a step and suddenly arrived, ignoring the distance and space. This was an extremely mysterious feeling that no one could explain clearly. But, can Qin Wentian really create such a physique? Moxie, who stepped into the light, also saw this scene. His pupils condensed slightly, and his dark eyes became surprisingly calm. He just stared at Qin Wentian, without anger or jealousy, just looking at him. This is an immortal body. If you have this physique, you will definitely have another opportunity. I must get it. Moxie's determination was unshakable. He used the power of the devil to temper the terrible devil body. His body was extremely strong. If he could forge such a physique again, even if he just relied on his body, he would be invincible to people of the same realm. Whether it was the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor or the ancient emperor in front of him, it was born for him. After obtaining the inheritance, he would build a fairy platform in the ancient emperor's city and step into the fairy realm, truly opening his way to become the king of the fairyland. Moxie stood there motionless, just observing Qin Wentian. This person was able to do it before him, so there must be something worth learning from, and he should feel how Qin Wentian did it. After staring at Qin Wentian for a long time, a dazzling light flashed in Moxie's dark eyes. Then, he closed his eyes like Qin Wentian, and the power surged all over his body. After a moment, the Xianjiao saw Moxie's figure flash, and an amazing scene appeared. His body, like Qin Wentian, appeared in front of the golden body. Two people, one stood on one side. The crowd was speechless. It was indeed Moxie, with a strong comprehension ability. Not long after Qin Wentian stepped into the place, he seemed to understand the secret and did everything Qin Wentian did. Of course, ordinary people would not dare to be so presumptuous even if they could comprehend it, because their bodies could not withstand the impact of that power, and they might even be killed by the shock. Jiutian looked at the two, with a glimmer of jealousy in his eyes. He was also the fourth on the immortal ascension list, but since Qin Wentian suddenly emerged and stirred up a storm in the ancient emperor city, he, the fourth on the immortal ascension list, has been encountering obstacles everywhere and has been extremely unlucky. Now, this place seems to have become a battle between Qin Wentian and Moxie, and Jiutian has nothing to do. This Qin Wentian, it seems that no matter where he is, he will always become the focus and attract the attention of the strong. This also made Xiao Lengai besides Jiutian angry. The inconspicuous existence who stepped into the ancient emperor's city in the past became dazzling step by step, and even the light has enveloped her. At this time, Jiutian and Xiao Lengai launched an attack again. They didn't want to believe that they were inferior to Qin Wentian in every way. Before, it was the god's hand, and now it is the ancient emperor's inheritance. Many Xianjiao looked at Xiao Lengai. It seems that Xiao Lengai's treatment of Qin Wentian was really unreasonable. Qin Wentian got the god's hand by relying on talent, not just luck. Nanhuang Yangxi, Kinger, Hua Taksu, Jun Mengchen, Zhikingsun and other geniuses are also working hard to compete for the body forging, but it is not said that only one person can forge it, everyone has the opportunity. Time passed little by little, most of the geniuses who entered the Dark Mountain were here, and the other two people and one demon got the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor on the opposite side, and the Dark Mountain became quiet. The mysterious gray-clothed old man disappeared and never appeared again, and the ghost-like woman also disappeared. The 8 immortal realm emperors lay quietly in the ancient coffin. Inadvertently, several months passed. In front of the golden body, it was not only Qin Wentian and Moxie, Nanhuang Yangxi, Kinger and Jun Mengchen also appeared beside the golden body. Nanhuang Yangxi and Kinger could understand, but Jun Mengchen's appearance at that time was really surprising. Many people were very surprised. After all, as a friend of Qin Wentian, he seemed to have never shown his light. Only Qin Wentian was shining. On the contrary, Jiutian, who was fourth on the immortal list, had never done it, and Xiao Lengai was the same. Qin Wentian stood there with his eyes closed, his mind focused. Although the roar in his body was still there, it seemed that there was a wonderful power in his body running on its own, very regularly, no longer as chaotic as before. His whole body was flowing with extremely terrifying light, and the breath in his body became more surging and powerful. The light of the runes flowing on his body made people feel that he had a terrifying body. At this time, above the golden body, it seemed as if there were rays of light covering Qin Wentian's body. Although Qin Wentian could clearly feel the power within, he always had an illusion that his body seemed to have a little difficulty in matching the power contained in the golden body. Look there. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. Moxie. Many of the Xianjiao outside suddenly stood up, with shocked eyes, looking at the golden body in front of them. So strong, is Moxie going to do it? Everyone's heart pounded. They saw Moxie's body floating up, just floating in the air. He didn't seem to use any power. His whole body was facing the golden body, as if there was a real resonance. His whole body was covered with light, and there was a terrible luster shining on his body surface. It seemed that he had really started to cast his body. Moxie, he seems to be the last one to come here. Through Qin Wentian, he also realized the way to reach the golden body. Now, he's going to forge his body. Moxie is already terrifying enough. If he succeeds in forging his body and seizes the inheritance of the two emperors, how powerful will he be? Everyone was trembling in their hearts. They couldn't imagine how terrifying Moxie would be in the future. Chapter 947 Demonic Cast Body. Moxie, the focus of all the Xianjiao's eyes, his appearance instantly captured everyone's glory, just as he said. Moxie, is here, the inheritance belongs to him, others cannot touch it. Now, Moxie is using his strength to verify this promise. Moxie, floating in the void, his body is resonating with the golden body, all the power in his body is pouring into the surface of his body, the light flowing in his body makes people feel terrible and breathtaking, even if they are no longer beside Moxie, it seems that they can still feel his body transforming. This must be the body casting. Moxie, can he succeed in casting the body? The Xianjiao said in their hearts. For so many days, many Xianjiao characters have been somewhat desperate about casting the body. They have tried too many times, and many Xianjiao seem to be unable to break through to a limit in terms of physical fitness. This is the most basic, but it has blocked countless people. They have no way to withstand the power of that resonance. This means that their bodies are not qualified to be cast into unparalleled physiques. First of all, they are not worthy of it. The more they go back, the more geniuses discover this. They have to admit that they still have an insurmountable gap with the people at the top of the immortal ranking. Qin Wentian still closed his eyes. The surface of his body was also flowing with dazzling light. The strands of rune light were gorgeous and unparalleled. However, he was still unable to achieve a deep resonance with a golden body in the void. It seemed that he could not cast a body. This scene made Qin Wentian quite distressed. In fact, he had long been able to sense the power and strength contained in this golden body. It was an extremely surging power, an immortal power that could make the body extremely perfect and the vitality extremely terrifying. If such a physique was cast, it would be enough to easily crush the existence of the same realm. Even with just a huge momentum, it could crush the opponent of the same realm. Nan Wang Yangxi and Zhen Mengzhen also experienced some changes. Nan Wang Yangxi was covered in red light, and the blazing flames enveloped her soft body. The beautiful phoenix shadow appeared, covered with auspicious clouds and rosy clouds, which gave people a sense of beauty beyond description, dignity and holiness. Zhen Mengzhen's body was covered with a king's armor, and the world map of the blue sky appeared behind him, giving birth to an unparalleled imperial power. He seemed to be the king who ruled the world and wanted to rule the world. He seems to have changed too. It seems that this person is not simple. Some people noticed the changes in Zhen Mengzhen's body and were a little surprised. Zhen Mengzhen kept giving them surprises. Endless rune light flowed on Zhen Mengzhen's body, but it did not fit with the golden body. Although there was resonance, he seemed to be walking his own way. Zhen Mengzhen was free and easy by nature. He didn't like too much restrained. He had a clear distinction between love and hate. He liked what he liked and disliked what he disliked. Although he came to the golden body, he felt that he was not suitable for it, so he didn't have a strong obsession to cast the body. He let the power in his body flow, didn't guide it, let it go naturally, but the changes in his body afterwards were something he didn't expect. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. Everything seemed the same as before, but the evil spirit seemed even more terrifying. His body's surface flowed with double light, one black and one gold, turning into a dark gold color, that terrifying luster, giving people a feeling of indestructibility. The momentum flowing in his body became more surging. His vitality was extremely vigorous, like an immortal body. Nan Huang Yangxi and Zhen Mengzhen's bodies also changed. Kinger was as quiet as always, but the momentum in his body seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. At this time, Qin Wentian opened his eyes and looked at the figures in front of him. Moxie, who was flowing with dark golden light, had reached a critical point with his aura, as if he could break through this critical point at any time, build a fairy platform, and ascend to the fairy position. The ancient emperors all have preferences for choosing their successors, hoping that their successors are good at power similar to their own. The ancient emperor is good at divine patterns, so those who are not proficient in divine patterns cannot cultivate the divine hand at all. And this ancient emperor with amazing physique, his inheritance is more suitable for Moxie. Qin Wentian said in his heart. Perhaps this ancient emperor himself did not expect that Moxie was not only suitable to inherit his power, but also suitable for Brahma Emperor. Therefore, before this, Moxie was already one of the 9 successors of Brahma Emperor. Perhaps, he has 2 major inheritances in one, and he is unstoppable. At this time, Qin Wentian looked at King Nanhuang and Jun Mengchen again. When he looked at Jun Mengchen, his eyes suddenly condensed. He saw a terrible luster flowing on Jun Mengchen's body, as if there were world patterns flowing on Jun Mengchen's body. On his body, there seemed to be an ancient breath, surging, vast, and extremely powerful. Qin Wentian saw this scene and a very sharp light flashed in his eyes. Casting the body, maybe he was really wrong. Sometimes, too much obsession may also lead to misunderstandings. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian closed his eyes again. His mind was not distracted, and the humming sound in his body continued. However, he did not insist on resonating with the golden body, but let it go, letting his own power flow crazily. The terrible demon blood flowed on his body, making him have a terrible demon power all over his body. The whole person became a demon and unparalleled. The flowing blood seemed to turn into runes and engraved on his body. Another bloodline's power also flowed because of this surging might. It was a magical power. Wherever it passed, all the surging auras on Qin Wentian's body seemed to calm down. It seemed that wherever this bloodline power passed, all other powers would lie dormant. When this bloodline continued to flow through Qin Wentian's body, a magical change was happening on Qin Wentian's body. Various divine patterns of light seemed to emerge on the surface of Qin Wentian's body, and they kept changing, again and again, as if they were looking for the most suitable body. This time, Qin Wentian did not resist the flow of this power, nor did he deliberately use this power to change anything. He followed the guidance of the golden body to cast his body. Everything seemed to go with the flow. The aura on Qin Wentian's body became quieter and quieter. Without the surging might, it gradually became ordinary, as if it was returning to its original nature. The aura of this demon is getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid it won't take long for him to cast an unparalleled body. This Qin Wentian is interesting. His aura has become quieter. Is he going to give up? Someone whispered when he saw this scene. Forging the body. If Mozi succeeds in forging the body, I wonder if this golden body will still exist. If it still exists, then everyone who has the opportunity to come here will have the opportunity to forge a body. Someone else said. Even if that's true, how many people can do it? A person next to him responded, and everyone was speechless. They had tried many times. Indeed, even if it really wouldn't disappear, how many people could forge a body? I'm afraid that only the top 5 people on the immortal list have a glimmer of hope. Finally, an astonishing force swept across the world, and there were only bursts of roars, like a tsunami. The golden body seemed to turn into endless light and rush directly into Mozi's body. At this moment, the crowd saw that the golden body turned into a phantom, faintly overlapping with Mozi's body. This is Mozi. Is the body forging going to succeed? Buzz! 1,000 feet of light burst out, and the golden body disappeared, even giving the crowd an illusion that the golden body had never existed, but was just a perfect physique perceived by everyone, or it was just forged by pure power. At this moment, he disappeared. Moxie's body was still suspended there, with an extremely terrifying luster flowing on his body. The dark golden light and terrifying momentum made everyone feel that Moxie's power had once again risen to a higher level and entered another unimaginable realm. Before this, Moxie was already strong enough, reaching the extreme of the celestial realm. It was unimaginable to cross another realm. At that level, he could still become stronger. How terrible would it be? Moxie's eyes opened, and a dark golden light shot out from his pupils. It was extremely terrifying. His body moved and stood up from the suspended state. The dark golden eyes revealed a hint of excitement. Success! His strength has increased again. Before casting the immortal platform, the more solid his foundation is, the stronger the immortal platform may be. This is the state he wants very much. Now, he has reached it. His eyes swept through everyone, as if everyone was eclipsed by his gaze. He fulfilled his previous arrogant words. He was here, and the inheritance belonged to him. Who could take it away? Now, the inheritance belonged to Moxie. Moxie's dark golden eyes looked at Nanhuang, Kinger, and Qin Wentian again. He said to Nanhuang, how can you 3 stop me? Humph. Nan Huang Yangxi looked cold and said nothing. Still practicing. Moxie looked at Qin Wentian and said indifferently, "What's the point?" As he said that, he ignored everyone and stepped forward. When the golden body and the bright light dissipated, the entrance to the depths of the cave appeared in front of him. Everything seemed to be as Moxie guessed. After the body was cast, there might be opportunities later. This unparalleled figure who competed with a Brahma emperor would never just help the inheritor cast his body. Next, he, Moxie, would get his inheritance. Emperor Brahma and the ancient emperor, the two heroes competed for the throne, leaving behind a legacy. Now, he, Moxie, has taken it all by himself. To ancestors, in the future, I will perfectly display the power of both of you in one person. You don't need to compete anymore, and you don't need to have regrets. Moxie stepped forward with sharp eyes and great ambition. This is the beginning. In the vast fairyland, he, Moxie, will eventually stand at the top. P.S. Wuhan is asking for votes for next month. Everyone please vote. Chapter 948, Seize the Inheritance? Moxie stepped into the cave, and in front of him stood a statue, as if it were immortal. The statue was huge, and there seemed to be a hole on its body, with a bright light shining inside. Behind Moxie, many Xianjiao followed him. When they saw this scene, they all stopped and looked forward. Moxie's body flashed, and he walked directly into the golden body. This is another terrifying emperor figure, who may have a legacy. Everyone's eyes flashed, and they all flashed forward. The bone demon was very fast, and he wanted to seize the opportunity as soon as he took a step forward. However, Moxie's expression flashed, and his cold eyes swept towards the bone demon passing in front of him. A vast and surging momentum suddenly bloomed from his body, and his pupils shot out a terrible dark golden light. Get back! Moxie snorted coldly, raised his hand and slammed forward with a palm. The bone demon's body suddenly turned around, and the bones all over his body flashed. His palm slapped out, and his arm swelled, with amazing power. But Moxie was too terrifying at the moment. Dark gold light was flowing all over his body. The surging might contained in his palm was enough to make people crawl. The energy in his body seemed to be mobilized to an extreme. With a loud bang, the two bodies collided with each other. In just a moment, the bone demon screamed, and the extended arm continued to explode. Then the crowd saw the body of the bone demon was blown away, and blood gushed out. So strong. This Moxie, the momentum is too amazing. That amazing physique seems to contain an extremely surging fighting energy. The bone demons in the top 10 of the immortal list are now vulnerable to him. Everyone was shocked. Their steps stopped involuntarily, and no one dared to continue to rush ahead of Moxie. Moxie's eyes flashed, and he glanced at the bone demon, and said coldly, "You don't know your own limits." As he spoke, his eyes swept over the others, and then he stepped out, and his figure flashed, and he walked directly into the golden space in the body, and kept walking inside. The others were also geniuses, but at this moment they were all trembling with fear, and could only follow behind, and did not even dare to get too close to Moxie. Even Zuanayang and Xiaolengai had deep fear in their eyes. Before, the bone demon was a super scary existence, with extremely cruel means, cruel to himself and even crueler to others. Now that he has inherited the double emperors, he is invincible. Who can stop him? Moxie stepped into the space inside the body. The light in this space was shining, and powerful runes were shining everywhere, as if each rune contained supreme power. These runes seemed to be interwoven into different bodies, as if they were the states of a martial arts cultivator at different times. Moxie just glanced at it without looking carefully, and continued to walk deeper. When he reached the end, he saw a line of handwriting, which read, "To forge an indestructible body, you must forge a holy immortal platform." Holy immortal platform. A dazzling light flashed in Moxie's eyes. Holy immortal platform. Someone actually forged such a supreme immortal platform? Could it be that the ancient emperor left behind a legacy just to pave the way for the forging of the holy immortal platform? A smile flashed in Moxie's eyes. This legacy seemed to be more powerful than he imagined. Looking up, Moxie looked at this space, his dark golden pupils revealing a compelling brilliance. At this moment, outside, Qin Wentian and the others did not come in. Qin Wentian was sitting on the west side, his aura was restrained, and he seemed extremely quiet. However, there was a faint pure white light flowing on the surface of his body. Looking inside his body, he could clearly see that Qin Wentian's body was constantly undergoing some changes. Every part of his body seemed to have special patterns, gradually turning into a whole, and there was a faint unusual aura emanating from his body. However, now, except for the few people around Qin Wentian, no one cared. Everyone else had stepped forward to see the opportunities ahead, except Kinger and the others. Kinger was guarding Qin Wentian as always, and Jun Mengchen and the others were also there. At this moment, Jun Mengchen's changes had also been completed. He felt extremely happy all over, and found that Qin Wentian was the same. However, his eyes flashed with excitement, and he did not seem to be depressed because of the failure of the body casting. Because he knew that his body had undergone some very good changes, and Qin Wentian, like him, seemed to be undergoing such changes. To forge a body, it is not necessary to forge a body of inheritance. It is also possible that one has an amazing body, wakes up, and forges one's own unique physique. The role of the golden body, in addition to forging the body, is also guidance. Nanhurong, why don't you go first? We can just stay here. Jun Mengchen said to Nanhurong Yangxi. Nanhurong Yangxi glanced at Jun Mengchen and said coldly, do you think Moxie will allow me to snatch his inheritance? Jun Mengchen was stunned and nodded. With that guy's domineering personality, he will indeed not allow anyone to snatch his inheritance. Although Nanhurong Yangxi is powerful, he is still inferior to Moxie. Besides, we are allies, all from the Qin clan. Nanhurong Yangxi said indifferently, without looking at Jun Mengchen, but seeing Jun Mengchen looking at her, he grinned. Yes, we are all from the Qin clan. After senior brother finishes his training, we will go and rob Moxie. It's a pity that senior brother Qin's realm is still a little bit worse. If he enters the 9th level of the heavenly phenomenon realm, he will not be weaker than Moxie. Nanhurong Yangxi didn't say anything. This matter didn't really happen, and no one knew it, but Moxie is really too scary now. His strength is not only improved, but much stronger than before. Huotexu looked at Qin Wentian. This guy was too calm, so calm that it was completely different from other people's adventures. But this kind of Qin Wentian made Huotexu feel unfathomable. On this trip, Huotexu didn't gain much, but he didn't care too much. Some opportunities are destined not to be his, and it is futile to fight for them. When his opportunity comes, he will definitely get it. When the last rays of light flowed over Qin Wentian, his aura completely calmed down, as if nothing had happened. He opened his eyes and looked at everyone. He saw Kinger standing beside him and guarding him silently. His companions were also standing to protect him. This made him feel warm in his heart, and his eyes were filled with a gentle smile. Let's go, Qin Wentian said. Everyone looked at the smile in Qin Wentian's eyes and felt at ease. His smile seemed to always give people a sense of peace. A strange light flashed in Huotexu's deep eyes. No matter where Qin Wentian went, he could gather friends around him. This happened unconsciously and seemed very natural, as if this was his innate charm. However, he never had a trace of arrogance. Qin Wentian had a special quality, as if being around him would be safe, and no matter what storms he experienced, they could be resolved. No one else noticed this subtlety, but the careful Huotexu felt it. Even Nanhurong Yangxi, who was ranked 3rd on the immortal list and was extremely cold and arrogant, probably didn't know about the inexplicable changes in herself that she had unconsciously undergone. She actually regarded other people as her backbone. The group walked into the cave, and soon they also saw the statues and the space inside the bodies that the Xianjiao saw in front of them. Seeing this group of people coming, many Xianjiao showed strange colors. Before Moxie appeared, Qin Wentian performed very well, but unfortunately, when Moxie was there, he had nothing to do. However, although the battle was short, it was also shocking. The three of them joined forces to injure Moxie. Now, this group of people still maintain an alliance. They are probably the only force that can compete with Moxie. The alliances of others have already collapsed. Qin Wentian and his group soon stepped into the space inside the statue. Looking at the bodies cast by runes, it seemed to have a strange meaning. In front, Moxie stood there, as if thinking about something. Where's the inheritance? At this time, Moxie also saw Qin Wentian and his group, and a terrible sharp light flashed in his dark golden eyes. However, he saw Qin Wentian walking forward step by step under his gaze, standing beside him, looking at the handwriting in front. Don't you have any fear for me? Mozi looked at Qin Wentian beside him and spoke coldly. What qualifications do you have to make me fear you? Qin Wentian responded. When he saw that the immortal body was cast and the Saint Immortal platform was cast, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Is casting a body just to pave the way for a better immortal platform? Will the legendary Saint Immortal platform also exist? Nan Huang Yangxi's eyes flashed with a strange light. Could it be that the Brahma Emperor, who was once invincible in the world, his opponent was once the supreme being who cast the Saint Immortal platform? Such a person is really too terrible. No wonder he can compete with the Brahma Emperor. You are not very strong, but your personality is very arrogant. Mozi's mouth flashed a trace of contempt, and his dark golden eyes stared at Qin Wentian, with terrible penetrating power. I didn't find your strength very strong either. Qin Wentian glanced at Mozi, then turned around and walked outside. From the entrance, he began to look at the statues. Do these statues really contain the secrets of the Saint Immortal platform? Arrogant. Moxie turned around and stood in the middle. He was filled with overwhelming power and roared continuously. The statues carved in the entire space seemed to light up. A terrifying dark light flowed from Moxie's body. He stretched out his hand, as if it had turned into a terrible vortex. Endless light seemed to flow into his body. His eyes were closed, as if he was using the power of Brahma Emperor to take his inheritance. Qin Wentian did not use other means, but just stood there. Although he did not have the body of the ancient emperor's inheritance, he was still in order. Since these carved figures existed here, there must be a mystery, which needed to be felt with heart. Qin Wentian seems not to have given up and wants to compete with Moxie for the last inheritance. But, Moxie is here, can he snatch it away? Zhu Xianjiao thought to himself when he saw this scene. Many people already thought that this inheritance must belong to Moxie. Even if others took it, Moxie would not let it go. Who can take his inheritance away under Moxie's nose? Chapter 949 Immortal Killing Platform. The aura of Moxie was extremely terrifying, and the vortex on his body was extremely terrifying, truly swallowing up the power of the statues carved in the void. In his dark golden pupils, it seemed that a living figure was really born, and those carved dead things seemed to flow in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Moxie sneered in his heart. After seizing the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor, his power became stronger again. Now it is just right to use it to seize the inheritance here. Everything is like God's help. The inheritance of the two ancient emperors seems to be destined to be his. From now on, who in the ancient emperor's city can compete with him? Not even Zidao Wang. Qin Wentian was different from Moxie. He watched with his eyes and felt with his heart. Looking at the carved patterns, he gradually developed a wonderful perception and entered a special scene. He seemed to see the patterns come alive. They were figures, different forms of a strong man, but they were still a little blurry. However, as he comprehended, some wonderful sounds gradually appeared in his mind, as if they came from ancient times. The scenery he saw also gradually became clear. The other Xianjias, some comprehended, and some watched. Brother Qin has entered into a state of meditation. What a fast speed. Zheng Mengchen looked at Qin Wentian and whispered, but he was not too surprised, as if he would not be too surprised no matter what Qin Wentian did. Brother Qin could not be guessed by common sense. When he was taken into the underground palace by the people of Xiaomen, they were worried that Qin Wentian would suffer a loss. However, after coming out, Qin Wentian cultivated the god's hand. Zhuangxing did not do it, and Xiao Lengai did not do it either. The aura of Moxie has become amazing again. Such a person is hard to come by in the fairyland for thousands of years. Some Xianjiao looked at Moxie, who was radiating dark golden light. They saw that Moxie had become terrifying again at this time. The fluctuation of his aura was strong. The surging might that emanated from him was like a raging storm. People dared not approach him, as if this terrible might alone could drown everyone. Boom! Just when Moxie's aura was amazing, his aura suddenly fluctuated violently, accompanied by a roar, and then disappeared. His aura gradually became calm. Moxie's dark golden eyes seemed to have lost their previous brilliance, but showed a puzzled look. It seemed that when he was about to see the critical moment, there was a break in the picture, interrupting everything. This made Moxie look strange. What happened just now? Everything should go smoothly. He should have seized the inheritance. Why did such a scene happen? A terrifying dark golden luster bloomed from his pupils. Moxie closed his eyes. This time he became more serious. His aura surged again, roaring and roaring. His might was still amazing and terrifying. Qin Wentian was as quiet as ever, but the picture he perceived in his mind became clearer and clearer. He seemed to see the practice of an ancient man. He went from being weak to being strong. He went through all kinds of hardships, constantly improved himself, made himself stronger, endured endless hardships, and wandered on the edge of life and death. Finally, he walked towards glory step by step, to build a fairy platform and step onto the fairy position. Although it was just a simple perception, there seemed to be a mysterious power from ancient times in his ears, which enabled him to clearly feel some magical power. He seemed to sense that the carved figure had stepped into the fairyland, built a fairy platform, and finally stepped onto his path to becoming a strong man. Qin Wentian could feel his excitement, the excitement of becoming a fairy, which was the first step in the battle for supremacy in the fairyland. However, soon, a feeling of despair arose. The immortal platform was broken, and all the dreams collapsed in an instant. The hopeful mood and the efforts made seemed to vanish in an instant. The heart-wrenching emotion deeply infected Qin Wentian. Despair seemed to appear in Qin Wentian's mind, as if the life experienced by the carved person was being experienced by him. Every strong man, from birth, from an ordinary person, step by step towards glory, stepping into the realm of immortals, the blood and sweat he paid would be unimaginable. Everything was broken, and such despair was easy to understand. Qin Wentian seemed to feel the other party's decadence, and he had been decadent for many years, until one day, he seemed to have obtained a magical ability. He became excited and ecstatic, as if he saw a ray of light in that despair. The picture carved in this space is actually alive. Is this the life experienced by the ancient emperor? Qin Wentian had a thought in his heart. With awe, he still quietly perceived all this, as if he was going to sink into it. In the other direction, Moxie was still astonishing and terrifying, with a dark light shining all over his body, containing a terrifying power. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and a dark golden light burst out. Then, the aura on his body was restrained again, and finally dissipated, and once again turned into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Moxie's face was a little dark, and it seemed particularly ugly. He failed again. He couldn't do it, and there was no way to win the inheritance. Qin Wentian was still quietly comprehending. He felt that after the martial monk rekindled his hope, he began to work hard again. He experienced terrible setbacks, as if he had experienced supreme pain again and again, and finally, he succeeded. However, that extremely terrible ordeal was vaguely vague. What is that? Qin Wentian asked himself again in his heart. That kind of pain was unbearable for humans. He seemed to see it clearly, but it seemed a little blurry, as if he couldn't see through it. Qin Wentian started from the first picture again, and felt it in his mind, as if he was really experiencing his own life, and truly felt everything that the martial monk had experienced. When he came to the rebirth after despair again, the pain was as if he was experiencing it personally. In despair, he had an unparalleled belief, as if he firmly believed that he could be reborn from the ashes. A terrible lightning flashed through Qin Wentian's mind, like a ray of light, directly splitting out a ray of light. The blurred picture seemed to become clear in an instant. Everything seemed to be suddenly clear. He finally knew what it was. He finally knew what the pain that the martial monk had experienced was. Beheading the immortal platform. Qin Wentian's heart trembled fiercely. This is the beheading immortal platform. It does not mean to kill the immortal platform strongmen, but to behead one's own immortal platform. This martial monk built his own immortal platform again and again, but beheaded it again and again, enduring supreme pain, enduring everything that others could not understand, and he beheaded his own immortal platform again and again. Slashing the immortal platform, a person who has become an immortal, is there anyone who can slash his own immortal platform and rebuild it? Qin Wentian experienced this period of life perception, as if the distance between him and the ancient emperor became much closer. He experienced the other party's efforts, struggles, despair, and rebirth. He experienced everything about the other party. Any powerful person who is feared by the world has come step by step from a weak time, experienced endless hardships, and finally became a peerless figure, stunning the time. This ancient emperor was the only one who could compete with the Brahma emperor at that time, and killed him. While the crowd was sighing at his strength, who had ever thought about the despair he felt when his immortal platform was broken? I'm afraid he himself thought that his martial arts path was completely hopeless. Moxie was still struggling to resist this power and wanted to conquer it, but Qin Wentian was completely different from him. He used his heart to comprehend it thoroughly. At this moment, the light of the lines in the entire space flowed and gathered towards Qin Wentian's body, and then a ray of light continued to flow into Qin Wentian's body. This sudden scene shocked everyone. They all looked at Qin Wentian, their hearts throbbing. How could this be possible? When Moxie had successfully forged his body and was only one step away from inheriting His inheritance was going to be absorbed and taken away by Qin Wentian. Then what did Moxie do before? Moxie stopped moving, and he looked at Qin Wentian. His dark golden eyes were filled with an extremely terrifying chill. That look seemed to be able to penetrate Qin Wentian's body. He said that he was here and the inheritance belonged to him. Now, Qin Wentian wanted to take his inheritance? Seeing the light constantly pouring into Qin Wentian's body, Moxie took a step forward and walked towards Qin Wentian. Every step seemed to contain supreme power. Nanhuang Yangxi, Kinger, Zhen Mengchen and others all looked tense when they saw this scene. They stared at Moxie, and their bodies walked to Qin Wentian's side one after another, protecting him tightly inside. Now, stop. Moxie looked at Qin Wentian and said. Qin Wentian looked at him, his calm eyes were calm, and the power continued to flow into his body. He looked at Moxie and said, "You are not qualified to receive this inheritance." "I am not qualified." Moxie stepped forward, and a surge of power burst out violently, like a raging storm. Qin Wentian took his inheritance and said he was not qualified? Boom. The immortal dark golden light spread all over his body. Moxie took a step forward, and the roar shook the sky, as if anyone who blocked his way was looking for death. Boom, boom, boom. The raging storm came, and Moxie rushed to Qin Wentian. Zhen Mengchen shouted angrily, and he punched out, like a raging storm. "Get lost." Moxie uttered a word, and the amazing force collided with Zhen Mengchen directly, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. The roar of anger swept through the void. Although Zhen Mengchen was extremely powerful, he was still knocked away by Moxie and flew directly out of this space. He could not stop Moxie's attack at all. "Be careful." Nanhuang Yangxi saw this scene and said, "Moxie is too scary now. Even if everyone joins forces, they are not sure they can fight him." P.S. Damn, I spent an hour looking for a network abroad. Pit. Chapter 956th level, 3rd grade. There was a loud crashing sound, and every step of Moxie's forward movement was earth-shaking, with rolling power, like a raging sea, sweeping across the void of heaven and earth. The surrounding Xianjiao felt this amazing power and were all shocked. Although Zhen Mengchen's realm was different from Moxie's, he was also an extraordinary person. He was crushed and blasted away by a single blow. It can be imagined that Moxie was powerful and his strength was too amazing. Nanhuang Yangxi and Kinger stepped forward and blocked Moxie's way forward. Moxie's dark golden eyes were extremely terrifying. He stared at the two beautiful women in front of him and said, "Get out of the way, I don't want to hurt women." Kinger was filled with an amazing power, and the power of space swept out. Endless golden rays of light enveloped her body, which was extremely terrifying. At the same time, the red light shone into the sky, and the aura of Nanhuang Yangxi was equally astonishing. She seemed to be wearing the shadow of an ancient phoenix, like a phoenix among humans, stunning and unparalleled. Two such stunning women stood in front of Qin Wentian at the same time, blocking the evil spirits for him. The endless stream of light in this space continued to flow into Qin Wentian's body. The ancient voice in his mind seemed to become clearer, and there were faint ancient words directly imprinted in his mind, making his mind hum constantly, as if there was a voice. The 6th level of the immortal platform is 3 grades, the 3rd level is ordinary, the 4th level is the immortal king grade, the 5th level is the emperor grade, and the 6th level is the holy grade. One cut leads to a level. Cut the ordinary into the king, cut the king into the saint. One after another ancient voices resounded in Qin Wentian's mind. The immortal platform forged by the strong in the realm of immortals is actually divided into grades. The 6th level is 3 grades, and the 1st to 3rd levels are ordinary. The 4th and 5th levels are the king grade. The 6th level is the legendary grade, and the holy immortal platform is also the holy immortal platform. Forging a supreme body, forging a holy immortal platform, is for this purpose. The method of beheading immortals requires enduring supreme pain. Every beheading is like rebirth. Without an extremely strong body, beheading one's own immortal platform will surely lead to death. Therefore, there is a bodybuilding inheritance before. If you don't forge a strong body, even if you get this inheritance method, it is useless and you will surely die, unless you don't practice. Qin Wentian was constantly absorbing the information that poured into his mind, but his eyes were fixed on the evil spirit in front of him. The terrible momentum on his body was rolling, and the supreme light was flowing all over his body. The hand of God appeared, and the light was shining in the sky, which was extremely terrible. The aura on the evil spirit was also strong and terrible. The dark golden light all over his body gave people an irresistible feeling at a glance. His body was probably already strong to an astonishing degree. At this time, Moxie took another step forward, and the dark golden light seemed to turn into sharp blades that shot out. He looked at King and Nanhong Yangxi and said, "If this person takes my inheritance, I will take it back from him. If you want to stop me, don't blame me for being ruthless." As soon as he finished speaking, Moxie raised his dark golden palm, and at the same time, the terrifying power of the devil surged and roared, blasting out. In an instant, it seemed that a number of demon heads appeared in the void, sweeping towards Kinger and Nanhong Yangxi in front. The two of them still had the ability to stop Moxie and fight him. As for Hua Taixu and Zi Qingxuan, their realms were weak. If they tried to stop Moxie, they would definitely be blown away like Qin Wentian. Swish, swish. Kinger and Nanhong Yangxi attacked at the same time. In an instant, it seemed as if endless space swords burst out, and there was a faint force of rule hidden in it, tearing the space apart and destroying everything. However, how could the evil demon's attack be weak? The whole world seemed to have turned into a dark gold color, and there was also a demonic light of destruction. Every grain of the power of the robbery demon contained amazing power. At the same time, when it exploded, it instantly turned into a wave of destruction, blocking Kinger's attack and constantly destroying it. The strength was too strong and amazing. The ancient phoenix power that Nanhong Yangxi attacked burned everything and was indestructible, but it was also blocked by the evil demon's attack, and then it continued to destroy. With the three of them as the center, a destructive pressure spread in all directions. That kind of power was really like a frenzy of destruction. The Xianjiao next to them avoided it from a distance and could only marvel at the powerful and terrible fighting power of these three people in their hearts. Bang, bang. Terrible noises continued to be heard. Nanhong Yangxi and Kinger were repelled. There was even a dark force hitting their bodies, causing them to groan and blood to flow from the corners of their mouths. Seeing the two peerless beauties injured, many of the Xianjiao around them felt pity for them. If it was a normal situation, they would have helped them, but their opponent was Moxie. Who dared to stop Moxie? Qin Wentian took Moxie's inheritance, and Moxie would not let him go. Get out of here! Moxie roared, trampling on the world in one step. The void rioted, and the power was shocking. At this moment, Kinger's long hair flew, and an extremely terrifying scene flashed in her eyes, as if a pattern appeared in those beautiful pupils, an extremely strange pattern, and an astonishing power seemed to burst out from her body. This is... The crowd that saw Kinger's eyes trembled in their hearts and stared at the front. These eyes were so scary and weird. The beautiful eyes actually produced patterns, like a sealed green lotus. Boom, boom, boom. Different lights shot out from Kinger's eyes, containing terrible penetrating power, and shot directly at Moxie. Moxie frowned slightly, and only heard a sharp sound of chi-chi. The attack shot out from those terrible eyes actually collided with a dark gold power on Moxie's body, as if her pupils could kill people. It was really terrible. Huh? Moxie also frowned slightly. Now his body is indestructible and his body is unparalleled. There is no body of a person in the 9th level of the celestial realm that can compete with him. His life breath is surging, and his strength and defense have reached an extreme. However, at this moment, Kinger's eyes can actually collide with his body. A series of terrifying space beams burst out from Kinger's swollen eyes, sweeping out, directly wrapping up the space inside, and rolling towards Moxie's body. In addition to the dark golden light, Moxie's body began to flow with a terrible vortex force, as if it could swallow up everything. His eyes were cold, looking at Kinger, the daughter of the Changqing Emperor, the disciple of the Ji Emperor. What would be the consequences if he attacked her? In Moxie's dark golden pupils, a strange and cruel light suddenly flashed, and then he stepped out. The world hummed, and the power was extremely powerful, the extreme of the immortals, as if it could not be surpassed. With a loud bang, Moxie's body rushed towards Kinger, shocking the crowd. Moxie seemed to have given up on setting Qin Wentian as the first target and rushed towards Kinger. Could it be that this Moxie dared to attack Princess Kinger? However, with Moxie's terrible heart, it is really possible. Moxie is extremely cruel. Many of his deeds are things that others cannot do, or even dare not do. I saw that Moxie's extremely surging power gathered, and then he attacked with a bang. The endless power of the demon gathered into an indestructible dark golden demon head body, covering everything and killing Kinger. The pattern in Kinger's eyes was even more bizarre and unparalleled. Several colors of strange light appeared and swept down, as if to lock the void. A terrible lotus with strange light bloomed and killed Moxie, containing amazing power, as if it was several times the power of Qinger before. The crowd saw Qinger's long hair flying, and there were several colors of aura flowing on her body, and they were deeply shocked. The terrifying collision once again shook the world. The attacks of the two collided with each other, and they were evenly matched. Only the violent hurricane was tearing the void, but Moxie shouted and continued to step forward. The aura on his body was surging and boundless, and it would never go out. That was an immortal power. Qinger wanted to resist, but at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and an astonishing power burst out. It was the god's hand. Qin Wentian had arrived, and his god's hand seemed even more terrifying. When attacking, it seemed to press and destroy the space. The big palm print destroyed everything, and a huge pattern shone and appeared, flattening all the attacks in front. Boom! The violent collision destroyed Moxie's attack again, and the scene made everyone's pupils shrink. Qin Wentian's fighting power seemed to have undergone a terrible change, as if he had undergone a metamorphosis, and was extremely strong, resisting Moxie's attack. After Qin Wentian's attack, the light emitted from Qinger's eyes seemed to cover Moxie's body. It was a strange space lotus, and one saw a series of space-killing power sweeping down and killing Moxie. Moxie roared, and the dark golden light on his body whistled wildly. He stepped out, but saw that the space power directly wrapped around his body, making him seem to be trapped in it. Boom! Nanhuang Yangxi launched an attack at this moment, and the endless red light turned into a murderous flame. It seemed that there was an ancient phoenix howling in it, killing Moxie. Moxie's eyes were terrible. He looked up at these attacking forces. The Jimo Xingxiang guarded in front of him and fought for him. His body continued to have infinite power to cut off the power of space binding. His dark golden eyes stared at the strange pupils of Qinger in front of him. Obviously, he did not expect Qinger to have such ability. In the void, Qin Wentian appeared there, and the power of the starry sky gathered and turned into an endless body, heading towards the lower sky to kill. Qin Wentian's expression was extremely cold, staring at Moxie. He raised his hand, the hand of God, and the power of his whole body surged wildly, all pouring into the hand of God. The hand of God was filled with an amazing breath. Kill! Qin Wentian roared, and the hand of God attacked again. This time, the big palm print seemed to have turned into a violent body that could destroy everything, and with an indestructible force, it blasted towards Moxie. Boom, 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 the power that locked Moxie was constantly breaking free. His power was too strong. He soared into the sky, punched through the void of heaven and earth, and blasted towards Qin Wentian, but saw the attack of the hand of God descend, annihilating all existence. The roar shook the sky, and then Moxie's attack that penetrated the void was actually shattered. The infinite attack came directly to kill him. He raised his palms to resist. The roar was deafening. Moxie's body was suppressed, and his bones made a crackling sound. When the attacking power disappeared, Moxie spat out a mouthful of blood. P.S. I recommend a fantasy book, The Eternal Saint King. Friends who like fantasy can take a look. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.